This boy is the only hunter alive with unlimited stats, making him undoubtedly the strongest of all time. Monsters that would drive anyone else into deep despair, he destroys effortlessly with just a single punch. On top of unlimited stats, he has an insane XP multiplier, so every single time he takes down a monster, he earns experience points multiplied by 1,000 times. Not to mention his devastating magic skills, which are capable of wiping out entire monster races with just one solitary attack. Before the dungeons, he was just a weak kid getting bullied who lived a life completely broken and without hope. But now, everything has changed, and his only goal is to conquer the most dangerous dungeons in the world and dominate impossible levels that no one else could complete. But before all that, let's understand how his story began. Meet Makoto, a guy who's getting expelled from the school that he had barely even started attending. The bullying got so bad he fought back, which got him kicked out. When he got home, his parents tried to talk to him, but he just ignored them and went straight to his room. Later on, while walking the streets, he reflected on his life and deeply wished he could just be happier and free. Suddenly, the ground beneath him began to shake, and a mysterious structure rose up right behind him. He immediately recognized it was a dungeon and stepped inside without thinking about the danger. Everyone who ever dared to enter this place came out either critically injured or dead, but the boy went in believing he'd find his freedom. A system screen popped up right in front of him, displaying his stats inside the dungeon. A level 1 slime suddenly appears and attacks him, doing almost 0 damage. Makoto uses the only skill he has and levels up after taking the slime down. However, his joy was short-lived, because a giant minotaur appears behind him, requiring at least level 20 to be challenged. The monster attacks, but he manages to dodge in time, firing off a fire spell while getting out of the way. But after using that skill, his mana hit 0, leaving him with no choice but to run away. During his escape, some slimes showed up, so he defeated them all with his bare fists and managed to gain a few levels. A whole day had already passed by and his parents were worried about his disappearance. But he was still there in the dungeon, running from the Minotaur. Now that he's finally reached level 15, other monsters appear in his path and he takes them down with ease. After beating those creatures, he hits level 25. With the necessary level, he charges at the Minotaur without fear and defeats it with one blow, sending its head flying. After days of fighting, he finally managed to win. 8 months later, the city was crawling with dungeons and everyone was fighting for fame, money, and power. A party was getting absolutely slaughtered by a minotaur and the members were moments away from death until Makoto shows up and wipes out the monster with a single punch. The group starts thanking him profusely for saving their lives, but they're baffled by how easily he won. Makoto, after months inside the dungeon, reveals he's now level 10,000. Everyone was blown away by his overwhelming strength. Someone mentions there's an H-rank dungeon nearby offering a massive reward of 30 million. Makoto finds that offer extremely interesting, so he says goodbye to the group immediately and rushes off to conquer that dungeon. He arrives at the item exchange center and puts up everything he gathered during his hunt to be appraised and sold for cash. That's when he notices there's actually a dungeon inside the shop itself. The clerk explains the building was constructed around the entrance, but despite the low rank, nobody has defeated the boss yet. Feeling challenged, he decides to give it a shot. Inside, there were a few adventurers exploring the area until they look up and see Makoto flying through the pillars straight toward the boss room. Makoto notices something else zooming through the pillars and quickly realizes it's the boss. The Slime King. This slime was 100 times faster than the regular ones. After chasing it around for a while, he realizes that even at level 10,000, the Slime King is faster. So he decides to use a different approach. He casts level 10 ice magic on the monster and completely freezes it, leaving it totally immobile. With the enemy frozen, Makoto punches it and defeats the boss. By defeating it, he gained a massive 9,900 levels, reaching a total of 19,900, shocked that he nearly doubled his power. Besides the levels, he also unlocked a new skill. Now he's capable of flying high above the clouds. A few days later, over in Okinawa, there were several hunters trying their luck for the reward. Makoto arrived and was getting ready to head in, until a helicopter suddenly lands in front of the dungeon. Out of it steps a little girl surrounded by her bodyguards, bossing Makoto around to get out of her way. Makoto comments that she is just a kid. The girl snaps back saying she is Maria Fanegold and that she holds level 99, the highest rank in existence. She marches into the dungeon, leaving her guards outside. A few minutes pass. Makoto heads in and sees dead monsters. As he walks deeper, he suddenly hears a scream. It was Maria running and yelling for help against a giant boar. Makoto blasts the monster with his fire magic, leaving Maria visibly impressed by the display. Once she's safe, she insists she doesn't ask for help. Makoto, running out of patience, turns his back to leave, but she grabs onto his waist and begs him to beat the monsters because she's scared. He asks what her goal is in this dungeon anyway. Maria says it's not for money or XP, she just wants to clear the Red Shadow dungeon. So he proposes a deal. He'll tag along, but she has to fight alone. She gets pretty happy about having his company. On the dungeon's second floor, they find another giant boar. She asks if he has any spare weapons she can use. Makoto lends her a small sword. Without hesitating, she charges at the monster with the blade and drives it right into its skull, defeating it easily. She gets super pumped to finish the dungeon now. While they were exploring the third floor, Makoto gets curious about the skills she's learned. Maria says she possesses 4 super powerful skills. The first skill is incredibly fast. It's called Vacuum and it's level 5 magic. She tests it on the wall and creates a huge crack. The second skill is level 10 recovery magic. The third one is level 1 revival magic. Makoto is confused, asking if she can actually revive the dead. She replies that she's the only one in the world with this skill. Coming to her fourth magic, it's a super rare skill, a 10 times experience multiplier. She thought Makoto would be surprised, but he looked uninterested. Makoto realizes other people might also have infinite level skills. With a condescending tone, she asks about his skills. He thinks it's better not to mention his multiplier is 1000 times, simply stating level 10 fire, ice, and lightning magic, plus level 1 flying cloud. Totally enchanted, she starts to realize he is very strong and claims that together they are the strongest team alive. They continued their journey pushing up through the floors, battling fiercely against relentless hordes of flesh-hungry zombies, massive giant birds with razor-sharp talons, and even terrifying monsters they had never seen before. They walked a little further and ran into a huge crowd of people just standing there. When they made their way to the front, they found a massive sea of poison blocking the path to the next floor. Maria turns to Makoto asking what they're supposed to do now. He simply scoops her up in his arms and activates his flying ability, leaving everyone absolutely stunned. Makoto lands calmly on the other side and spots the stairs to the next level. Maria starts getting suspicious about what his real level actually is. They'd been in the dungeon for 10 hours and already reached the 13th floor. After a while, the fatigue finally starts to kick in. Out of nowhere, Makoto pulls a whole tent out of his bag. She gets all excited, saying she's going to catch some sleep, and wishes him a good night. Suddenly, a group of hunters arrives on the same floor. Maria mentions they're famous for being the strongest young hunters around. But since that encounter, Makoto's sense of freedom had wavered a bit. 7 months earlier, inside the rank as Dungeon Shallow Syrian Kamashiro asked if Makoto had been inside the dungeon ever since he left home, calling it childish of him. It seemed like he should be more mature than that. Makoto was somewhat taken aback by this comment, and one of the girls accompanying them said he'd better get used to such remarks. It was unfortunate. And then another player, Kaido the Kari, arrived to provoke Makoto, mocking him for being expelled from school, running away from home, and ending up in a dungeon. It was quite the story. Kamashiro agreed, joking that 2 idiots should get along well. The protagonist didn't understand what was wrong with these people saying such mean things. Nearby, Mizuko Orange, another player, approached to talk but quickly ran off and hid behind Negasoa Beniko, explaining that Range only wanted to know about Makoto and whether he was a solo player. But if he didn't know, there was no need to try answering. When exploring dungeons, there were 2 types of players, solo players and team players. Each chose the method that suited them best. Even if one formed a team, there was no need to register it. But before she could explain their team's name, suddenly, they were all attacked by several monsters. The entire team attacked perfectly together, and Kamashiro announced that this was the Senku no Giran team. They were truly impressive. The team name was derived from the first letters of each member's name, which was quite cool. The Nico added that it wasn't a big deal, but she and Range had come up with the idea, even though Kaido tried to steal credit for himself. The 2 started arguing, and Makoto thought he could never pull off something that grand. Suddenly, a monster appeared to attack Makoto from behind, but he killed it with a single strike, leveling up twice. The group rushed to see if he was okay. He replied that he was fine since it was just a scratch. However, Makoto ended up falling and fainting, waking up a short time later, confused about what happened. Kamashiro asked how he was feeling, and Makoto realized he had lost consciousness. He explained it was due to the poison from the monster he had killed earlier. The monster was called the poisoned bird, which had a head containing venom glands. The poison would penetrate wounds, causing slow damage and eventually leading to death. Makoto asked how he had managed to survive, and Kamashiro said it was because the girls had saved his life by using detoxification magic. While he was lying there as if dead, Kato used his enhanced attack ability to carry Makoto's body to the 14th floor. Therefore, he should quickly express his gratitude. Makoto thanked them for saving his life. Kamashiro seemed quite pleased as long as the protagonist also thanked the girls later. Makoto was surprised that such magic like detoxification healing existed. He wondered what kind of future medicine might hold. Then Kato asked curiously what types of magic the protagonist possessed. Makoto displayed his status, leaving Kato in shock. He had magic abilities for light, fire, and ice, all of which were a higher level than Kaido's own magic. What shocked Kaito even more was Makoto's level, 71. He couldn't believe it and turned to leave, determined to become even stronger. Kamashiro pointed out that some of them were still sleeping while he was speaking so loudly. People like him, Kamashiro remarks, seemed to lack any useful thoughts in their minds. Even when things were so simple to understand, Kaito reconsidered and apologized for it. Makoto commented that both of them were truly strange people to him. A bit later, Kamashiro also checked his status, mentioning there were still 2 hours left until the shift change and suggesting they could chat a bit in the meantime. Makoto asked if they all belonged to the Aria School Sword Club, noting that it was no wonder they had such amazing movements. Kamashiro responded that despite Makoto's lack of proper skills and his almost non-existent abilities, his level was still remarkably high, which was truly impressive. Makoto wasn't sure if that was a compliment or not, but changed the subject, asking if the Aria School Sword Club was that powerful and how they had decided to become players. Kamashiro considered how to explain the situation: training, mental practice, earning money. There wasn't exactly a set method, but he believed it was precisely why they were interesting. He added that exploring with friends was fun, and he didn't even know when to stop whenever he found something intriguing. Kamashiro mentioned that talking to Makoto was enjoyable and quite interesting too, and Taito, in particular, was even more fascinating than usual. He asked if Makoto didn't find it equally interesting to engage with others. Makoto thought back to his school days or when he passed by those people inside the dungeon, but he couldn't quite articulate the full truth anymore. A little later on the same floor, Makoto thanked Renj for saving his life. She stammered, saying it was no big deal. Makoto insisted that it was far from insignificant. If it weren't for her help, he would surely have died. She replied that she wasn't like everyone else, not possessing particularly useful abilities, so that was all she could do for them. But Makoto disagreed, saying that saving wives was an incredibly meaningful thing, which was why he was deeply grateful to her for saving his life. Blushing, she said it was fine, though Kaito mentioned that he also deserved some credit, only for Beniko to tell him to shut up, leaving Makoto talking to Renj. That's when Kamashiro noticed a staircase descending further. The atmosphere was cold and heavy, and on the 15th floor it was certainly the locational boss. Beniko suggested they play rock, paper, scissors, and Kaito agreed, leaving the protagonist confused. He asked Renj what it meant, but she didn't know either. Beniko explained that defeating the boss would yield great experience points, which was why they always played rock, paper, scissors to decide who would land the final blow. Kaito argued that Makoto was at level 71, so it wasn't fair to let him do it. But Renj countered that he was already their friend, and they agreed that made sense. Leaving a friend behind wasn't right. Kaito hesitated, but eventually agreed as well. Makoto reflected on this, and they all played rock, paper, scissors properly. Then they descended to the next floor. Kamashiro told Kaito that it was dark and she'd be careful not to walk too far ahead of him, and Kaito acknowledged that he understood. While they were trying to locate the dungeon boss, it suddenly appeared and attempted to attack Renj. However, Makoto was faster and used his arm to protect her immediately. She was shocked. He allowed himself to get bitten, but he told her to step back right away. Kaito rushed for the monster to attack it, asking Makoto if he could handle the pain. Keigo instructed Makoto to retreat, for there wasn't anywhere to do so, and said they should all focus on defeating the boss quickly. Meanwhile, Renj ran to assist Makoto, tending to his injured arm. Kaneshiro asked if he was alright, and Makoto replied that there were bigger dangers. After being bitten by that boss, his health had dropped to half, likely due to some special effect. This was worrisome, especially since Kaito was only level 24. The Nico ran to him just in time to witness the boss biting his shoulder, causing his health to drop rapidly. Kaneshiro intervened to attack the monster, with Beniko also attacking it from above simultaneously. Makoto thanked Renj for taking care of him, but assured her he'd be fine and asked her to help Kaito instead. She rushed to him while the others continued fighting. Kaito grumbled about being careless. Renj told him to stay calm and try not to move too much, but Kaito pointed out that the monster would keep attacking him. Beniko shouted for the others to move quickly before the boss reached them. Makoto interrupted the attack with a light magic spell, defeating the boss instantly and leveling up 20 times. Renj noticed Kaito standing up and was concerned since he wasn't fully healed yet, but Kaito seemed preoccupied with something and suddenly rushed at Makoto, punching him in the face immediately. Everyone froze in shock, questioning what Kaito was doing. Kaito accused Makoto of stealing his kill in that manner, leaving Makoto utterly confused. He tried to explain that survival was the priority in that situation, but Kaito remained furious before turning away from Makoto and walking off angrily. Beniko wondered aloud what his problem was. Kamashiro approached Makoto to apologize, saying he hadn't expected Kaito to react that way. Makoto replied that, as expected, things had turned out like this. Even so, he thanked them for the opportunity and decided to leave ahead of the group. From that point on, he resolved never to team up with other players again. Later, when Makoto woke up to someone calling his name, he realized it was Maria trying to wake him up. She questioned how he could sleep like that, especially while on guard outside the tent. Makoto was surprised to see that Maria had changed clothes so quickly. The outfit suited her, though Jun remembered buying it. Maria laughed and explained that she had slightly altered some of the clothes Makoto had with him. He thought it was too complicated to get into and had simply stored everything in his bag. It was unexpected, but Maria seemed to have done a good job with household tasks, and she was delighted to be praised. Despite the unexpected compliment being a bit redundant, after that, Makoto and Maria continued through each floor, slowly reaching the lower levels while Makoto kept leveling up. Eventually, they reached the 19th floor. Maria felt like they were finally lost for real this time, and Makoto agreed. It was his first time in the dungeon that felt so much like a maze. Though Maria didn't find it funny, Makoto mentioned that mazes were easy to navigate as long as one kept their right hand on the wall. At some point, then to find the exit. That was when Maria thought she heard someone speaking in another direction, and Makoto agreed. They probably weren't alone there. From the sound they heard, Makoto remarked that it felt like a horror movie, making Maria scream in fear. The people who appeared, however, were none other than Makoto's old group after so much time. Maria recognized them from television as 4 individuals who were only 4 years older than her. Even her father had praised them for being incredible people. She decided that she wanted to be like them and become a great player. Now, when they finally had the chance to meet, everyone was surprised by the coincidence. Beneko asked who the girl what Makoto was, wondering if she was his girlfriend. Maria shook Makoto by the shoulders, unable to believe that Senku no Guren was standing before them. She praised each of them, starting with a true warrior Keio, who possessed great and unique power to enhance his strength and defeat enemies. Next was Beneko, who swiftly toyed with her opponents and used her graceful kendo skills. Then there was Rent, who had a vast array of techniques for support, and he helped the team find victory, with the great leader Kamashiro talking even more about how, despite being so young, his great talent combined with effort had improved his skills, martial arts, and ability to keep developing through dungeon exploration. He was considered the greatest leader among all players in terms of practice, judgment, patience, and several other traits. This made Makoto ask her to stop talking so much, even just a little. Then Beneko approached and asked the girl's name. She was so much shocked because she was called cute. Orange knew her as Maria, a famous and professional model from a magazine, leaving Makoto genuinely surprised to hear this. Maria stammered in agreement, saying it was true. Kamashiro asked what the two of them were doing together, but Maria was too thrilled because he had said her name. Makoto explained that he met Maria at the dungeon entrance, and that they temporarily teamed up to help her. That's when Beneko suggested they could work together again. Kato stared at them, and Maria immediately agreed, though Makoto felt uneasy about the idea. Still, they had promised to stick together until the end of the dungeon, reminding him of the past. Nervously, he said he hoped everyone could help each other this time. Kato grumbled that they should do whatever they wanted, and everyone else was happy to work together. But Nakono noticed that everyone on the team, except him, was a celebrity, a model, and 4 famous players. Thinking about it, though, this meant he wouldn't attract attention, which was a good thing. They spent a lot of time together exploring the dungeon, with Maria interacting with all the team members and encountering other monsters along the way. Despite fighting together, Kaito still seemed tense around the Koko. They stopped to eat at one point, and Kaito got close enough to nearly touch Renj. She became embarrassed, and everyone laughed at the scene, enjoying themselves. Eventually, the group reached the deepest level, the 24. Kaito wondered if this was the boss's location. As the winner of rock, paper, scissors, who delivered a final blow, he told everyone not to touch the stone. Makoto said if he found himself in danger, they could help. But Kaito refused at all costs. They prepared with Renj ready to provide support in bad situations and heal in magic, gearing up for the coming attack. Thus, Kaito was the first to strike the statue. Kamashiro then approached Makoto, apologizing for having them join the group even if it was just to protect themselves from the boss. Makoto responded that it was fine because it seemed they had defeated the boss quickly. It was true if he wanted to face the boss and get out of the dungeon fast. But even while seeking freedom, he always seemed to end up alone. It was strange though, because even without true freedom, being with everyone was genuinely enjoyable. While he was saying this, a massive explosion occurred. Before he could realize it, all of Makoto's friends had fallen to the ground after being struck by the boss's devastating attack. Suddenly, he found himself facing an irrational force that stripped away his freedom, something absolutely unforgivable. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a journalist was working on a column about the appearance of dungeons. Her name was Dakota Koko. That day, she was covering the Red Shadow Dungeon, the most talked about dungeon recently discovered in Okinawa. As everyone could see, there were still players gathered at the entrance. According to some information, it was truly incredible. There was a great interest to young people. The group Senku no Guren was also there. Koko was a big fan of theirs and would love to get their autograph when they returned. Of course, she also wanted an interview, which she was excited about. Shifting focus, however, the dungeon had been receiving national attention. It had been 5 days since the government announced the reward, and people were wondering if anyone could actually clear the dungeon. Meanwhile, Makoto was still fighting the boss and noticed that Renj had fortunately regained consciousness. He ran to her to check if she was okay. She couldn't understand what happened. When she realized it, everyone had been quickly defeated, seriously injured due to the boss's overwhelming explosive power. Perhaps because she was farther away, Renj had avoided the worst of it. Makoto urged her to save everyone, while he used his ice magic to defend himself. He kept stalling for time even if she worried about him. Using his 10th level fire magic as well, he fought on though neither physical nor magical attacks seemed effective. Defected, the fireball was deflected and he wondered if it was because the boss's body was made of fire. This time, Makoto tried attacking with his level 10 light magic as well. The boss managed to defend itself and the attack rebounded back at Makoto. At that moment, memories of his past resurfaced, times when he lost someone important but did nothing to stop it. He recalled questioning that caused such harm. It turned out to be the son of the school director, the same boy Makoto had fought before. It mocked the victim, claiming someone like them shouldn't even go to school if they wanted to live. Before Makoto could curse them, they turned their aggression on him, beating him up while he could do nothing. If only he had tried to stop that boy back then, perhaps his classmates and teachers would still have been on his side. Maybe he would still belong to the school he was expelled from. But regardless, Makoto thought that group led by Sakuraba wasn't even worth his concern. Because of that, now that he had found a place like this, he didn't want to lose the people around him in the dungeon. However, before he could spiral further into worry, Maria woke up and reassured him not to dwell on it. She told him that Makoto was the strongest among them all. With renewed resolve, he unleashed his level 10 light magic once more. After all, he and a boss of that 4 weren't on the same level anymore. This time, things would be different from the past. Makoto had the power to act, and whatever he didn't want to lose, he would surely protect. Defeating the boss on his own, Makoto leveled up by 417 levels. Shortly after, Renj managed to heal all her friends, who had recovered and gotten back on their feet. Kamashiro expressed relief that everyone was safe, thanking Makoto for making it possible. They couldn't have done it without him. The group praised Makoto for being incredibly strong and cool. Even Kago admitted he didn't want to lose to him next time and muttered an apology for punching him earlier. Beneko insisted he speak out louder, which made Kato grumble, saying if they still had enough energy to be noisy, they should focus on recovering and moving forward. Beneko complained that he was the most annoying one, but somehow, the rank edge red shadow dungeon had been conquered. Later, they exited the dungeon and a crowd of players cheered as they saw the victorious team emerging. The audience celebrated the return of Asterisk Senku no Guren Asterisk. Before leaving, Makoto handed the group an item dropped by the boss, the necklace of exorcism, and made a request. The necklace was proof that they had defeated the dungeon boss and Makoto wanted them to take credit for it. In return, they were to tell the world that all 5 of them had accomplished this. When Kamashiro asked how they could pull that off, Makoto explained that he simply didn't want the attention on himself. With that, he left the dungeon holding the necklace. Makoto announced their victory with Maria's help. The crowd erupted with cheers and showered them with praise, asking about the boss, how tough it was, and how they dealt with the poison. Kamashiro whispered to Makoto, asking if he was sure about his decision. Makoto replied yes, thinking it was the best way to avoid the spotlight. Thanking them for now, he announced his intention to leave. The group was shocked by his abrupt departure. Beneko pointed out that since he was already in Okinawa, he could at least take some time to enjoy himself. Makoto agreed it made sense, and Kamashiro assured him that next time, it would welcome him back as part of the team. Not just as a teammate, but also as a true friend. Makoto smiled and thanked him, understanding how things had come to this point. Earlier, he remembered how he had combined his skills, something he had done impulsively. He had never considered merging them deliberately, until now, it had proven highly effective. Creating combos opened up a variety of strategies which was incredibly exciting. It wasn't just about leveling up, he could grow him stronger by mastering his abilities. Suddenly, a voice called out to Makoto. It was Maria, running toward him. She insisted they announce the news to her parents together. Makoto was confused about why she needed him for that, thinking one person was enough. But Maria found it absurd, insisting the announcement had to be made by both of them. Despite her stubbornness, she hugged him tightly, saying the time they spent together had been so much fun. They had adventured, talked, eaten, and fought together, and there was still so much about life she didn't know yet. Maria was always happy, filled with the love of her parents. But then she realized the outside world held even more wonders than she had imagined. And if she were alongside Makoto, surely everyone would agree with her. So she didn't need to worry, he could simply accompany her to tell her parents everything that had happened. However, the protagonist hesitated, recalling how he had left home abruptly, leaving his parents behind. He acknowledged that Maria was a good person and admitted that, to tell the truth, it had been 8 whole months since he last saw his parents after a fight. He hadn't returned home since, but he was still their son, and it wasn't right not to apologize. Maria turned to him and agreed, saying she would hate him if he were someone who didn't love his parents. However, when he became a gentleman worthy of her, they could reunite. With that, the two decided to part ways until they could meet again in the future as the strongest team. Later, Makoto returned to Morioka Prefecture and went back home preparing to enter. As soon as he opened the door, his mother ran to hug him, crying and calling him an idiot, welcoming him back just as his father appeared, also welcoming him home. And so Makoto's 8 months away from home came to an end, though his life as a player did not. He still wanted to focus on dungeons and wondered where he would go next. He spoke with his parents and showed his determination to become a full-time player. The H rank dungeon was complete, so he could now move on to the G rank. That day he decided to go out but didn't expect to see Maria outside, excitedly calling out for a date. She caught him off guard, prompting him to immediately close the door. However, it wasn't just Maria. Range and Beniko were also outside to greet the protagonist. Beniko reminded him of the promise he had made to them earlier. He had mentioned meeting again in Okinawa, and now was that time. Maria had said she was returning home the following week, so this was also a way to say goodbye. But Kono mentioned that he was planning to head to a dungeon, but Beniko laughed, saying that was all he ever thought about. At least he could enjoy his youth with them for once. He argued that dungeons were part of his youth, leaving Beniko a little shocked. Maria suggested they could all go to a dungeon after their outing, which made him consider the idea. Finally, Makoto agreed, and so they all decided to go out. Even though he still didn't understand how they had found his address, Maria said it was better not to know. The group went to a clothing store where Maria insisted they pick out new outfits for Makoto, as he had been wearing the same old clothes for far too long. This prompted him to ask how Maria had said earlier that they wouldn't see each other again so soon after saying goodbye. She began to sweat nervously, agreeing with his words. But before going home and not being able to see each other for a while, she wanted to make up for everything he had done for her in some way because he had been kind to her. She asked him to let her do this and enjoy the moment as much as possible. Makoto considered the idea maybe it wouldn't be so bad to enjoy this time. However, the outfits they chose were quite eccentric. Despite that, he commented that they were beautiful clothes, leaving the other girls shocked by his personal taste in fashion. They also visited an aquarium, where Maria ran ahead because she loved places like that, though it was smaller compared to the one in her hometown. As she ran to see the penguins, Beniko followed her to make sure she didn't get lost. Range laughed, mentioning that Maria seemed very happy. Makoto asked if this had been her idea, and what she wanted to see at the aquarium. The two of them went to see the jellyfish as Range liked them a lot. She found them mystical and mysterious. All the jellyfish there were from the sea. Many could even be kept as pets. And there was also a jellyfish-only museum showcasing rare specimens. This time, Range was the one who ran ahead. A bit later, Makoto said he had a great time, and Range in particular agreed. Seeing the jellyfish was quite rare, especially while spending time with him by her side. To Range's surprise, Makoto gave her a small plush jellyfish, saying he had found it at a nearby store and had also gotten something for the other two girls. Range becomes emotional and thanks him for the gift, promising to cherish it for the rest of her life, making the protagonist laugh a little because it seemed a bit excessive. He asks where the other two girls were, and Range replies that it was true, they hadn't seen them in the aquarium for a while, just as she receives a call. When she answers, she starts by asking where they were, but Beniko screams for help, saying they were at the amusement park, and only Range could save her now. Makoto never imagined that Beniko might faint from the way Maria was shouting on the other end, so the two of them went to meet the girls at the park. There, Beniko sighs that she was tired. Taking care of children was truly hard work, and some were even more energetic than expected. Beside her, Makoto had to admit that those two were very good, and he asks how many times they had gone to the park so far, to which Beniko replies it had been many times. She then mentions the loop from the Red Shadow dungeon and asks if he really wanted to divide it that way. The protagonist is surprised she brought up such an old topic. Agreeing that it was fine, even if it didn't seem right to Beniko, Makoto was satisfied. A man only needed so much money to live without problems. He just wanted to enjoy life inside dungeons, and speaking of which, he comments on the Senku no Gyuren group and her plans, to which she responded they had a few. Now the next objective was one of the biggest targets for players. He must have heard of it too. The horrendous mountain dungeon, a ranked dungeon, also known as the Last Dungeon. The coveter recalls that this was a dungeon located in a terrifying mountain near Lake Usori in Omori province, a truly eerie dungeon. The protagonist had visited the dungeon 2 months ago, but the gates were closed and wouldn't open no matter how hard he tried. The atmosphere was heavy and gave him chills. Absolutely devoid of any signs of life nearby, Beniko comments that Kamashiro in particular was really interested in this dungeon, and she herself was fine with it. Even though she felt a bit scared, she realizes it was wrong for them to discuss dungeons when they were trying to forget about them for a while. The topic had shifted too much. She sends Makoto to get some drinks for them, and he has no choice but to leave, returning a little later to find some guys flirting with Beniko on her bench. Noticing Makoto's return, she runs to him to defuse the awkward situation, mentioning that those weirdos were making her uncomfortable while he was gone. He asks if those people weren't acquaintances, which seems silly for Makoto to believe. The guys are annoyed because Beniko called them weirdos and heard everything. She retorts that they were weirdos, wearing such ugly shirts, even though she remembers that Makoto was also wearing clothes quite similar to theirs. The guys reveal that they are the most powerful sibling duo, the Tsuchikuro brothers. They claim a kid should pay for bad-mouthing them and should punish these defiant students. They dare to disrespect the level 99 brothers and demand an apology right now, unaware that Makoto was now level 20,000. The brothers declare that the two of them would be their new challengers, as it was a popular trend for players to face off against each other like this. They were the undefeated brothers with 38 consecutive victories, so these two should compensate for a new record of wins for them now. However, being rejected multiple times and having their admirable shirts insulted was enough luck for them, just because Beniko was part of a well-known and big group they recognized. They even claim that Beniko and Makoto must be dating, which they both deny at the same time, but the brothers ignore this and say not to worry if they get injured. They had an excellent team capable of using level 8 human magic, to which Beniko respond that they were the ones who should worry about getting hurt in this situation. The brothers laugh because there was no chance they would lose. The initial stats appeared when the leveling system was activated and represented physical strength. They should know that. Makoto realizes they wanted to compare stats, which was somewhat worrying because his own stats were lower despite his level. Still, the brothers remain firm and determined. They boast about their enormous stats and how, even at level 99, they could never be beaten. After all this rambling, they were finally ready to fight. Beniko gets irritated and tells them to stop talking nonsense and just start already. Makoto asks her to calm down, but she remains furious because they were annoying her. Their support team tries to calm the brothers down too, saying they had no reason to fight like this and should just let it go, but even so, Beniko wanted to continue. At that, Makoto mentions that her level is 94 and her weapon is a sword, and he really doesn't want her to do this, so he suggests leaving it all to him now. This seems absurd to Beniko, who doesn't understand his reasoning, but he explains that she wouldn't be able to win against people who had her stats. They couldn't just cut them down. With that, Beniko agrees to let the protagonist fight in her place, but warns him, and if he loses, she'll kill him. Makoto laughs, agreeing, but he knows there's no chance of that happening. At this point, the support team decides to start recording the battle between the brothers and Makoto. One of them begins by attacking with his upper hand and a kick, laughing about it. It should have been very painful, and now Makoto couldn't complain after accepting the challenge. But the brother is shocked because Makoto didn't even react to the blows. He decides to keep attacking, hoping to see if Makoto could actually block everything, launching a series of punches. This shocks Beniko because it was incredibly faster than expected. The other brother says that this was the obvious result. Being hit by one of his attacks would make anyone fall instantly. But Makoto easily dodges without much effort. He retaliates with just one punch that sends the brother flying far away, leaving the other completely stunned. The protagonist realizes he's messed up now. He'd use all this strength out of habit, but the remaining brother insists that there's no way his sibling could lose. Surely Makoto must have used some magic or a dirty trick to win like that. So he decides to attack Makoto with a 10th level air magic spell to get revenge. Makoto dodges, noticing that, like healing magic, it requires two hands to maintain the casting process. This makes him curious to ask Maria more about it later, but then he realizes that the attacks he dodged were heading straight for Beniko. Makoto merrily saves her from being hit. This leaves the brother shocked that his attacks were avoided like that. It should have been impossible for any normal person to beat them, but still, the protagonist hits him in the face with a dolphin plushie, ending the fight and the dispute. Afterward, Makoto sets Beniko down, asking if she's okay and apologizing for dodging without remembering she was so close, forgetting to check her safety. But Beniko just blushes silently, speechless, until she mentions that the dolphin plushie he threw earlier was actually a gift for Maria, and he only realizes this belatedly. A bit later, Ranj and Maria return, finding the pair chatting amiably with the brothers and the support team. They're confused, asking if they were new friends now. Beniko questions how they could possibly be seen as friends and asked the brothers how long they plan to stay, wasting her time, but they're determined. They declare they'll follow Makoto for the rest of their lives, treating him as their new boss. Because it was the first time they had ever lost, and it brought bad luck into their lives after so long. They bow in farewell and apologize to the two for the chaos they caused. Beniko sighs as so much had happened, and she was getting too tired. Now it was time to go home. Maria agrees, but before that, Makoto says he still needs to go to the dungeon and asks if they're coming with him. Maria enthusiastically agrees, even though the other two look exhausted after spending so much time at the amusement park. Despite being embarrassed, Beniko agrees to go with the protagonist and the girls decide to join as well. A bit later, a viral video with 800,000 views of Makoto defeating the level 99 brothers is discovered, having been posted just a day ago. The protagonist is shocked because the brothers were actually quite famous, but on top of that, it made a lot of money from it without his permission, and he doesn't understand how it came to this. That's when he realizes Kamashiro's calling him, saying he saw the video of Itsukura brothers. Makoto responds that he didn't want this much attention right now, but Kamashiro asks why Makoto's level is now, catching him off guard and confused about the question's purpose. Kamashiro decides to be clear this time of his intentions. He challenges Makoto to a one-on-one fight because he wants to believe he can defeat him with his own hands. Some time passes, and by January, Makoto heads to the dungeon once more, this time to the rank Blue cave on the 20th floor, where he faced a horde of dragons alone. The minimum level to face them was 35, but he thoroughly enjoys himself during the battle, and he killed many of them at once, leveling up several times with each monster he defeated, but he could still remember Kamashiro's old words from the past. During the call, Kamashiro said that ever since their first meeting, Makoto's level up ability and 1,000 experience point boost made him reflect on the situation. At the time, he could only find it somewhat interesting, but now, knowing the limits of level increases, seeing Makoto fight at the boss of that other dungeon, and also, having defeated the Sakura brothers, Kamashiro could not believe it. It was obvious that Makoto was beyond level 99, and the protagonist paused to reflect on all of this. Thinking that it doesn't matter now as he couldn't read Kamashiro's intentions, Makoto wanted to understand the point of the duel. Kamashiro replied that for Makoto, there shouldn't be any purpose. But Kamashiro had always acquired everything he wanted and needed without effort. He was above everyone else even before or after the level-up system emerged, until Makoto appeared. That's why he intended to confront Makoto now, wanting to give his best effort and surpass him with his own hands. Hearing Kamashiro's words, Makoto broke into a cold sweat as he said there was no need for a purpose from the beginning, when there was someone who knew everything. When there was someone who understood Makoto's true abilities, there was a chance to defeat him. A man who enjoyed interesting things like Kamashiro intrigued him deeply. That's why Kamashiro believed he didn't need to bother so much, but that didn't mean he intended to face the protagonist literally right now. He had his own life and would do whatever he wanted. Kamashiro was counting on that. After facing the horde of dragons, Makoto analyzed his stats and realized he was surpassing level 23,000 after the fight. He didn't seem to be lying. Even if he were in Kamashiro's position, Makoto wouldn't know how to defeat an opponent like himself. Suddenly, while considering all of this, a girl fell behind Makoto, leaving him completely baffled until she got up and ran excitedly toward him, asking if he was the famous Sakura Makoto. He asks how she knows his name, and she explained that she saw the video of the Sakura brothers. She thought it was super cool, and Makoto realized his name had spread way too far. She wanted to know if he was really the one who defeated those dungeon monsters. He agrees and she laughs, realizing she forgot to introduce herself, saying her name was Miki, and thanking him. She says he saved her life, leaving the protagonist confused since he couldn't remember doing that. Miki laughs, calling him humble, and starts explaining how she was swallowed whole by a monster. If it weren't for Makoto defeating those dragons, she probably would have lost her life completely. Still, he was both shocked and utterly confused by all this. After all, how could there be another person inside that dungeon besides him? Someone without equipment or weapons to defend themselves? Miki asks why he's staring at her so much. She wonders if it's some sort of competition, and Makoto looks away while she laughs, saying she never loses at this staring game. As promised, the loser will the other something. He responds that he never promised anything and asks if she's alone since he doesn't see anyone else. Miki confirms, saying no one else came to explore the dungeon with her. This made things even stranger. Being alone in a rank-key dungeon without tools, weapons, or armor and making it all the way to the 20th floor seemed highly suspicious. Makoto asks what her level is and she laughs, saying she's level 22, leaving him even more confused as she continues laughing and reveals she's 18 years old. This seemed even more impossible. Being in a rank-key dungeon at level 22 was practically a death sentence. Still, she insists it's the absolute truth. Miki continues to insist there's no need to lie and shows her status to the protagonist until suddenly, a dragon appears, grabs her in its mouth and carries her away. However, level 22 was still far too low to have made it so deep into the dungeon. It was bizarre how Miki managed to get so far on her own. While reflecting on this, it took only moments for the dragon to spit Miki out as if she were nothing. Makoto rushed to catch her and prevent her from getting hurt. It was strange because there was no sign of injuries or struggle. Without understanding what kind of person this girl was, Makoto asked her if she was okay as they landed on the ground. Not understanding how she could be unscathed, Miki couldn't grasp his concern, pointing out that it was Makoto who saved her life, which didn't seem convincing to him. After all, she was spat out by the dragon, which also breathed fire. She laughed, explaining that this was one of her special abilities and showed her status for him to see the details. Normally, no one would know about it, but Makoto noticed she had an ability and negated both physical and magical damage. That's why she hadn't suffered any injuries. It was as if Miki were invincible, and she even suggested he could try to kill her to confirm. Makoto immediately refused, saying he wouldn't do such a thing, even if she kept insisting. Faced with her persistence, Makoto couldn't adequately refuse and realized that if she wanted it so badly, he might as well try. He asked her to step back a little so he could test it. He couldn't believe he was actually going to do this, but he flicked her forehead, a move that would normally cause significant damage to his opponents, but she stood there perfectly fine. Protected by her ability, Miki found it amazing as a barrier always materialized to protect her entire body, nullifying any type of attack that tried to reach her. But even so, they could touch each other, which was strange. Makoto thought that even in a rank-gi dungeon, it was odd for a girl like her, at such a low level, to have survived. He told her it was still strange seeing her get so far and suggested she choose something better to suit her current state. Miki laughed, agreeing that was true. However, she said she wanted a lot of money, catching him off guard as she explained that she wanted tons of it. Miki revealed that she had been told to try and get rare items. That way, she could enter high-ranking dungeons. This greatly surprised Makoto because Miki didn't seem like the kind of person who cared about money, or at least didn't seem to. Given her cheerful smile, that's how it appeared. Still, Makoto decided the best option was to move on to the next floor, and she decided to accompany him on his journey. On the 21st floor, the two separated, and the protagonist reflected on his encounter with Miki. Even though she had an unbeatable ability that negated physical and magical damage, it was still worrisome. He couldn't feel relieved leaving a girl like her alone, so Makoto stopped, realizing that something similar had happened in the past. That's why, when Makoto went back to check on her, he found her in a clearly compromised state, calling for help while being licked by poisonous lizards that were holding her down. She said her vision was fading. Surrounded by those monsters, her body was now numb, and she couldn't move. Makoto noted that their names suggested poison. It seemed Miki could avoid injuries but not debuffs or attacks that affected her body's conditions. After she begged for help, Makoto finally killed the two monsters right there. She praised him for being strong. The two stared at each other for a long moment until Makoto remembered she couldn't move because of the poison, and he thought of what to do. Maybe he had some detox herbs, so he offered them to Miki to eat, a moment that felt almost like feeding a pet or something. She thanked him for it. Makoto said it was okay, but really suggested she avoid dying or taking too many risks. Her low level needed to be addressed in dungeons quickly. But Miki responded that she didn't have time to waste because she needed a lot of money and had to enter high-level dungeons for that, something he could somewhat understand. Soon, Miki revealed that she needed money to pay off debts. Her parents had passed away after becoming her legal guardians, leaving her behind with a pile of bills. She and her older sister lived alone together. They weren't doing that well, but her sister worked hard to pay off their parents' debts while also providing for her education and needs. Additionally, her sister gave Miki money whenever she needed to go out. She was truly a good person, always thinking about Miki before herself, her own needs, desires, and dreams. That's why Miki went out to find money to pay off those debts together so that parents could rest in peace, but also to help her older sister. She wanted to give her the chance to enjoy life in the same way. After telling all this, Miki laughed, embarrassed for rambling on so long, not even sure why she told him everything. But she wanted to tell Makoto. The truth was, he could remember Maria saying something similar to make her parents recognize her maturity and efforts from afar. Before Miki could turn and leave, Makoto grabbed her wrist. She turned back, asking what was wrong, which made him nervous, stammering as he apologized if he made her uncomfortable. If she didn't mind, he wanted to help her complete the dungeon and level up. Even as he said it, Makoto hesitated, realizing how bold the offer sounded. He apologized for making such a daring offer, but Miki laughed, saying she'd never forget his help, holding his hand and genuinely happy about it. If it had been the old Makoto, he wouldn't have said anything like that. Perhaps Miki's determination made her eyes shine and helped him understand there was much more to this. But it was far too dangerous to leave that girl alone in a dungeon like this. Miki felt happy because it was fun, like gaining a younger brother for her to take care of. Although Makoto could sense her older sister Aura, it was still him who needed to take care of things. Miki mentioned that always being alone was quite sad, but being with Makoto, who was at level 20,000, made her feel very safe. However, what truly shocked him was realizing that she somehow knew about his stats from the very beginning. He asked her how she found out, to which she apologized, explaining that she accidentally peeked earlier, which was why she knew he was so powerful from the start. Makoto sighed, realizing he had been quite careless, and she seemed determined to reach his level as well. However, he reminded her that level 99 was the limit. This only left Miki more shocked, wanting to know how he surpassed it. Makoto thought he should have just stayed quiet, as this was supposed to be common knowledge. Still, she had seen more than enough, so he asked her to keep this a secret for him. They continued further into the depths of the dungeon. On the 22nd floor, he faced a Daedalum sorcerer. Although its attacks hit Makoto directly, they caused no significant damage, which explained a lot. It seemed the Daedalum was just attacking so Miki could take the opportunity to defeat it. He let her take the lead, only watching and waiting for the right moment to intervene. An hour later, Miki managed to level up 13 times. Exhausted, Makoto acknowledged that she had done a great job, almost unable to believe she defeated the boss on her own. Reflecting on it, her immunity to damage compensated for her low attack power, which was why Miki could win after putting in such a long effort in those battles. Makoto mentioned Miki had said he would help, but it seemed like she didn't even need him. She laughed, agreeing it was the case. When traveling alone, she usually just ran and hid. But because Makoto trusted her, Miki now had the confidence to face her adversaries. She showed him an axe she got as loot from the dungeon boss. She wanted to know if it suited her, and he agreed, which made her excited. With a good weapon in hand, it was time for them to move even further into the dungeon. By the 25th floor, she had reached level 39. On the 30th floor, she was level 48, having acquired even more rare and expensive items. Makoto noticed these items and realized it was his first time seeing them. He didn't even know their true purposes. Miki agreed, noting that the stone bomb should work as its name implied. They all seemed like rare items, so it would be good to sell them. Makoto thought that if she could pay off her debts with this, it would be a great opportunity to use them. The offer to store the items for her is bad for the time being. It continued through the floors even though Miki hesitated out of fear of the monsters. She thought of her sister back home and gained the courage to become even stronger, leveling up to 70 and using her items to face each of the dungeon's monsters. She didn't intend to hesitate again or leave out of fear. Even Makoto was surprised by her evolution. She would certainly become very powerful in the future. When she shipped her status to the protagonist, he praised her, admitting he was wrong before and offering to help. She seemed perfectly capable of handling things on her own now. Although Miki agreed, she still had some fears and wanted to continue having him by her side. Suddenly, she gained a skill called First Level of Magic Identification. It could probably help her learn more about monsters and items, making it a highly useful skill. Miki decided to test it on the axe she had acquired earlier. Sighing, she found the information was very limited, likely because the skill was still at level 1. They also tried identifying items with unknown uses, but it didn't work. They weren't sure if the items were unidentifiable or if it was due to Miki's low level, but for now, the skill wasn't leading anywhere and was set aside. Miki apologized for this and Makoto reassured her it was fine. They could continue testing other items as they advanced through the dungeon floors. On the 40th floor, Miki was impressed by the beauty of the place. Makoto noted that it was colder than usual but realized they were far enough now. As they entered the room, the doors closed instantly, and suddenly they noticed a black lighter appear in the middle of the room, its recommended level to fight unknown. Makoto wondered if it had been there from the start, who was truly intimidating, and suggested Miki use her identification magic. She tried it on the monster and discovered that it was weak to holy light magic. That was all she could find out. She decided to hold onto that information for now while Makoto would handle the situation, but suddenly, the lighter let out a loud roar. When Makoto tried using his 10th level magic, nothing happened. It seemed Liger's ability was to seal magic immediately upon roaring. They both realized this at the same time, understanding they need to fight in this state. The Liger charged at Miki, and she prepared to defend herself using her axe, but it exploded. This got her off guard. Makoto thought there was no need to panic. She was practically unbeatable. Even without his help, she could probably handle it. But since it was the 4 boss, he grew concerned, pushing Miki out of the way to protect her and getting swallowed by the Liger in her place, leaving her worried for him. Even though Makoto assured her he was fine, she couldn't believe it was true. Makoto was using all his strength to free himself from the Liger, but nothing seemed to work. He was being completely swallowed by the 4 boss. Miki grew even more anxious, but Makoto told her to stay away and not touch the boss until he was entirely consumed. Makoto found himself inside what seemed like the Liger's stomach or perhaps some other dimension. He could still faintly hear Miki's voice from somewhere else. He realized he was above her in the chamber but needed to escape from that place first. Even punching the ground didn't work, it was too hard to break through. Still, it wasn't completely indestructible. While Makoto tried to escape, Miki became the boss's new target. She attempted to attack it with her axe, but it caused no damage. The Liger pounced on her, knocking her onto her back and sending her weapon flying. When she rolled onto her stomach, she accidentally broke an item that triggered a massive explosion. This sent both Makoto and the Liger flying. Miki saw a figure standing after the explosion, and the two of them eventually realized it was Gargantua. It was likely one of the unidentified item's uses. Miki was impressed, realizing she was in capable hands after feeling so long before. Makoto became curious to see how Gargantua would fight. Gargantua punched the Liger, but soon he too was swallowed into the chamber where Makoto was trapped. This gave the protagonist an idea while Miki continued trying to find ways to defeat the boss. Makoto decided to use another one of the unidentified items just in case. He pulled out the Exodia, but the item wouldn't work. Then Miki noticed it seemed more like a lighter. When she opened and tried to ignite it, a magic circle appeared. 3 hours earlier on the 30th floor, Makoto approached Miki saying he had something to give her. He suddenly appeared behind her, startling her since he had vanished before. She'd asked how he did it, wondering if it was some sort of magic. He confirmed it was a first-level teleportation magic for instant relocation that he had just learned. It was only first level, so it still cost a bit of MP, and he felt slightly nauseous after using it or overusing it. But he didn't need to worry since he could get used to it over time. Miki smiled, finding him interesting, which made Makoto nervous as he got a little too excited. Back in the battle, Makoto told Gargantua to help him. To his surprise, Gargantua could speak, saying they needed to destroy either the wall, the floor, or something to escape quickly. Gargantua replied that it was impossible. The space was made of a special crystal. Even if they managed to crack it, it would repair itself eventually. Makoto then asked if Gargantua could use magic, and he said no. However, he could act as a conduit for a large release of magic, like a power catalyst. What touched Gargantua allowed the user to configure 3 types of magical abilities. The magic within him could only be used once before requiring reconfiguration. It was important to note that healing or revival magic could be used through him. Makoto asked about sealing magic, but Gargantua stated such attacks wouldn't work on the Liger. That was enough for Makoto, giving him a chance to escape. Meanwhile, Miki managed to summon a large fire creature from within the lighter. She asked if it was Exodia, to which he laughed and confirmed, introducing himself as the fiery spirit Exodia, summoned from the depths of hell. However, Miki sighed, saying she didn't like him because he reminded her of a guy who flirted with her in middle school and looked a lot like Exodia. Exodia apologized, saying he didn't want to be compared to awkward and weird teenagers. Moreover, Exodia tells her to look at the monster, saying it was so afraid of him that it wouldn't dare approach. He wasn't there to waste time after being summoned. Vicky ignores Exodia's rambling and he simply tells her to make her wish because he could grant only one wish. That was the point of his summoning and he could fulfill it. She asks him to help revive Makoto, who was swallowed by the monster earlier. Exodia is surprised that she asked for someone else and responds that this cannot be done. He explains that Makoto is still alive, just sealed inside his space. Miki then asks Exodia to simply save him, to which he questions if she is sure. After all, she asked for anything, money, power, anything. But at this point, she wanted nothing else. So Exodia agrees, but just before he can act, something happens. Exodia announces that her wish cannot be fulfilled because Makoto himself escapes using his first-level teleportation magic. The two of them then team up against the boss. Makoto uses his 10th level ice magic through Gargantua, shocking Miki as she watches, especially when Makoto assures her he's fine, as promised. She runs to him in relief that he's okay. He mentions that he got incredibly lucky this time because Gargantua was there to help him at the critical moment. Exodia sighs, saying she was about to waste a precious wish just to save Makoto's life. He suggests she should use the wish for something that could benefit herself instead. He points to the black lighter, reminding her that she could defeat the boss on her own. After all, Makoto promised at the start that he would help her conquer the dungeon by herself. Miki agrees and finishes off the dungeon boss, leveling up to 99, the maximum possible. She also acquires the Shadow Sphere, an item left behind by the monster. They only knew its name for now, but Miki felt certain it must be important. Exodia asks if she plans to leave him waiting to hear her wish. She apologizes while Makoto is a bit surprised that the spirit waited so long. Exodia asks her again what her wish will be. Miki reflects and Makoto recalls that she wanted to eliminate her debts, but instead of asking, Miki says she doesn't want anything. The spirit laughs, finding her fascinating. He says he likes Miki and decides to leave, letting her know she can summon him again at any time. Makoto turns to her, asking if she's sure, and she nods, saying he had helped her a lot already. Now she's wanted to handle her issues on her own. Makoto laughs, saying he didn't do much. With that, they finish the dungeon and high-five each other, although both are curious to know how much money they could make by selling the Shadow Sphere. They decide to eat and rest first. Later, they sell the items and learn that the Shadow Sphere is estimated to be worth 100 million yen. The clerk explains that this is only a preliminary estimate, but it's around that value. The crystals inside it, long awaited, could be used as an energy source for the world. The magical assessment determined that the sphere contains a massive energy source worth hundreds of millions, much larger than normal, which is impressive. Although the estimate is based on current information, the item's true value could be even higher. The clerk says it will take a few days to perform a more detailed inspection. Once they determine the appropriate price, they will contact Miki and Makoto again. Miki thanks the clerk, agreeing to the arrangement. The clerk then asks if they had completed the Rent Key dungeon. When Makoto confirms, she congratulates them, saying they were the first to clear that particular dungeon. Even after Red Shadow, players who cleared unmapped dungeons still receive rewards, making the two laugh. The clerk feels they didn't understand her point. She mentions that Red Shadow was a special case, so they won't get 30 million yen for this one, but the Ranked Gi dungeon will offer 3 million yen as a transfer reward once verified. Makoto responds that they can just transfer all the money to Miki, surprising her since he was acting like this again. But he asks her to wait before jumping to conclusions. Miki insists that they completed the dungeon together and should split the money, warning him that she'll get really mad otherwise. If he kept refusing her, she would become quite scary. At this point, Makoto realized he didn't want to make her angry and decided to keep things as they were. In the end, they managed to earn a lot of money, and Miki was happy because she could surprise her older sister. She asked if Makoto had become friends with Gargantua. If that was the case, they couldn't sell him, especially since before they get in the dungeon, they had to deal with Gargantua getting stuck at the exit. He was too big to fit through the door. His work was slowly wrapping up, and that's when Makoto asked if he could protect him while he slept. It was always a problem when monsters would come up. He asked if Gargantua would like to work alongside him, to which Gargantua replied that it would be an honor. Miki was content seeing the two of them agreeing and getting along. Makoto apologized for not asking her opinion first and explained that he placed Gargantua at his bag when he realized the giant couldn't fit through the door to leave. Back in the present, Makoto told Miki that Gargantua was still hers and that he had no intention of selling him. That's when Miki remembered something and summoned Exodia again. She had decided on her wish, making Exodia laugh with excitement to fulfill his purpose. But to shatter his expectations a second time, she wished to be his friend. Miki explained that the boy who had flirted with her in middle school was probably just bored or wanted to get closer to her and make friends. That's why she believed that Exodia might feel the same way. This left him somewhat shocked, and he stated that he didn't need to use his power to grant such a wish. He asked her not to compare him again to those silly teenagers. In response, Miki demanded he stop calling her little girl and use her proper name. As a spirit who somehow managed to stutter while doing so, Exodia proved her point. He did seem like a nervous teenager struggling to talk to others. Finally, Exodia vanished and Makoto commented that the two of them seemed pretty close. He thought that since her wish had been granted, it was a good thing, even if it wasn't significant. But if it was Miki, he felt he could trust things in her hands. She then asked what he planned to do next, and Makoto reflected on Kamashiro and his upcoming fight with him. As he fell silent, Miki grew confused until he explained what was about to happen. This made her recognize how strong he truly was, and she asked if it was about the Sachikura brothers. Makoto immediately denied it, explaining that it was a friend he would face. That's why he hesitated. It was a fight without meaning, and frankly, it wouldn't matter who won. That's when Miki looked at him deeply and remarked on how much he had changed since they first met. Back then, he had immediately avoided her gaze, but now he could meet her eyes. They didn't need to be a meaning, but he couldn't avoid his friends. After a long silence, Miki blushed and turned away, making Makoto laugh because it seemed like he had won the staring contest this time. She was embarrassed, muttering that it was only because they were eye to eye. Still, the protagonist thanked her for her words, and she laughed, saying it wasn't about that. Instead, she wanted to thank him for everything he had done so far. With that, the two said their goodbyes. Makoto pulled out his phone, remembering her words about not avoiding his friends. He looked at Kamashiro's contact. Meanwhile, Kamashiro was fighting monsters alone to become even stronger, impressing even his group. The floor boss was defeated in a spectacular manner. Beniko mentioned that it had been a long time since he had been this serious, finding it interesting to see an act that way. Kamashiro replied that he was just excited, not mentioning that Makoto had agreed to the duel. On another day, Kamashiro visited Makoto at home. Greeting him, he remarked that it was Moom and said he wanted to show Makoto his family's mining site. Makoto asked how Kamashiro knew where he lived even though it wasn't a big deal. Kamashiro replied that he couldn't say but hinted someone had told him. Makoto quickly deduced it was probably Maria. Kamashiro tossed something to Makoto, a ring called the Grand Shell. It was an item that could withstand 3 attacks for its user, absorbing consecutive hits. The ring would change color from red to black before losing its value and power. Makoto asked that the one who lost the ring first would lose the duel, to which Kamashiro confirmed. This setup would allow them to fight on equal terms without getting hurt. Still, it felt strange to Makoto because he could easily win the blink of an eye. Even still, Kamashiro questioned why Makoto agreed to the duel if he had been thinking this way from the start. Makoto replied that he needed to face his friends regardless. This was how he thought now, which made Kamashiro smile, noting how much Makoto had changed. He asked if it could be some kind of budding love, but Makoto sighed, denying it. Enough with the small talk, Kamashiro decided they should start the duel immediately. Makoto planned to defeat him and think about everything more deeply afterward. He had never seen Kamashiro give his all in a battle before. Although Kamashiro began by attacking with ice magic, Makoto dodged easily, but felt something was off. Even though it was just ordinary ice magic, Makoto couldn't discern what Kamashiro was planning. He didn't want to hold back, so he quickly teleported behind Kamashiro. Using first-level teleportation magic, Makoto struck him, feeling the nauseating effects as he still wasn't fully used to the magic. With that attack, Kamashiro acknowledged that Makoto had scored a point. He rushed at Makoto again with incredible speed, firing another ice spell. Makoto was forced to retreat, unsure where Kamashiro had disappeared to, only for him to appear above, attempting another attack. Once again, Makoto dodged. They continued a game of cat and mouse, with Makoto evading Kamashiro's back attacks. Kamashiro's sword strikes failed to land on the protagonist. However, Makoto had to admit Kamashiro's speed was remarkable. It was just manageable enough for Makoto to keep dodging. Before he could plan a counterattack, Makoto was caught off guard when Kamashiro predicted his teleportation and struck him with his sword, scoring a point and evening the score. Makoto retreated, realizing he had underestimated Kamashiro's intelligence in reading his movements. From the start, the sudden ice magic and Kamashiro's seamless attacks hinted at something unusual. Makoto asked where Kamashiro was casting his magic from. Kamashiro chuckled, admitting he'd been found out, and decided it would be unfair not to explain. He revealed that he had acquired 4 skills. The first was ice magic, and another required only a tenth of his experience points, the magic field. This skill allowed him to operate within a specific area, with unique uses depending on the user. Kamashiro's field magic included a domain expansion ability, which allowed him to freely cast magic throughout the area. At that moment, Makoto dodged another large ice attack in time. Kamashiro remarked that Makoto's movements were far too simple and predictable. He explained that reading an opponent was crucial, and Makoto's movements were always obvious. Based on how he guided Kamashiro, it was clear where Makoto would go. With this knowledge, Kamashiro launched another attack while Makoto was still airborne, believing he had ended the battle in style without much trouble. As his rain turned completely black, Kamashiro recalled his childhood. From a young age, older children sought his help in class, praising him for his intelligence and calling him a true genius. These compliments satisfied Kamashiro, making him smile, though he swallowed words he couldn't say, smiling out of habit for everyone. He couldn't let his environment affect him and had to keep working hard, as his parents always told him. With hard work, he could achieve anything he wanted. Hard work was comforting, and he easily won the national high school kendo competition, shocking everyone with his skill. As just a first-year student, he had been an ordinary student a few months earlier, but suddenly became a professional in the field, leading everyone to believe he was a genius. But it wasn't fun. Kamashiro wanted to grow stronger and happier, yet he continued to push himself, disappointed by the distance between himself and others in the world. Training should have been fun, but it never was. He easily defeated his opponents, receiving praise for his incredible skill wherever he went. People marveled at him, saying no one could match a genius like him. Even ordinary people felt insignificant in comparison. It was as though Kamashiro belonged to a completely different world, constantly called a genius, yet deep down he longed for an exciting battle that would truly ignite his passion. Something real, something that would push him to strive and reach his peak. Makoto had acquired the level-up skill that granted him 1,000 experience points, but his movements and attacks were all too predictable. With just one glance, Kamashiro could foresee everything Makoto would do. However, that wasn't entirely the case, as Makoto managed to avoid his strikes. Laughing midair, Kamashiro complimented Makoto as a good person, but that wasn't enough. Kamashiro continued using his ice magic against the protagonist, could dodge every attack. Makoto rushed toward him, and Kamashiro once again used an attack to trap him, waiting for him to appear from above so he could win. Kamashiro watched as Makoto prepared, wondering if he was about to cast a spell despite the great distance between them. He could hit him with ice magic, but to his shock, something happened. Kamashiro could no longer use his magic field. He recalled his time training in kendo. He met Kaido, who approached him and asked if it was fun practicing alone like that. Completely unfazed by the implication, Kamashiro's indifference irritated Kaido, who was enraged by his attitude. Kamashiro didn't need to seem to respect battles. At the very least, Kaido said, "You should try his hardest and honor his opponent." Kamashiro mockingly told him to do so, challenging Kaido to try his luck since all he had to do was land one hit. Before things escalated, Beneko stepped between them, separating them and warning that they couldn't fight like this. If something happened, they'd be in serious trouble. First-year students would have to face the consequences, and Kaido should know there was no need to rush things in the kendo club. Everything would be resolved with their swords. Beneko added that Kaido was probably scared he couldn't beat Kamashiro, which only fueled Kaido's anger further. Beneko then suggested it could be 3 against 1, adding range to the group, disregarding any rumors about Kamashiro being a genius or anything like that. He would still need to give his all. Beneko wanted to ensure that Kamashiro would leave the match with a satisfied smile. Kaido told Kamashiro to pay close attention. The only thing unbeatable is a current genius. Now facing Makoto, Kamashiro realized that creating a magic circle in a specific area sounded difficult. Using teleportation magic, Makoto moved the circle to Kamashiro's back, hitting him squarely. This got Kamashiro completely off guard. He wondered how Makoto managed to do that, as Makoto used his 10th level light magic, demonstrating that true genius wasn't the only thing unbeatable. There were also monsters like Makoto. Kamashiro had to admit that even in a real battle, this was an incredible clash. Excited to continue, Kamashiro charged at Makoto with his sword, narrowing his magic field for more precise movements around himself. The two exchanged blows, with Makoto marveling at how sharpening ice magic to incorporate additional movements was impressive and must have required intense training. Kamashiro noticed that Makoto was using intuition to predict when to dodge. He even combined his magics, proving to be a worthy opponent on Kamashiro's level. But Kamashiro still had a trump card, 10th level cloning magic. With it, he copied teleportation magic and combined it with his ice spells. Makoto noticed this and recalled Kamashiro mentioning earlier that he had 4 abilities. It seemed the third was copying skills. However, even this wouldn't be enough to win. Makoto landed a punch squarely on Kamashiro's face. The battle between the genius and the monster continued until it finally ended. The two reunited afterward for a meal together. There was a proper feast, and Makoto asked if Kamashiro always ate so much. Kamashiro replied that he didn't usually, but this time was an exception. He had told Kyudo, who prepared the meal, that he was bringing a friend home, so she went all out. Makoto thanked her for food and began eating, surprised by how delicious it was. Kurara laughed, thanking him for the compliment. She admitted she worried it wouldn't suit his taste, adding that if that were the case, he'd have to leave immediately. This left Makoto confused, but Kamashiro reassured him it was just a joke. He reminded Makoto that Cleo had been around for as long as he could remember. She was the one who took care of Kamashiro's family. Makoto thought it must be part of her personality to act and speak that way. At F8, Kamashiro expressed gratitude for failing so miserably to win. Makoto replied that it wasn't quite like that, it was just a small difference between them, as Kamashiro had worked hard too. Even so, Kamashiro pointed out that Makoto usually didn't need to dodge mundane attacks when rules restrained him to this degree. It was a well-executed strategy even though Kamashiro thought Makoto usually relied on his stats. That almost stunned Makoto, though Kamashiro laughed, saying it was just a joke. Moreover, Kamashiro made something clear. If Makoto didn't mind, he wanted to invite him to officially join the Senku no Jurin group, which left Makoto deep in thought, especially with Kurio's intimidating aura beside him. Still, Makoto declined, prompting Kamashiro to ask why. The protagonist responded that it would be boring. If everything was laid out for him in a predictable curve, it would take away the excitement. Kamashiro laughed, saying he expected that answer, and Makoto admitted he had questions too. He had heard Kamashiro was aiming to conquer a ranked dungeon. If Kamashiro was pursuing it, there had to be something special behind it, more than just completing it. This made Kamashiro smile and ask what Makoto thought dungeons were. It had been a year since they began appearing. The process of studying the leveling system and the items left behind by monsters in the hands of players was only accessible to the chosen few. Meanwhile, Miki's older sister met a young man who noticed she was still searching for her younger sister. She laughed, saying Miki was the cutest thing in the world. The young man asked why she didn't just talk to Miki via video call. Instead, she was focused on looking at her photos. Mika explained she couldn't get in touch with her. Apparently, Miki was inside a dungeon and Mika was deeply worried. Because of her, her sister had left home to clear a rank key dungeon. And on top of that, he had some boy. That was absolutely unforgivable. This boy dared mess with her precious Miki, and Mika wanted to meet Makoto face to face. The young man told her to calm down, saying it was quite an impressive theory, but he couldn't believe she was right. Mika laughed and ran off, saying she wished she had heard this earlier. She said they should forget everything they knew because, in this era, anything was possible in this world. She then donned her lab coat. Mika was a dungeon researcher and asked the young man if he had tried operating the dungeon during a commotion. He confirmed he had, mentioning something about vibrations. Meanwhile, Kamashiro continued talking about wanting to understand everything about dungeons. He believed the answer lay within the rank of dungeon he sought to conquer. Makoto understood his perspective, confessing he had never thought about such things. But whatever the case, it was thanks to dungeons that he had made such friends. This drew a laugh from Kamashiro, who remarked that Makoto had changed a lot since their first meeting. He had said so before, though Makoto didn't think it was necessarily a good thing. Kamashiro insisted it was a good thing. After all, as long as he was a player, he couldn't avoid meeting others. That was certain, because Makoto would undoubtedly meet even more people from here on out, causing him to change and grow further as a person. However, the idea of meeting so many people seemed almost boring to Makoto. Even so, he looked forward to what the future held for him. Time passed and rumors began spreading among players about the most powerful female player who had cleared a rank key dungeon. They said she didn't need protection and used only her axe to achieve victory. She had gone on to conquer various dungeons alone. Moreover, she was always accompanied by a fearsome, bloodthirsty monster. The most surprising thing, however, was that she was said to be gentle and kind-hearted, a detail that only made the rumors sound even more absurd. But Miki herself didn't live up to such grand rumors. At that moment, she had just lost something. It was an item in her bag and Exobi aside, calling her a whining child, urging her to hurry to the next floor. However, she gave him a stern look, something Exodia clearly didn't appreciate because he insisted he hadn't eaten her hamburger. Miki asked how he knew it was a hamburger if she hadn't mentioned it to him before. Exodia complimented her for noticing that detail, but Miki complained, saying no one else was around except him. She asked if he had eaten her food while she was asleep. Exodia hesitated before denying it. Not even touching him, the two argued about it until Exodia decided to hide because she was too stubborn, and Miki sighed, agreeing and deciding she would ignore him now. She descended deeper to the 15th floor, where she noticed a thick, dense mist until all four of her limbs were restrained by the four-boss, Lark, who appeared. Miki realized she was losing her senses, probably due to poison, and the mist was also making her drowsy, but she needed to find a way to overcome it. Suddenly, Exodia came out to save Miki, blasting the four-boss with just one attack. But shortly after, he fell into the water, suffering because he was a fire entity. Despite Miki's concern, he told her not to look in his direction clearly well enough, so she decided to focus on the battle against the monster in front of her. Grabbing her axe and charging toward the four-boss, she used her 10th level light magic to defeat it, then ran to check if Exodia was still okay after falling. He assured her he was fine, and a little later, the two managed to retrieve the item left behind by the four-boss, a memory mirror, capable of revealing more about what happened in the past at a specific location. Becky decided to keep the item and find a room where they could rest, but Exodia had told her to stop for a moment. Her clothes were completely soaked, and besides, he had something he wanted to say, explaining that after granting her a wish, he would disappear and be reborn elsewhere. His memories would vanish, leaving only the desire to fulfill someone's will behind, but Miki was different. He wasn't treated as a tool for granting wishes and then discarded. She had shown him dignity, and he was grateful for that. Miki said she was happy to hear it but was confused about whether he had always been this serious. He grumbled that he wasn't done talking even as Miki turned away, saying they would finish the conversation later, leaving him behind because she wanted to use the mirror. Through the mirror, she managed to see something inside. It was a monster approaching and stealing Miki's burger, but Exodia appeared to save the day and prevent it from happening. Then he literally ate it right afterward, making Miki confront Exodia, demanding answers. He got nervous, responding that there must have been some kind of mistake, but she wanted to know why he had lied to her, feeling more sad about it than upset that he ate her burger on his own. After a moment, Exodia apologized. He admitted he had been curious about the taste because she always seemed to enjoy eating so much, but he was afraid she would hate him for it. Miki said she didn't like lies, and he replied that he hadn't known Map, and he added that the burger was good, which made Miki happy, and she promised they would make more together later. She also apologized for not noticing that he enjoyed eating too. After making amends, the two climbed the stairs with Miki asking about what he meant earlier. He replied that she could just forget about it now, even though she was curious to know. After waiting for his words, Exodia finally admitted that he would never grant her a wish. The two exited the dungeon and Miki stretched, relieved they had conquered the dungeon safely. She wanted to tell Makoto all about it. She sent him a message, or tried to, feeling nervous about sending it. Exodia questioned what was wrong and suggested she could just call the boy and talk about it. Not understanding why she was so embarrassed, Miki wasn't sure. She didn't know why, but she felt strange thinking about Makoto answering on the other end. That Exodia clicked to call him anyway, making Miki even more nervous because she was practically forced to make the call. It didn't take long for Makoto to answer. So the two talk on the phone during a spring in April, marking a full year since dungeons first appeared in that world, since Miki and Makoto had first gone to the Blue Cave dungeon. 2.5 months had passed. Without thinking much about it, Makoto had just kept focusing on completing as many dungeons as possible. As a result, he gained some new abilities including Admirable Status Self-Recovery, 7-fold Magical Efficiency, and he even reached level 40,000. Because of this, Makoto drew too much attention. Girls were curious about him and almost found him cute because he was a short boy, but more people started recognizing him. Recently, they treated him that way, asking for autographs and approaching him, including someone Makoto had previously fought at his school, a person he despised. He had heard several stories about the protagonist, the one who took advantage of the Senka of no Girin group. There were myths that he was also responsible for Miki's rise, the one who had become the strongest female player of the current era, and was also the legend who faced the Tsukuro brothers for fame. It was good to see he was doing well in life. After all this time, it seemed that Makoto was still a person without any value. The boy's peers approached him laughing because even Makoto had something going for him with a number of dungeons he had conquered. But they still thought they were more worthy and stronger than him, so they just wanted to take his wallet now. There shouldn't be any problems. The boys laughed because Makoto was quiet and clearly looked like he must be dying of fear, but he simply said the guy really hadn't changed at all even after a whole year. He was still a huge jerk and Makoto disappeared, shocking all the boys who had been staring at him until now. It seemed like he was daring to look down on them in such a way. The protagonist used his teleportation to get far away because he didn't want to waste his time with those people accidentally bumping into someone while walking down the street. The two stared at each other and the person who was looking at him recognized Makoto. It took him a moment to remember Ezuin, who was also from his former school class. In the past, adults evaluated Makoto's conduct after he tried to do everything to stop the bullying that was being done to Ezuin and ended up starting a fight with Sakuraba in the process. But according to his classmates' accounts, no one was aware of the bullying happening, and even Ezuin had denied that he was being bullied in the classroom. But Kamano understood the point being made, and so all the blame was placed on him for starting a fight in school, which ultimately led to his expulsion as a consequence. Back in the present, Ezuin was content to meet the protagonist again. He had always been seeing news about him around the city, and nervously thanked him for his words. As a player, he was really happy to see Ezuin as well, and Makoto asked if he had also become a player, something he confirmed, explaining that he dropped out of school. That was because he really admired Makoto's courage, and he also apologized for what had happened in the past. He couldn't admit the truth to the school's teachers, which ended up causing Makoto to be expelled, but the protagonist responded that it was okay. The real bad guys behind it all were Sakuraba and his companions who had started it, and some of the adults were also to blame, which surprised Ezuin. It was quite kind of him to say such considerate things, and he even joked that there must be lots of girls after Makoto now, something he wanted to brush aside because he was just being honest, but in any case, the two were happy to make amends this way in the present. That was when Ezuin asked where he was to Makoto, a friend, a classmate, or maybe just a pathetic kid who was bullied in the past and was a loser. The protagonist was confused by the question and replied that, to be honest, he didn't even know how to define it. However, Ezuin cut him off and Subma decided to say goodbye. Makoto just watched him walk away. A little later, he became confused because even looking at the map, the F-rank dungeon he wanted to visit wasn't there. Tokyo really was a confusing place. That was when he received a call from Miki. Meanwhile, Ezuin was passing by Sakuraba and his group who were still looking for Makoto, not knowing where he had gone. But they passed Ezuin, they wondered if they knew him, which made Sakuraba laugh and go after him, surrounding the boy while commenting that they were encountering many useless people. Sakuraba suggested they could have a nice chat. Meanwhile, Makoto was on a call with Miki, who talk about how Exobi had even ate her burger that day. He grumbled because no one could resist something so delicious, something Makoto agreed with, and Miki complained because the two of them were just two idiots on the same side. Miki was happy to see that the protagonist was laughing a lot that day. He seemed different, and Makoto was surprised because he usually seemed to be in such a bad mood. He asked if she remembered when he had said he dropped out of school in the past, and explained that he had tried to forget everything, but deep down it still affected him. Before, Makoto couldn't do anything, and because of that, the bullying against a classmate only got worse over time. But now, he finally reconnected with that person from before. He had the opportunity to talk to him, which made him very happy and relieve him of a burden, without even realizing that in parallel, Izuen was taking down Sakuraba, mocking him because he couldn't remain the nobody that expected him to be. Sakuraba was shocked, as they were all level 99, yet Izuen had reached that point. And Izuen mocked further, revealing his current level was 10,000, far beyond any of them. Some unknown amount of time passed, and Makoto suddenly woke up to voices. They were asking if he was okay and if he hadn't died. Strangers worry about him, wondering if he was still breathing or just delirious. They realized they needed some kind of potion, and Makoto figured he must have been poisoned somehow. They were inside the G-rank Endless Desert Dungeon. Makoto recalled that he had encountered an eggplant, which was clearly not an ordinary eggplant but a third-level poisonous monster that caught him off guard. The players, noticing the protagonist had regained consciousness, asked if he was okay and if he could move, thinking he had been paralyzed for a long time. The Covenant was a little surprised. He replied that he was fine because he had a skill to recover from abnormal statuses, realizing the group had intended to use a rare item just to help him. The players were surprised that such a skill existed, introducing themselves as Otsuka Eiji and the other as Hiroko, his wife. Makoto also introduced himself to the pair. Eiji mentioned that this dungeon was far too dangerous for him, even with Makoto explaining that he was at level 99, which Hiroko found laughable given the situation. She pointed out it was such a common mistake for someone of such a high level to get poisoned so easily, and Eiji asked if he could see Makoto's stats just to confirm. They were just concerned about him, which made Makoto hesitate. The couple smiled, reassuring him there was no need to feel embarrassed about hiding his low level. Everyone had to start somewhere. The protagonist felt embarrassed being treated that way, but still said he wanted to complete the dungeon nonetheless. They understood his determination, but still mourned that proceeding alone in his condition was far too dangerous. They suggested helping him if he was so determined to reach the end. It was true that leaving Makoto alone could be problematic. Despite the protagonist's attempts to decline, he felt something strange. They were carrying him and worried about his well-being. Remembering Kamashiro's words about meeting many others in the future, he couldn't help but thank the couple for their kindness, admitting he had been alone for a long time. Perhaps this was a good opportunity to try going with others, and the couple was delighted to accompany Makoto to the end of the dungeon. They promised to take care of him and ensure his safety, though Makoto felt uncomfortable as the two treated him like a child, constantly ruffling his hair. Thus, the group formed by the couple reached the second floor, where they encountered branching paths. They decided to take the middle path and went ahead to keep Makoto safe. They warned him to be careful because it was very dark inside. Along the way, the protagonist asked how he knew so much about the dungeon. Eiji explained they had been inside this dungeon several times, with their plan being to gradually level up and gather good items over the time spent there. Hiroko added that they had only reached the 20th floor last time and planned to get to the 30th this time. The two had been studying in the third year of college together. They were saving money for their wedding after finishing their dungeon explorations. Childhood friends, they wanted to throw a big, elegant event. Hiroko asked Makoto if there was someone he was interested in, but he denied it. Still, she pressed him for details about his love life, reassuring him there was no need to worry. She promised not to tell anyone, which made her curious about whether he was close to any girl. He admitted that he was, and she got excited about the topic. She suggested he might find his ideal match among them, but he asked his wife to calm down a bit. They decided to get more information out of Makoto later. Thinking about childhood friends, the protagonist remembered a girl, recalling that when his father remarried, he had a friend too, or something like that. As they delved deeper into the dungeon, they encountered some monsters. Eiji and Hiroko prepared to fight, keeping Makoto away to wait for them while they handled the battle. They began by using level 5 explosion magic, and Makoto couldn't understand how they could see anything with so much dust in the air caused by the massive explosion. Successfully, the two defeated the monsters, quickly reducing his visibility and focusing their magical attack on a specific point, especially with their teamwork. Suddenly, an earth dragon appeared behind Makoto, shocking the couple, as it should have been hiding underground, but in less than a second, Makoto swiftly killed it. Before Hiroko could even deal with the monster, she suddenly felt it disappear from her magic. It seemed to have been killed by an explosion spell, but in the end, it was a good thing. Looking back, she was surprised to see that Makoto was buried in sand out of nowhere, and they were worried because he had fallen too far behind them, ending up like that. Makoto simply got up as if nothing had happened and checked what the monster had dropped, while the couple quickly followed him, scolding him for wandering off alone like that. He shouldn't stay so far from them for so long and put himself in danger. which made Makoto reply that he was fine but still reflect on how kind they were to him. When he stopped to rest, Hiroko had to admit that Makoto was actually strong. She was sure she had heard his name somewhere outside the dungeon before. However, she hadn't mentioned this to her husband yet, preferring to imagine his reaction when he found out. It would probably be adorable. Still, she was happy now. She was glad to have met Makoto there, and this time they could face the floor boss together. She was honestly quite scared and uncertain about what lay ahead. Makoto asked why they had chosen this dungeon if she felt that way, and she replied that it was simply because she loved being by EAZY's side, no matter where they were. Either she was scared or uncertain about the future, her happiness outweighed all of that. Makoto acknowledged that her husband was indeed a kind and dependable person, and she warned him not to be deceived by EAZY's appearance. She revealed that he had actually been a big crybaby as a child, always clinging to her and asking for help since they were little. Before she realized it, EAZY joined her side and they began walking together. They knew each other so well that they always knew they would marry one day. That's why they eventually got married. It was a strange fate. His proposal had been a pledge to protect each other with their lives. It was quite cliched. It made Hiroko nearly fall over laughing, but seeing the way Makoto smiled while listening to their love story, she remarked that she should be mad at him for laughing at their situation. But instead, the protagonist simply wished them the best wedding ever. She thanked him for his kind words, and he mentioned that he had a gift for the occasion. He handed her an item called a dragon pearl that he had obtained earlier. Hiroko was shocked that he was actually giving it to her, and Makoto confirmed it, apologizing that he couldn't offer anything better at the moment. He was satisfied and thanked him for the gift. She asked if he would like to attend the wedding, something that made him very happy to agree to. Shortly after, the group reached the 29th floor, an unmarked point in the territory they hadn't explored yet. Makoto observed Hiroko, who seemed tense. That's when they noticed the approach of a nearby monster, and EAZY stepped in front of Makoto to protect him as usual. However, what appeared was a small masked creature with a recommended level of 55. It was something EAZY had never seen before. It didn't seem particularly powerful, but they still needed to be cautious. Suddenly, Makoto saw a bright light, and the two disappeared. Or rather, he was transported to a completely different place despite being certain they were in a tunnel. Suddenly, he found himself in an open area. Everyone must have been separated. When he looked back, he encountered a level 80 monster, which he quickly killed with a single strike. This was a monster that would normally be equivalent to a 4 boss in other dungeons, and he soon encountered another monster with a recommended level nearing 110. It was shocking to find monsters at such high levels. He needed to find the other two quickly. But despite killing the monster, Makoto realized he hadn't leveled up. He noticed the monster wasn't dead. It clung to his feet and exploded, self-destructing, which blasted him far away. He was shocked by the amount of damage he took. Even so, he managed to gain 90 levels in the process. That area was quite small, and the monster wasn't as powerful as others he had encountered, which seemed to mean something. In parallel, the couple finally defeated some monsters and cleared the path, creating space to search for Makoto. Hiroko was worried about whether he was okay. Suddenly, they heard Makoto's voice calling for them in the distance, which brought relief as they realized everyone was safe. However, he quickly noticed that one of the monsters they had been fighting was one that didn't die on the first hit. They moved toward Hiroko, lashing onto her. The two rushed to help her, and Makoto used his teleportation magic to get closer. But the monster exploded anyway, and Hiroko's body fell to the ground. EAZY ran to hold her, and everyone was shocked to see her life bar drop to 0 instantly. In all dungeon centers, status levels, protective armor, healing magic, and restorative items were necessary in a world where nothing else made sense. Yet one thing remained constant. Humans were fragile and could die at any moment. As EAZY cried, Makoto explained that he knew of someone who used revival magic. If EAZY allowed him to teleport Hiroko's body, it could save her. But EAZY asked Makoto to take a closer look in her, and a protagonist noticed that her bar was indeed at 0. Typically, those who died ended up in this state, and their bodies gradually disappeared. The time limit for this was 3 hours, and EAZY didn't even know if revival magic would work. They had taken 3 days to get to this point, which made Makoto tense. He argued they could still try healing items, maybe even the potion from before. They had to try everything to make something work, but EAZY continued crying, thanking him for his efforts, though it seemed there was nothing left to be done. Then the dragon pearl that Makoto had given Hiroko earlier began to shine, and suddenly, Hiroko got up, asking if she had been asleep. She sat there without clothes, and Makoto turned away. Embarrassed, Hiroko blushed while EAZY continued crying and embraced his wife. She was confused, not understanding what had happened, and frightened by the events. Makoto wondered what exactly the dragon pearl had done, but on the side. A little later, they explained everything to Hiroko, who was shocked to learn that she had died. She had been revived by the dragon pearl, but couldn't remember anything about it, though she recalled struggling to breathe. She noticed that the two were still visibly tense. She asked them to get up, pointing out that she was alive again, and dwelling on it wouldn't change anything. She wanted to move on to the next floor, but EAZY refused, insisting they return now. They should go home and leave the dungeon behind. What had just happened was a miracle, but nothing like it could happen again. and that scared EAZY. But Hiroko believed in his ability to protect her and wiped his tears, asking him not to cry so much. She admitted that her carelessness caused this and was grateful. They were all there for her. She reminded them that they were players and this was their final dungeon. They had to finish it at all costs without going back on their word this time. Makoto then revealed his status to the couple, confessing that he had been naive and hiding it from them. Even with those numbers, he had still allowed someone to die. He vowed that he would never let it happen again. Therefore, he said they could move on to the next 4. While he was there, no one else would die. EAZY, still in shock, thanked Makoto for mustering the courage to tell them the truth. After relying so much on their support, he didn't want to show such a pathetic side to them anymore. He also thanked Hiroko, saying it was his wife who revealed the truth and what they should do. Now he was determined for the 3 of them to finish the dungeon together. The 30th floor of the Endless Desert dungeon housed a 4th boss of unknown level. Hiroko was a bit scared, but Makoto decided to take a lead in fighting the boss. All floor bosses had troublesome abilities, and he started by using his ice magic, focusing on restricting its movements first. However, it didn't seem to work. Or rather, the boss's shield appeared to redirect his magic away. Makoto was shocked to discover that the boss could also use ice magic. In fact, it was different. It seemed as though the boss could copy abilities, reflecting a attack's back. Still, it remained effective. That was when EAZY and Hiroko decided to join the battle, and the group charged forward. Makoto instructed Hiroko to start attacking with her explosion magic, and he accompanied her with his own attacks, moving behind the boss. But he ended up being thrown back by a counterattack. The reflective ability could even work outside his shield and hurt a lot when hit directly. In that case, it would have been better to protect his right arm during the attack, but instead he tried to reflect the explosion with magic directly. It seemed that only weapons could block magical attacks. When Makoto tried using fire magic, it suddenly seemed like his magic was being absorbed. The boss attacked with its sword, and while Makoto managed to block it, it wasn't enough to stop him from being thrown back. It was an indirect attack that could still be reflected. There seemed to be no real way to damage such a massive monster. Magical attacks were reflected by the dagger and sword, while physical attacks were deflected by the armor. Hiroko's explosion magic and ice spells proved completely useless here. That's what EAZY stepped into the battle, explaining that his sword could absorb and store magic. While stored, his attacks would become magical instead of physical. However, it was something he could only do once. Makoto teleported to Hiroko and explained that he had a plan. The idea was to continuously channel magic into EAZY's sword. Meanwhile, Hiroko would keep attacking with her explosion magic, making EAZY the target. It seemed the boss was reacting more slowly to EAZY's attacks, like the prioritizing reflecting Hiroko's magic. This created an opening, the only way to deal significant damage. It was better than Makoto continuing to run and having his magic reflected. But then he noticed Hiroko had stopped using magic and collapsed with a nosebleed because she had exhausted all her MP. EAZY, worried about his wife, became distracted, so Makoto had to rush in to save him, saying that EAZY could now use his sword to finish off the boss once and for all. EAZY threw the sword to Makoto, who infused it with both fire and ice magic, delivering a powerful strike to the monster, though it still didn't seem to be enough. When the boss aimed its sword at EAZY, Makoto stuck in front, declaring that he knew how they could defeat it. He told EAZY to step back as staying behind him could be too dangerous. At that moment, Makoto realized that they had been using physical and magical attacks separately, and the boss had managed to counter them so far. To defeat it, they needed to attack with both simultaneously. Makoto then used his fire magic, landing a punch on the monster and defeating it, leveling up nearly 1,500 levels at once. It was then he noticed his arm was completely injured from the attack and it hurt a lot, but it was enough to bring the battle to an end with everyone alive. Although he and Hiroko were exhausted, EAZY smiled because they were all safe and had completed the G-rank dungeon. Everyone shared a smile. Only EAZY could still move, so sometime later they exited the dungeon and headed to Tokyo's dungeon center, an enormous building. Makoto decided to go ahead and explore the place, but the couple asked him to be patient since everyone was exhausted from the fight and needed to rest. He apologized, admitting he had gotten too excited. When they entered, EAZY carried his wife, who had fallen asleep after all her effort. He explained that the center usually bought items at high prices for research purposes and attracted many players. A 1-hour wait was typical. The weight of the dungeon's ordeal was hitting them now, but they were still excited to find out how much money they had made after everything they had faced together. EAZY still needed to tend to Hiroko's tired but adorable face, cherishing these moments which made Makoto reflect silently. Then he asked if EAZY was retiring as a player, and EAZY confirmed it. The dungeons themselves meant nothing to him. Hiroko was what made everything meaningful. It was a bit embarrassing to admit, and he asked Makoto not to tell her. Makoto only chuckled quietly without saying much in response, then remembered something. He asked them not to share his secret with anyone else. EAZY agreed since there wasn't anyone they could tell anyway. Finally, they were called in. EAZY woke Hiroko, and they all approached the attendant, who informed them that the item dropped by the 4 boss was only worth 500 yen. The sword, however, had a high damage potential, but the user's stats would decrease when the sword was equipped because, despite its reflective ability, it was a cursed item. They were somewhat concerned about even touch the items even if they were cursed. However, everything seemed fine for now. Makoto asked if he could keep the sword, and EAZY agreed since he was the one who defeated the boss on his own. Beyond that, combining the other items that earn over 6 million yen, which made the couple very happy. However, EAZY suggested splitting it with Makoto as well. This left Makoto somewhat shocked, and he insisted they divide it into 3 parts because it was better that way. Even though he appreciated EAZY's kindness, he just wanted them to use the money to have the best wedding ever. Hiroko was touched by his kindness. That's when the attendant mentioned that they had something for the 6th rank player Makoto. Makoto was confused, but she explained that one way to encourage players' motivation was through rankings. Makoto hurried to check the current list. On the list, among many well-known names, Makoto was in 6th place, with Miki in 1st ahead of many other impressive players in that world. Despite Makoto feeling embarrassed by all the attention, Hiroko was still somewhat shocked that the 1st place player was only 18 years old and quite young. The others, besides Miki in 1st place, such as Kamashiro, Kaido, Aniko, and Renj, were all in 17th place, with Maria ranking much lower among the players. This was quite surprising given that she was a model and hadn't progressed that far, but it seemed that the ranking was solely based on people who entered and cleared the dungeons. The most powerful player would be determined by the battle tournament that was going to be sponsored soon, and the attendant explained that they also wanted to invite Makoto to participate. The highest ranking players were being given priority, and the reward for the honorable winner had also been prepared, but the protagonist immediately refused the invitation. However, Hiroko decided to accept the invitation anyway, despite Makoto's protests. She told him that if he was so against it, he could simply not go, but he should always have options. She couldn't afford to miss such an opportunity while he was still so powerful, especially since no one knew when they might randomly die, and Makoto was somewhat shaken by the thought. Even so, if he joined the tournament, he could already hear voices talking about him and recognizing him as the person who had appeared in the Tsuchikura Brothers video in the past. In addition, he had completed another dungeon and people were curious to learn more about him. A crowd gathered to try to talk to him, and EAZY was somewhat shocked by all this. EAZY asked if Makoto was really that famous, stuttering an apology for having acted so bossy toward him before, unsure of how to make up for what he had done. Makoto truly didn't care at all, and Hiroko laughed, agreeing that EAZY was rather adorable, something Makoto had to admit about EAZY and his reaction. A bit later, they left the branch with a couple promising to send a wedding invitation to the protagonist Shun, assuring him he could always reach out if he needed anything. They advised him to be careful from now on, especially when it came to relationships, and Makoto agreed with the parental-like advice he received. Both of them thanked him again, saying they were happy to have met him. After they left, Makoto realized everything had finally ended, and now he could step out for a bit. Perhaps he could prepare for the next dungeon, until he was caught off guard by a girl who approached him and breathed near his ear, making him jump back in surprise. The girl laughed at his funny reaction. He seemed very shy and a bit cute. Makoto was confused as she got closer again, asking if she could take a picture. When he refused, she suggested they form a team, and he declined again, stepping away from her only to see her tease him well enough until he rushed off. Sometime later, Makoto received a video call from Maria, who greeted him after a long time without seeing each other. He was confused because her video looked quite dark. He apologized for only seeing her calls after some time, explaining that the signal didn't work inside the dungeon, and Maria responded that it was fine and she understood. She was just happy that Makoto responded to her as soon as he could. He then heard from her that Maria had returned to Japan because the players' tournament was about to take place. It was called the Battle Tournament of the Best Players, and one of the sponsors was her father. That's why she had received some promotional materials before everyone else. Makoto's reaction was just a distant look, but he couldn't help thinking she was a talented child, remembering seeing her on TV a few days earlier. Maria asked if he was going to participate in the tournament, and he said no, but she said she was quite excited, imagining how cool he would look on stage with the others. Then she asked if he was heading to another dungeon now, and Makoto replied affirmatively, showing her the dungeon through the video, surprising Maria. She noted it was an F-rank dungeon. She had heard of several players who tried to go there but couldn't reach the bottom, which was why it was still standing among them all. She had just been waiting for someone to complete it, and Makoto was quite eager, making Maria laugh because he hadn't changed at all. She then happily told him about how she too had gotten much stronger. She suggested they explore a dungeon together soon, something Makoto wasn't very enthusiastic about, but Maria insisted she was entirely serious about it. And the protagonist laughed because he was just joking a bit, so they said their goodbyes and ended the call, with Maria rumbling in embarrassment on the other side of the phone. Meanwhile, Makoto decided to enter the dungeon, where he encountered a level 100 monster, the recommended level, a paralyzing butterfly. Its name alone said everything about it. Poison truly was his greatest enemy in that world, but Makoto quickly killed it, leveling up and earning an extra 1,000 experience points as usual. Additionally, he improved his skill, so that only 1/50th of the acquired experience was needed, allowing him to level up even faster than before. The recommended level no longer seemed relevant to his experiences, as that particular monster provided far more experience than expected. Now that Nakamura thought about it, there was a website documenting the experience points dropped by each monster and of types, but he only knew this by name. This reminded him of how he had responded to EAZY and Hiroko about why he became a player. He said it was just interesting and that he enjoyed it. It was an interesting, comfortable place that made him feel free, somewhere that could accept him as he was, a person who wasn't very special and who no one cared much about. He didn't need to worry too much about money or fame, but after clearing that dungeon, he stopped to think that everyone else seemed to be aiming for something greater, something above themselves that they were willing to risk their lives for by exploring the dungeon. But then there was him, who was just having fun with it all, making him wonder if that was acceptable. In response, EAZY said that over the past year, medicine had improved significantly by using items that not only enhanced people's lives and health, but also cured other incurable diseases. All of this was thanks to the items players retrieved from the dungeons, and everyone's contributions, including Makoto's, made this possible. Therefore, they were all very important to modern society, helping many people worldwide, which is why EAZY believed Makoto should feel more confident. With that in mind, the protagonist continued killing monsters in the dungeon and collecting all the items they dropped along the way. Among them were the last potion, the unicorn horn, and a twilight short sword. However, he didn't know what these items were used for, which was why Miki's identification skill was so valuable. When leveling up, there was a small chance to improve his magical skill by learning new things or simply expanding its scope. In theory, leveling up created greater chances to grow the skill tree, meaning he could learn new abilities. But Makoto's case was quite different from others. He barely had any skills despite the massive number of levels he had gained, only retaining basic fire, ice, light, flight, and teleportation magic. Perhaps this was part of the infinite leveling system. He wondered if he could change that somehow. It would be great if he could find a way to do so in the future. Suddenly, he heard something and turned around, finding it strange because he was sure he had heard something. When he looked to the other side, he found the high-level monster called Medusa. It was too close and Makoto killed it with a punch, but to his surprise, he could no longer move. He was petrifying due to Medusa's abilities. It was unbelievable that he ended up in such a situation again, and he mentally apologized to EAZY and Hiroko for letting his guard down once more, thinking he should just wait to recover and get out of it. However, he was surprised to see the girl from earlier at the branch standing in front of him, smiling as he was being petrified. When he returned to normal, she kept praising him. She was amazed at how quickly Makoto could recover from such a situation and took some pictures with him, even though Makoto was very uncomfortable with the scene. He then asked who exactly she was, and the girl introduced herself as Yumsaki Kurara, mentioning that she was already 15 years old and that they could talk casually with each other. There was no need to speak so formally with her. She added that her blood type was O and that she was level 79, but Makoto didn't understand why she was so focused on him. She seemed still eager to join his group, which made Kurara laugh because it seemed like she might be accepted when he mentioned it. She explained that she became a player just to see Makoto up close, but putting that aside, with her invisibility skill and ninja-like steps, monsters couldn't sense her presence, and she could also use another ability. The level 6 identification magic, which would certainly be of great use to Makoto, was something Kurara was trying to convince him to accept her into his group for, and he considered her words a little. Personally, he wasn't against the idea of forming a group, but he had no reason to trust a girl he had just met, and Kurara grew disheartened because he seemed ready to refuse again. Even though Makoto hadn't said anything yet, that's what she asked him about the infinite leveling system, catching him completely off guard and wondering how she found out. Kurara explained that she had a level 10 mind-reading ability, laughing at his reaction now because with this skill, she could see anything inside a person's mind. Even when Makoto thought about the identification ability or his own skill earlier, she could see it. The protagonist questioned if this was a threat, staring at her intently, but she laughed, saying it was nothing like that and that she had just learned about this ability moments ago. Her earlier words about becoming a player because of him were all true, and Makoto understood, deciding to agree, which left Kurara surprised. He replied yes, because even though monsters couldn't sense her presence, it could still be too dangerous to let her wander alone like that. Besides, he didn't even know why she was there. But it didn't seem like Kurara was lying to him, which made her super curious about how he could be so sure. Perhaps he could read minds too? She was having a lot of fun with Makoto's reactions, even though he insisted that it had nothing to do with that, quickly changing the subject by mentioning that since they were there now, she sure at least enjoyed a dungeon. They walked together, with her continuing to use her invisibility and ninja-like steps, making it still feel like Makoto was walking completely alone. He had wondered if she was really there, until Kurara suddenly scared him, laughing because his reactions were cute. She assured him there was no reason to worry as she wouldn't do anything. He'd almost forgotten if she could read minds and wasn't entirely comfortable with the situation. Kurara told him not to be so negative or tense. She had no other choice. The lingering effects of her ability were still active, as it was a level 10 skill. Makoto tried to keep his mind blank, but random thoughts still popped up. He tried thinking about food, and Kurara asked if he was hungry, just as she got startled when a large monster appeared in front of them. Makoto told her to step back, unsure if she did so since she became invisible again, but he quickly killed the monster with a single blow. This left her quite surprised as he had an impressive level of magical efficiency. People with level 10 offensive magic truly were incredible. But then she noticed something. She approached Makoto asking about the new skill he had acquired, and a protagonist realized it was an abnormal status auto-recovery skill. However, it now had a consumption level which Kurara thought seemed quite useless. Makoto replied that it wasn't really necessary but seemed like a cool skill. Once someone reached level 99, the magical level could no longer increase, nor could they learn new things, but resetting their level could allow for new skills. Kurara asked if resetting his level now didn't seem like a good idea, not understanding what the consumption part meant, and he didn't have any idea either. That's when he noticed. There was an item on the ground, a healing seed. It could be planted, and after half a day it would grow into a medicine tree with herbs for healing and magic. He thought it would be nice if Kurara could evaluate the other items as well, which she was willing to do as long as he asked her out loud instead of just thinking it. Then Kurara used her skill to examine each item. The last potion could fully restore life and MP, the unicorn horn could summon a unicorn for a limited time, and the Twilight sword could blind an opponent with a single hit. Makoto thanked Kurara for lending her skill to him, and she replied that she was happy to be useful, surprising him as he could see her again. She explained that she had been using the invisibility skill non-stop since that morning, so all her MP was drained. Makoto suggested they take a break to rest, leaving her unsure if it was too early to do so. Moreover, she was happy to see that the protagonist cared about her, and it was obvious since she had helped him a little with the items, but he was more concerned with other things, especially with a mind-reading ability. Kurara laughed because her mind-reading magic was still active, and Makoto grumbled about having his thoughts read so suddenly. It planted the seed, and Makoto eagerly waited for it to grow. Suddenly, Kurara hid behind him, leaving him confused about her reasons, but she was just curious. She wanted to know about the large creature that appeared suddenly, and a protagonist explained that it was Gargantua, describing him as a nice guy. Gargantua immediately greeted Kurara politely. He told them he was there to protect them while they slept, which surprised and delighted her. Makoto told her she could sleep first before him, so she entered a tent while he stayed outside. Once alone inside, Kurara let her hair down and thought about how much she liked Makoto. She couldn't stop her heart from racing. It felt like it might fly out of her chest. She couldn't believe he was real and so amazing, mentally showering him with praise. Maybe she'd been a bit bold before, but she was genuinely overjoyed because he had approached her and talked to her. She resolved to make a better impression from now on. Suddenly, Makoto entered the tent, asking about Kurara and offering her something he was cooking as she wanted to eat. Embarrassed, she quickly zipped the tent shut, pushing him out. She told him to wait because she still needed to remove her makeup, calling him an idiot. Even Gargantua remarked that Makoto had been quite insensitive, leaving him baffled. He simply apologized to Kurara, who wondered if he truly didn't understand anything so far. Later, when she woke up and stepped out after checking her appearance, she was surprised to see that the human tree had grown significantly, and so quickly. Makoto explained that with just a little more herbs, they would be ready to go. He asked if she'd like to help, and Kurara immediately agreed. Gargantua helped her climb, and she asked if he was fine that sleep. He seemed a bit tense, and Gargantua mentioned that Makoto had been dozing off a little while ago. Kurara felt slightly careless for letting him go without resting for so long. They proceeded to the 8th floor where they encountered a magical slime, or rather, several of them. Although Kurara said she would take the lead and handle them herself. Eventually, so many appeared that she couldn't medicine all alone. The sheer number of slimes made it impossible for Makoto to see anything. He kept calling for her, asking if she was okay and where she was, but she was literally right next to him. She thought he was quite careless, acting that way. Using her mind-reading ability, she saw him thinking that using the offensive magic while Kurara was still in the danger zone might hurt her, but he needed to get them out of the situation. He had to find her safely. At that moment, Makoto stepped out of the slimes, searching for Kurara, who appeared shortly after and surprised him again. Setting aside her playful teasing with her ability, she pointed to the king of the magical slimes, which excited Makoto because it promised a significant experience. In the blink of an eye, Kurara noticed that the protagonist had vanished from her side, unable to comprehend how he kept up with such a fast-moving giant slime. He used his teleportation to reach a boss. Kurara couldn't see either of them from that distance, but heard a loud impact as Makoto defeated it. This earned him over 10,000 levels, which was incredible, and he was surprised to see that it exceeded his expectations, further increasing his skill levels. A little later, Kurara came running to check if he was okay, and he confirmed, showing her an item left behind, a magical drop. It was said to increase stats by 100 points, a rare item. However, Kurara was shocked to find that Makoto had gained the same magical identification ability as hers. She hesitated, feeling that she was no longer needed, becoming nervous because she was at such a low level and couldn't contribute to battles at all. Therefore, it wouldn't be fun to accompany him in these situations now that she felt completely useless. But Makoto couldn't care less about utility or things like that. They were having fun, and that was what mattered. This made Kurara pause before suddenly hugging him, catching him off guard. She told him she didn't want him to see her face right now because her makeup was all smudge. Makoto realized those were the same words she had said earlier in the tent, and it was then that Kurara finally pulled away, blushing as she realized what she was doing. The Makoto decided to play dumb and avoided looking at her face if it would make her uncomfortable. He didn't remember that he was getting quite exhausted from the lack of sleep. He apologized and said she would need to talk to Gargantua for the time being, which left Kurara even more frustrated, convinced that he hated her now after what had happened. Even though she had been so excited, she had clearly overstepped her bounds. It was obvious he would never even look at her face again. Gargantua observed that Kurara seemed to like Makoto a lot. She gestured for him to be quiet, to which Gargantua replied that it was fine since Makoto had fallen into a deep sleep, having just closed his eyes to rest. She agreed with Gargantua as he could say that because Makoto was very special to her. She remembered that the two of them had been neighbors and childhood friends as well. In the past, they had been very close and always played together. Makoto had always cared about a shy and introverted child like her, staying by her side. Unlike her, Makoto had many friends, but whenever he was around, he always left his friends behind to keep her company, which only made her feel guilty. One day, Kurara gathered all her courage and asked him why they always hung out together. He asked her if she didn't like him. Kurara nervously denied that, saying she was happy to spend time together, but she felt like an invisible person, a crybaby and distant child who had no value to others. But Makoto didn't see any of that in her because he always spent time with people who made him enjoy himself. To him, she was an interesting person, which made Kurara feel happy to be around him. Additionally, Makoto advised her to have the courage to confess her feelings to someone she liked if she ever experienced that in the future. That day, Kurara felt like her days were brighter than ever before. But sometime later, Makoto's family moved to another city for work, and they never came back. Still, it was thanks to Makoto that she found the courage to change and learn so much. Her name as a player now was proof of that. Gargantua acknowledged that, but also mentioned. It seemed that Makoto didn't remember her, and he asked if she didn't intend to tell him about it. She replied that it had been too long since they last saw each other, and it would be awkward. Thinking about who she was back then embarrassed her. She wanted to start over with the memories they made now. Even though she had changed, she was still herself, and nothing would change that. Therefore, she wanted to get closer to Makoto as Yusaki Kurara, and Gargantua agreed, apologizing for not being very tactful with his words earlier. Suddenly, someone approached them. It was Izuin, who greeted them and asked if she was a player, giving her a somewhat threatening look. With a sudden attack, the protection Gargantua created to keep her safe was quickly undone. He tried to attack Izuin, but froze in place when hit with magic. He was paralyzed by ice, and Gargantua told Kurara to run, leaving Makoto behind since he would be fine on his own. But Izuin quickly broke the ice. Sayana Gargantua was an annoying toy. His attack failed when Makoto teleported, grabbing Kurara and running away. She asked what was happening now. Suddenly, someone appeared to attack, and Makoto responded that it was too dangerous. She should curl up and keep her head low to avoid becoming a potential target. Before Izuin could follow them, Makoto appeared in front of him after waking up, leaving Izuin puzzled about when he had shown up. The protagonist replied that Izuin was the one who should explain. Izuin answered simply that he was there to complete the dungeon, but Makoto wanted to know about the attack he had made earlier on the others who had run away. He replied that now that he realized they were Makoto's friends, he apologized and said there was no need to be angry. He was only there to take the dungeon for himself. When they were in his way, monsters and people were the same to him. Makoto questioned whether he always destroyed everything in front of him like that. Izuin realized Makoto wanted to know about the path he had taken to get there, but before he could try to attack, Makoto teleported behind him, set a target there as well. This left Izuin surprised because it seemed that both had the same ability to level up. Makoto's shocked expression was all the confirmation Izuin needed to uncover the truth. If that was the case, Izuin wondered why Makoto wasn't using this power to its fullest potential, since they could do anything they wanted with it. The protagonist disagreed, saying it wasn't possible to do literally anything. Izuin admitted that it seemed like Makoto was maintaining a straightforward and human mentality, which indirectly suggested that Izuin himself no longer acted like a human. Because of this, he didn't mind killing Makoto if necessary. However, seeing that Makoto didn't back down at all, Izuin sighed and halted his attack. He had thought he could understand Makoto because they were quite similar, but now he began to grasp what Sakuraba had felt. It was true that Makoto was rather plain, and with that thought, Izuin vanished from his sight. A short while later, Gargantua returned to Makoto's side, and they all rested again. Makoto prepared some food, and Kurara apologized to Gargantua for the trouble he went through to protect her. He assured her it was fine. It was his responsibility. The protagonist reflected that even though Izuin had been bullied, he seemed happy to be a player. Hearing those words from another player now was unsettling. Makoto wondered why Izuin had turned out this way. You should have understood pain more than anyone else, especially since Makoto had once stepped in to help him in the past. Stopping Sakuraba hadn't seemed to bring Izuin any benefit. Sensing Makoto was troubled, Kurara approached him and commented that the food smelled really good, snapping him out of his thoughts. She remarked that it seemed almost ready and asked if he had cooked before, which left Makoto momentarily shocked as he realized he had completely forgotten about the food. He decided to take over and finish cooking, noticing that he was distracted. Kurara mentioned she had used her mind-reading ability and that it was still active, so she knew everything. Makoto laughed nervously, and then Kurara brought up how rude that guy from earlier had been, attacking them suddenly and ripping off Gargantua's arm like that. She added that he had the audacity to say such horrible things, comparing the two of them in that way. Makoto responded that she could read his mind, so she must know he was angry now. Kurara explained that mind-reading only allowed her to see through the outer shell of a heart, not the delicate parts deep inside. But she knew what he was like because he had always been willing to extend his hand to a lonely child when needed. The two locked eyes and Makoto asked if that was true. She stammered with a nervous laugh, while Gargantua mentioned that he had also been alone in that dungeon for a long time. Even so, Makoto didn't let people suffer alone. That's why Gargantua trusted him. Makoto could understand this perspective, but admitted he wasn't sure if he had ever truly experienced loneliness himself. He simply couldn't understand Izuin's heart well enough to comprehend how he felt. Deciding there was no point in dwelling on it, he suggested they focus on clearing the dungeon before Izuin. Kurara agreed and mentioned they might be able to reattach Gargantua's arm somehow. Makoto confirmed there was an item capable of doing that, but Gargantua assured them it was fine. He could still use magic even with a broken arm, which was rather impressive. They continued through the dungeon with Kurara attacking monsters using her bow and arrows. She also avoided powerful attacks using her invisibility skill until she successfully defeated her targets. Seeing this, Makoto praised her efforts. He asked if the bow and arrows came from the item on her wrist. She confirmed, explaining that it was the function of a magical item that increased all her status points by 100. It was thanks to the magical power of the item Makoto had given her. Essentially, it was a level 100 item. But Makoto responded as she had simply made good use of it to become so strong. This made her laugh and she playfully asked for a head pat. Makoto, confused by the sudden request, didn't understand. They continued walking normally until she suddenly noticed something on the wall. Kurara stopped, pointing out a button on the wall, and asked what it was for. But Makoto said he couldn't see anything, which only confused her further. When she looked again, the button had disappeared. In a bit of blue button, and Makoto considered that it might only be visible to people who were invisible. Kurara activated her invisibility skill again. She realized he was right and called him a genius. Guiding Makoto to touch the button, he closed his eyes and noticed that there really was something round resembling a button there. They told her to be careful and not to press the button recklessly because something bad could happen. Even so, they pressed it and Kurara dramatically asked what would happen. Makoto said it was her fault and the two bickered a bit until they noticed a new path had opened. Makoto realized it must have been a hidden system tunnel. They are likely made the right decision pressing the button, and Kurara read ahead, visibly excited despite Makoto telling her to be cautious about what they might encounter. As they crossed through, they found a large area full of monsters, and she commented that it seemed like a dungeon no one else had completed before. She decided to support Makoto from the back while he went ahead to kill the monsters. In no time, he continued eliminating them one by one, leveling up. When another monster appeared behind him, Kurara killed it with her arrow and he thanked her for the help, which made her very happy to hear. She asked if his level had increased a lot, surprised to learn he had reached 40,000. Makoto replied it was probably due to his skill improving. Now her level had risen to 1,250, almost as if it were a system bug, helping him level up so much. Kurara quietly observed him smiling for a moment. Eventually, Makoto suggested they gather the loot and proceed to the next floor, which she agreed to. Soon they reached the 20th floor, where they began to feel it getting much colder. It was the coldest floor they had encountered so far. Kurara realized they were nearing the end of the dungeon. It was the deepest point, which also meant their journey would likely end soon. Makoto mentioned that the boss room should be just ahead. Izuin wasn't there, and there were 3 different entrances to choose from. It might have been some kind of trick or secret. Perhaps there was a shortcut it could take advantage of. Makoto speculated that the boss room might be a place where fire magic wouldn't work, and if they might eat the cut-off 8 heads. Still, it was better than some of the other bosses he had faced, which was good. Using magical identification, he could read the situation, and Kurara suggested she wait there. She offered to hold his bag and items while he finished so he wouldn't have to worry about her safety, which caught Makoto off guard but was thoughtful. Additionally, she placed her wrist item, which granted access to her bow and arrows, on him. She said to think of it as if she were helping him from behind. She cheered him on to complete the F-rank dungeon, saying she would probably be the first to congratulate him. Makoto laughed as long as she didn't get too arrogant. They said their goodbyes, and Kurara joked that once he finished the dungeon, she would ask for another head pat, something Gargantua agreed to do as well, making them both laugh. When Makoto entered the boss room, he encountered a massive monster called Asterisk Yamada no Orochi Asterisk with multiple dragon heads. It lunged at him immediately. He cut off all its heads in one swift move without hesitation, killing it instantly and gaining 21,000 levels at once, shocking Kurara, who listened from afar. At that moment he encountered someone else. It was Izyuin, who was also nearby. The two immediately began fighting even as Makoto asked him to stop. Izyuin refused and told Makoto to shut up. Makoto teleported and pinned Izyuin to the ground, holding his hands behind his back, making Izyuin laugh as he realized Makoto's new magic. Izyuin noted that Makoto was finally using his true strength against him. Makoto asked why he was attacking him when the dungeon was already complete, but Izyuin refused to answer. Instead, he launched a warped magical attack from behind, forcing Makoto to dodge. Izyuin landed a hit that set Makoto flying, wherein Kurara, who was watching, pinning Makoto against the wall. Izyuin laughed, saying he was genuinely entertaining. Izyuin's power was shocking even to Makoto, who listened to him ramble further. Makoto escaped Izyuin's grasp with a teleportation strike from behind, but he was caught again and slammed into the ground. The two exchanged punches and kicks across the area. Izyuin taunted Makoto, asking how it felt to lose to someone who had once been beneath him. But Makoto could sense Izyuin's strange attacks coming toward him. They felt like those of a floor boss, mirroring each of his own. It was as if he were fighting himself until he took a punch to the face, causing him to spit even more blood. Despite this, Makoto realized that Izyuin's abilities weren't reflective. Izyuin hadn't yet reached the same level of power and speed as Makoto from the start, so the issue wasn't their levels but rather his skill. Makoto understood that Izyuin was copying his stats and level. Izyuin attacked with a headbutt, confirming Makoto's suspicions after activating his skill. By merely touching his opponent, Izyuin's stats became comparable to theirs. Not only their abilities and levels, but also their overall capabilities. The effect would last until all his MP was completely drained. Now it makes sense why his stats were so incredible, almost 8 times higher than what Izyuin would normally have. But, in his words, Makoto was weak deep down and was now being defeated. Makoto replied that they just needed to sit down and talk. He couldn't understand why Izyuin was acting like this, which only enraged him even more. Izyuin told him to stop saying such nonsensical things. It was only making him angrier. Makoto said that when they first reunited, he was really happy. He thought they could become friends, but Izyuin laughed at such idiotic words, accusing Makoto, probably thinking he was some great hero doing good deeds. Or perhaps he wanted praise for saving Izyuin once. Izyuin stated that for Makoto, that day might have been nothing more than a fairy tale. He had suffered nothing. But for Izyuin, a passage of time had been entirely meaningless since then. He had harbored resentment all this time without even realizing it. Makoto continued to be attacked over and over, while Kurara could only watch helplessly. Then Makoto used his level 10 white magic and Izyuin shielded himself. Makoto declared that if that were the case, he would defeat Izyuin right here and now. Izyuin retorted, calling him a hypocrite and accusing him of just talking big. Kurara recalled how Makoto had admitted he couldn't understand what was in Izyuin's heart. All she could do was watch the battle from a distance without intervening. The two exchanged blows so powerful that Kurara fell to the ground. They kept using the same spells against each other repeatedly, leaving her wondering what was going on. They were moving so fast that she couldn't follow or even see them properly. Meanwhile, Makoto just wanted to know what was going through Izyuin's mind. As they continued exchanging strikes, Izyuin laughed, saying that Makoto was now showing his true self. This was perfect, just what he wanted from the start. Izyuin remarked that Makoto was like everyone else. He probably didn't understand that the infinite leveling ability was the best thing in this world. They had to have been given to him for some grand purpose. It was too much to be a coincidence. As he kept pummeling Makoto, he claimed they were both chosen and should take their abilities further and use them. Despite the relentless hits, Makoto teleported and admitted that Izyuin was right about one thing. He was a hypocrite. Makoto confessed he didn't have a good personality. He was weak and relied on underhanded tactics in this world. Surrounded by countless challenges, he only knew how to resolve them through violence or by running away. Back then, Makoto abandoned all human relationships, finding life far too boring. But over time, he changed and was blessed with good people in his life. Izyuin froze in shock as he realized that something significant had changed in Makoto. Despite trying to attack him, Makoto's strikes were now faster and more precise. Makoto began to counter every attack with even greater strength than before. Even as Izyuin tried to match his speed and power, he couldn't keep up. Makoto teleported out of Izyuin's sight before every attack landed, only to reappear and counterstrike, intentionally forcing Izyuin to take hits. After a while, Izyuin's power, speed, and movements were no longer comparable. Kurara was shocked to see the glowing light that appeared when defeating monsters, but now it was coming from Makoto himself. She recalled his consumption ability and wondered what it really meant. Makoto told Izyuin that no one in this world could make sense of things for him, so he would do it himself. Using his consumption level ability, Makoto decided to burn everything inside him. Izyuin laughed, daring Makoto to prove he had such courage. Earlier, when Makoto was fighting monsters with Kurara, he had noticed his level was increasing less than expected. Perhaps he had accidentally activated the consumption ability, but he kept testing all possibilities while training in the dungeon. A skill that, when Makoto's level decreased, would significantly boost all his other stats for a short period. The greater the loss of his level, the greater the increase in his stats. Makoto didn't intend to lose against Izuen. He would fight with everything he had to bring him down as quickly as possible. Izuen couldn't understand what was happening, but Makoto's stats were increasing somehow. He realized he needed to copy Makoto's abilities again if he wanted to stay in the fight. But there wasn't enough time. Makoto was too fast and strong, striking him at an overwhelming speed. Izuen desperately needed to find a way to touch Makoto as quickly as possible. However, Makoto wasn't giving him any opening, relentlessly landing blow after blow. There was no chance for Izuen to make physical contact. Finally, Makoto landed a final punch, slamming Izuen into the ground. Izuen remembered the excitement of leveling up for the first time. The higher his level, the more power he felt. He wanted to change himself so he would never be bullied again, laughing at his opponents as he quickly defeated them. He thought no one would ever look down on him again. When he reached level 99, he faced a boss far stronger than him, with a recommended level of 120. It was absurd, as 99 was the maximum level possible. It should have been impossible. Izuen didn't know who or what created these bosses, but he was certain it wasn't fair. Life felt like a terrible game. He wouldn't let the past repeat itself. After enduring so much hardship, Izuen met Exodia, who asked him for his wish, which he could grant. Without hesitation, Izuen wished to remove his level cap, getting the same ability as Makoto. With this, no one would ever look at him like that again. Even when he saw Makoto in the video fighting with Sakura brothers and noticed similar movements, it became obvious Makoto shared the same abilities. But Makoto's power was superior, and that made Izuen question why Makoto, of all people, deserved such strength. To Izuen, Makoto was just a foolish person with misplaced justice, which only made Izuen feel even more foolish. Now one could power, no one could stop him anymore. The shame of being seen as inferior would never happen again. Since then, Izuen had been raiding dungeons, stealing prey from other players without hesitation to grow even stronger. Both had been bullied by the same people, had the same power, but Izuen wondered if they were equally lonely and wounded. That's why he asked Makoto what he thought of himself. By hearing Makoto's response from the start, he found no reason to get up off the ground again. Even while bleeding and losing consciousness, Izuen charged at Makoto again, only for Makoto to keep striking him until Izuen completely lost the fight. At last, Makoto defeated Izuen. Kurara ran toward him, almost crying with worry as she got closer. She asked why he was bleeding so much and why he looked so scary now. Makoto explained that he had used his level consumption skill earlier and had pushed himself too far, leaving him exhausted. She couldn't understand why he had to go so far. Makoto admitted it was true and revealed that his level was now 1. Kurara was shocked and later confirmed it was true by checking his stats. However, in compensation, his stats were terrifyingly stronger than when he started. Kurara explained that stats could change depending on the conditions, meaning he was physically much stronger now compared to when he was at level 1 the first time. But she reassured him not to worry because he could regain his levels quickly. Makoto replied that he wasn't worried. Then Kurara retrieved her vow and arrow item, determined to protect him this time. Makoto responded that it wouldn't happen even as Kurara and Gargantua insisted out of concern for him. Eventually, Makoto agreed and asked for help carrying Izuen. Kurara was shocked he wanted to help him. Makoto explained that they couldn't leave Izuen in the dungeon because he might die. Together, the group used the teleport stone to return outside the dungeon. Later, Izuen woke up in shock to find himself outside, and Makoto casually commented that he was quite heavy. After a long silence, Makoto said he wanted to talk so that Izuen would never try to kill anyone again. Kurara added something about Izuen's thoughts, which left him startled, recalling what happened when she was attacked. He stared into her eyes for a moment, and when he heard the voice of her heart, there were words saying he was annoying and should die, along with a vague mention of running away from everything. "Is your master?" She was trying to show off with her abilities and threatened to break her neck. She replied that she truly hated him for breaking Gargantua's arm earlier. However, she didn't believe he was inherently evil, just a product of his toxic environment. This only made Izuen angrier, feeling insulted by her pity. Makoto affirmed that Izuen was indeed someone to be pitied now, but back then, the ones truly deserving of pity were not them but those who bullied them in the past. He asked why Izuen had chosen to become like Sakuraba and the others. Izuen growled, accusing Makoto of spouting nonsense about justice again. Makoto responded that if Izuen continued down this path of self-pity, he would make sure to defeat him again. Izuen stayed silent, avoiding Makoto's gaze. Makoto mentioned hearing from Kurara that Izuen wasn't inherently a bad person, and expressed confidence that Izuen would figure out what to do with his life from here on out. They left him behind as they departed, with Kurara commenting that Makoto was quite an interesting person. She teased him about maintaining the team, saying it was a little cute now. Makoto laughed, recalling when they first met. He turned to ask Kurara something, remembering his childhood friend, but hesitated, wondering if it would be insensitive. He decided against it, even as Kurara looked curious about what he wanted to ask. She likely read his mind anyway, and she laughed, teasing that she might or might not have done so. Makoto chuckled, and the two left the dungeon together. Meanwhile, Maria later saw one of the posters advertising Makoto's participation in the upcoming tournament. Excited, she looked forward to everything that was about to happen on May 23rd, when everyone would gather. Makoto reflected that it would be the first tournament with so few players. The players spent the first day in the preliminary rounds, with only the main participants moving on to the second day. High-ranking players received special tickets. When Makoto arrived at the venue, he felt a bit lost until Maria suddenly hugged him, smiling brightly upon seeing him. After such a long time, she confessed she had missed him dearly and asked if he had watched the opening ceremony. Noticing she seemed a little taller, he answered her question. He explained that to avoid any confusion, he had asked everyone to meet him at that spot. Soon after, Miki and Kurara arrived to greet him as well. Maria was shocked to learn they were his friends and questioned the nature of his relationship with them. Makoto told her to calm down, explaining they were just dungeon friends. Kurara tensed up as no one had mentioned this to her before. She thought it would just be the two of them, giving her a chance to cheer for him alone. Makoto then noticed Miki's hair looked different, and she smiled, explaining she had tied it up with her older sister. He complimented her, saying it suited her well. This made Kurara uneasy as the two seemed unusually close. She wondered if Makoto had a crush on Miki. Though tempted to read his mind to find out, she restrained herself, determined not to lose to this girl she had just met. Trying to shift the conversation, Kurara asked how Gargantua was doing. Makoto, a bit confused, replied that he was fine, mentioning they had seen each other just a week ago. Gargantua had greeted the girls warmly, particularly Miki, which made both Kurara and Maria uncomfortable. Soon, Beniko and Range arrived as well. Maria hugged Beniko, and the two chatted briefly as the rest of the group gathered to talk, including Kamashiro and Kaido, who trailed behind. Beniko nudged Range closer to Makoto, knowing she wanted to say something to him. Range told Makoto she would be cheering for him the next day, and he thanked her for the support. This only heightened the tension among the other girls around them. Kaido questioned what was so enjoyable about this chaotic scene, to which Exabia replied, absolutely nothing. The two agreed that being surrounded by unfamiliar girls was stressful, forming an odd sort of camaraderie. Makoto approached Kamashiro and asked if he had brought the item. Kamashiro handed him a sword and Makoto thanked him, though slightly disappointed that Kamashiro wouldn't be competing. And he replied that, as he had mentioned before, he had things to do in Tokyo. He was equally disappointed because he really wanted to face Makoto directly again. Keo approached, gesturing to Makoto there was time to leave. Maria also realized she needed to return backstage, and they all said their goodbyes to head to their respective places. Beniko wondered what they could do in the meantime and suggested that all the girls go out for drinks to get to know each other better. Though nervous, Kurara agreed, pulling Miki along because she wanted to hear more about her. The girls left while Makoto walked with Kaido, asking where exactly they were headed since they had been walking for some time. Kaido asked if Makoto hadn't heard yet. They won the top rankers to prepare on this day. It was like a preliminary meeting before the competition the next day. It was then Makoto noticed Maria pouting and asked if she was upset about something. She commented on how Makoto had made so many friends, and he agreed with a smile. Then he remembered that he wanted to give her a gift and handed her a magical pouch. This delighted Maria, as it was the same pouch Makoto had. She recalled how she had said in Okinawa that she wanted something like his, and she let out the fact that he remembered her words. A little while later, they arrived at the venue, and Makoto asked them to wait outside while he entered the room alone. Inside, he found others gathered. An attendant informed them that someone would arrive shortly to speak with them, and they could sit comfortably in the meantime. The rankers greeted Makoto, including rank 3 Ryudo Tatsumi, rank 8 Bizing Yeshimune, rank 2 Momono Kore, and of course, Kaido at rank 10. Ryudo stood up, sighing about how the first place ranker wasn't there. He said he wanted to face Miki, but since Makoto was present, he was curious about him, as he was the first man among them. Ryudo noted that Makoto had cleared both G and F rank dungeons. He thought Makoto wouldn't attend, as a little bird had told him Makoto didn't like attracting attention, and he asked what had brought him there. Makoto remembered reaching level 113 during training, shocking Kurara because he had once again used his level consumption skill without hesitation. Makoto responded that it was more fun that way. He no longer avoided attention and recognized the rare opportunities to face other level 99 players. Now back at level 99 himself, Makoto accepted Ryudo's challenge without hesitation, which made Ryudo even more excited for their eventual duel. A short while later, the tournament operator Kawajiri appeared to announce the matchups for the following day. Ryudo would face Kaido, Gokitsu Chikura would fight Kori, Makoto would battle Chihiro, and Bizin would face Seto Oji. The well-known players were set to fight those who passed the preliminaries. Although Makoto wasn't thrilled about facing another Tsuchikura, he accepted the matchup. As Kawajiri left, wishing them all luck, Ryudo expressed frustration that he could only face Makoto if they both reached the finals. He told Makoto not to lose before then. Still, he admitted he didn't care much for Kato's name, as he hadn't even bothered to remember it. After that, Kato suggested they leave, and Makoto replied that he was just waiting for him to say that. Kato declared he wouldn't lose to Ryudo and loudly promised that Makoto should also try not to lose too early in the matches. At that moment, Kaori approached them from behind, ignoring Kato to speak directly to Makoto. She asked who exactly he was, leaving him puzzled. Then she stated she wanted to win, leaving Kato confused about what had just happened. Makoto, however, focused on how Kaori said she wanted to win rather than that she win. Kato remarked that Makoto seemed surrounded by all sorts of strange people, and Makoto thought Kato himself was equally odd. Just then, Makoto received a message from the girls outside, asking him to join them when he finished. He mentioned this to Kaido and asked if he'd like to come along. Kato hesitated, saying he didn't know the other girls, but after a teasing comment, Makoto convinced him to join. Time passed, and the 24th arrived, the day of the tournament. Everyone was eager to watch the event unfold. The two commentators, Koko and Kawajiri, were just as excited. Kawajiri began by explaining the rules. It was a one-on-one match with a 30-minute time limit. There were no restrictions on weapons, protective armor, or abilities the players could use. All fighters would wear a bracelet that would sound an alarm if their HP dropped below 5%. There were 3 ways to secure victory. The first was to remove your opponent from the battlefield. The second was to make them surrender. And the third was if their bracelet sounded the alarm. On this battlefield, even if HP reached 0, it would remain a 1. The arena was equipped to prevent instant deaths, and there was no need to worry as 20 level 10 healers with magical abilities were stationed nearby. The winner would receive an unidentified level 10 item, a rare rainbow egg. Hiroko and EAZY were surprised that Makoto's match hadn't started yet. They had apparently arrived too early. Miki approached the couple and asked if they were friends of Makoto's too. Hiroko quickly asked if Miki was Makoto's girlfriend, to which she immediately denied, confused by the question. She decided to escort the couple to where the others were gathered, cheering for Makoto together. The girls were confused about who the couple was, but Hiroko was especially shocked to see that all of Makoto's friends were girls. EAZY sighed, saying it was hard to argue against the accusation of a harem at this point. Hiroko looked delighted by this. Meanwhile, Koko announced the first round of matches, starting with Kaori, a mysterious powerhouse, and Guki Tsuchikura, famous for his videos. Thus, the tournament began. Makoto watched the battle on a screen. Buki declared that he wouldn't hold back just because Kaori was a girl. That wasn't how battles worked. He intended to defeat her in the arena and have his revenge against Makoto. He charged at Kaori without hesitation, but she simply stood still before summoning a massive dragon. Guppy froze in shock, unable to comprehend what had just happened. With a single swipe, the dragon slammed Goki into the arena floor, defeating him instantly. Kaori's complete domination showcased for rare summoning magic, a rarity in these times. She was clearly a formidable opponent, which impressed Makoto. Just then, a man approached, asking if Makoto was ready and introducing himself as Takanashi, his opponent. Takanashi noticed Makoto was a sword user and grew excited. The attendant then informed them that their match would start in 10 minutes and that they should prepare to enter the arena. Makoto responded to Takanashi that he was equally excited to face him. Nearby, Seto Oji commented that Takanashi was married to Reiko, ranked 4th, though Takanashi himself hadn't shown much of his strength yet. Stigata laughed at Makoto, rambling about how Kaori seemed like a princess captured by a mighty dragon. He declared that only he could be the prince worthy of rescuing her, and vowed to make his performance as dazzling as possible to stand out. But Nakono had already left for the arena. Suddenly, Kurara appeared, startling him. He asked why she had come so suddenly, and she replied that she was there to help him manage his stress and to talk with him. Makoto asked if she was feeling alright, and she assured him she was perfectly fine now. She expressed curiosity about the sword he had received from Kamashiro, asking if he planned to use it in his fight. Makoto recalled his conversation with Kamashiro earlier. Kamashiro had asked if Makoto intended to enter the competition at level 99, piquing his curiosity. Makoto inquired why Kamashiro wasn't participating himself. Kamashiro explained that something important was happening simultaneously, which was unfortunate for Makoto. This led to an interesting proposal. Though Makoto wasn't particularly skilled with swords, Kamashiro had previously tried to teach him. While Makoto was a bit dense, he had potential to develop. The sword in question could deactivate passive abilities that didn't consume MP, such as decouple magic efficiency and magic resistance, in exchange for active abilities whose MP cost was halved. It was something one only see in video games. Kanashiro bet that Makoto was probably laughing about it now. Back in the present, Kurara mentioned that Makoto seemed happy now, calling it cute. He smiled like that, catching him off guard. She asked him to hold out his wrists. Makoto appreciated her offer to return the bow and arrow, but assured her it wasn't necessary. Kurara laughed, saying he couldn't be sure until the moment of battle arrived. She wanted to be sure that Makoto never loses and cheers for him to win, until he finally goes to the battlefield to face Takanashi, and Koko decides to start the match right away. As everyone should know, the weapons obtained from dungeons could only affect monsters. They could cause significant damage but could not cut or injure human bodies. Therefore, everyone should pay attention so that ladies and gentlemen can present this. One could say that Makoto was the pioneer of dungeon explorations. Pilka wonders what kind of attacks they might see, until they are surprised because he seems to be making the first move but ends up falling to the ground. This left everyone puzzled as to why such a high-level ranker would do such a thing. Makoto realizes that it was indeed an inconvenient situation as people wonder what exactly was happening. Takanashi asks if his body is too slow compared to his brain, and Makoto tries to get up while keeping himself steady. Makoto charges at his opponent with his sword, being caught by surprise because Takanashi was not only strong in his strikes, but also fast enough to catch up to Makoto. Even cutting the ground with his sword strikes, unbelievably he was a swordsman capable of splitting the arena in two. The commentators made such remarks, wondering if it was some skill using bodily strength, but apparently it was purely his physical strength. Takanashi asked, enjoying Makoto's current expression. Makoto was smiling, thinking that everyone's skill level there was truly insane, and Takanashi was eager to face Makoto even more than before this time. He continues attacking a protagonist even more with his sword strikes, and Makoto was forced to stay on the defensive. Meanwhile, Kurara was looking for people in the audience. Noticing that she hadn't found her group and considering that they might have changed seats, now she needed to find them again, when a woman called out to her, suggesting that there was an empty seat next to her that she could use, and Kurara thanks her for the offer, sitting next to that woman whom she recognized as beautiful, and so she watches the battle. Surprised at what was happening, Makoto used his fire magic, trying to apply some pressure. Dodging that kind of thing would usually take a lot of MP for teleportation, and after parrying Takanashi's attacks with magic, he was still perfectly standing, charging at the protagonist with fire in his eyes, unleashing even more attacks. Takanashi praises him for having good reflexes, and Makoto defends himself with his own sword, replying that he was somewhat familiar with speed-based attacks. The commentators say they were witnessing a constant battle of beautiful strikes. The clash of the weapons left the spectators completely stunned by what they were watching. EAZY becomes nervous watching this. Hiroka wonders why Makoto isn't using his abilities. Maria praises him because he was very cool. Renj quietly considers the situation, and Beniko agrees because Makoto should be low on MP or anything like that, but Miki observes that he seemed quite happy now, and Kurara watches the battle as well. The woman comments that this was a bad habit. That old man was quite passionate since his youth, but the child who did what he loved no matter what happened. His spirit spread to others, making them equally excited on the battlefield, and Kurara replies that Makoto also really liked that actually. It seemed that the two were getting along. The battle had continued for a long 10 minutes. The challengers were draining each other's HP little by little in the arena, and one wonders who would have said that such a great battle could have happened. Makoto was sweating when Takanashi asks why he wasn't using his magic anymore. He replies that it was obviously more fun this way, fighting only with their swords. It would be totally meaningless to use magic now that they were so engaged with each other, which made Takanashi laugh loudly. He had been waiting a long time for a battle like this, and he runs to deliver a big blow to Makoto, who tries to defend but is sent flying. It was very close. If he had aimed the attack closer, he probably would have hit him directly. But Takanashi wasn't done and attacks from below upwards. Makoto knew he must be waiting for the moment he would fall to the ground. But he is surprised because actually Takanashi jumped close to him in the air, and he narrowly dodges the attack, spinning and counterattacking immediately. Makoto recognizes that his reflexes, visual dynamics, and body flexibility were at a very high level. Even being lower, he was comparable to someone at level 80,000. After some more exchange of blows, Makoto manages to land a kick on his opponent's chin, until finally, his sword was sent flying away with just one strike. And Takanashi laughed at the opportunity of a real opening in front of him, and Kurara froze at the seam that could end Makoto's life instantly with a strike. After all, earlier he had used the same technique and split the arena in half, but instead he used the ribbon Kurara had given him on his wrists to reattach his sword, so he armed himself, attacking his opponent's arm at the same moment until Takanashi gained enough space to point his sword at the protagonist's head, declaring that it was over. But it was only because his bracelet's alarm had sounded, making him realize that the fun never lasted as long as it should, and thus the person to win the second round was Makoto. The commentators remarked that they believed his opponent had made a misstep and could have nearly split not only the arena this time, but Makoto did an excellent and swift job this time, gaining a great advantage in his hands and deflecting the attacks before nearly facing his own death. Everyone congratulated his victory, and Takanashi mentioned Makoto's reaction. He didn't seem all that happy, and he replied that he wasn't really, making the player laugh and extend his hand for a handshake. They wished to have a rematch soon. The announcer said that while they waited for the workers to repair the stadium, they decided to recap the latest events. A little later, Takanashi left the arena. He met the woman from the stands who had been with Kurara earlier. This was Rachel, the 4th-ranked player, and she said that his old habits died hard indeed. This left Takenashi puzzled, and Rachel commented that he was fighting using the sword that reduced his status to only half, asking if perhaps he wasn't trying to lose on purpose. He replied, laughing, that he just couldn't help it. He ended up having a lot of fun along the way, and the two decided to go out to eat something. Meanwhile, Kurara went to boast that Makoto's victory was entirely thanks to her, seeming quite smug, but she congratulated him for winning the round. He asked why she was there again, and Kurara replied that she got lost and couldn't find the group where everyone was and ended up there, which left Makoto confused. Even so, remembering his battle against Takanashi made him feel happy because it was quite fun, and Ryudo watched everything, realizing that Makoto had calculated many things, making his opponent go through so much and creating such a scene. A little later, Ryudo himself was called to the battlefield, where he would face Kaido, who was in a bad mood. Beniko approached to talk to him, saying that Renj was busy calling Kamashiro to tell him about Makoto's victory, and asked if there was any problem with him being there alone. Kater denied the allegation, although Beniko knew he must be stressed, and that's why she went to him so they could talk a bit. Kater replied that it wasn't like that, it just bothered him because he was the weakest among them, and Beniko kicked him, saying that obviously it was stressful. She questioned what was wrong with his attitude, practically seeming like he was going to give up, and he responded that none of that would happen. He was there to win as much as possible. Beniko agreed that this was the right mindset. He was the guy she knew. That was also trying to show people that he wasn't the type to just talk without showing anything. She was confident that Kato could win the match and then could defeat Makoto as well, and he agreed as the announcers began to call the participants. Ryudo and Kaido entered the scene. Ryudo was curious to see about this #1 team that conquered the dungeons, although he had heard that only Kamashiro was powerful. While Kaido was just another member of the group, Ryudo won the test this now, starting to use his level 10 summoning magic, bringing forth the arms of a cyclops. Kaido was undaunted and drew his swords, responding that Ryudo talked too much and wanted to show some of his own abilities to prove him quite wrong. Kaido dodged the attacks, although he took the second punch. With his summoning magic, Ryudo could constantly apply pressure to his opponents and was trying to force him to leave the arena and go on the defensive. That was a bit different from Kaori's summoning magic. He had a limited summon, but had greater control over what he could do. Ryudo thought he would like to just grab his opponent and throw him out of the stadium, but the Cyclops wouldn't want to do that. Its weakness was a weapon with contained magic. It was just an annoying coincidence that Kato happened to have exactly such a sword, so he kept attacking his opponent, with Ryudo telling him to give up at once. Because he was just wasting his time since his abilities have pathetic strength. He would never cross the distance between them to attack him directly with his sword. He slaps Kaido as Ryudo laughs at the idea of hard work overcoming genius, setting him flying far away, but Kaido tries to hold himself with his sword on the ground. Despite all this, Kaido questions if that's all Ryudo has to offer, which makes Ryudo tell him to stop being so annoying, and quickly the Cyclops draws his sword, sending Kaido into the air and attacking with the sword, like he defends himself with his own sword and runs along the Cyclops' sword, remembering Beniko giving him a lecture. If you keep using that sword, you'll end up with multiple wounds and you'll die. But Kaido wouldn't stop just because it was dangerous, which only frustrated Beniko more. Kamashiro says that it's hard to keep balance with such a big sword and asks if he couldn't just switch to 2 swords because it would be easier to use and handle. Kaido knew he was the weakest, but even so, he preferred to keep trying to achieve victory rather than give up. He got rid of his huge sword and switched to the other 2. He challenges his opponent to try to face him now with that, practically stealing the Cyclops' sword and sending its hand flying far away with sheer force. Ryudo says that he has perfect control over the items he summons, as well as can revive them, and attacks Kaido, throwing him to the ground, while Ryudo questions if he is so blind to the futility. Ryudo remembers when he was called to join a team and was excited, but his past was filled with situations that made him recognize that the situation killed talents. But thanks to the dungeons, his talent, true power, turned that into money. It was the true nature of this world, but despite him babbling so much, Kaido just tells him to shut up. He endures another powerful punch from the Cyclops, leading Ryudo's shock as he said that he knew very well that they were powerful, but without talent, it was something completely impossible. All his friends were powerful people, and until he won, he couldn't lose. Kaido's talent was perseverance. That's how he managed to reach Ryudo and hit him. He tries to use his light magic, but Kaido doesn't allow it, destroying his shield with his sword and exchanging blows until Kaido suddenly falls to the ground, leaving Ryudo totally shocked. The commentators asked for a pause because apparently he should be out of MP. This wasn't a game, they could still lose their MP, reaching 0 and continuing like that could cause immense stress to the brain. It was terrifying to see, especially because the M and MP wasn't for magic, but for mind. Everyone should keep themselves safe. An insane battle between 2 players led to victory for Ryudo. Despite some technical difficulties occurring, it was decided that Kaido could no longer continue fighting. When Kaido woke up, Beniko told him that he was in the recovery room because he fainted after being brought there. Meanwhile, the babbles continued outside. Huji lost to Bizun, And Beniko mentions that Ryudo said they were able to become strong only thanks to Kaido. His perseverance in defeating Kamashiro motivated them to continue. It was obvious that Kamashiro admired Kaido too, and Beniko praises Kaido because he was really cool in the most ordinary way, even commenting that he seemed to be crying, something that Kaido denies at all costs. Meanwhile, Makoto was getting ready to face the dragon's summoner Kaori when Miki appeared asking if she could sit there. Looks like those two haven't had a chill chat in forever. Our MC asks if, once her friend clears her debts, she'll keep playing the game. But Iso spills the beans, saying she wants to help her sis, thinking she picked up some tricks in those high-level dungeons. All hyped, she also wants to help Exodia get his memories back. Honestly, our hero's a bit lost on this memory stuff. Then the girl grins and asks if she forgot to mention it. She explains that after granting a wish, Exodia vanishes and gets zapped somewhere else with his memories wiped. Our MC says the dude's a special case, cause he's neither a monster nor an item. Super happy. Iso says he's a solid buddy. The boy wonders if the guy might get a bit ticked off with her doing this without asking him first. And they remember him saying he's just a tool to grant human wishes, and then poof. Iso recalls a funeral from her past and thinks some stories are better off forgotten. But it'd be a bummer if she couldn't remember the good times. Right then, to the MC's surprise, she says there's something she wants to ask. All determined, the girl admits she wants to team up with him. She adds it's not just a temporary gig like before, but something bigger, and our MC's down for it. Iso's pumped about this while Makoto explains it's not like he's itching for a PvP with her anyway. The boy's eager to tackle tougher dungeons, and hunting for Exodia's memory sounds like a big quest. Grinning, he thinks it'll be a blast. This makes his friend super stoked too. The boy's got a soft spot for the girl, and she admits she was worried. Our MC thinks if it's like before, it might get kinda annoying. He thanks his friend, making Iso a bit flustered, while she shoots back saying she's mega grateful too. The girl wishes him luck in his next match and says she's cheering for him as his teammate. Makoto thanks her and says it's go time, while she beams happily, full of good vibes. Iso heads to Exodia, who's thrilled to see his ray of sunshine coming his way. Then, out of nowhere, the narrator starts chatting about this tournament, a showdown among the top players. She goes on saying the top 4 players are already locked in. And duh, no shocker there. They're the faves of the top rank. Finally, she reveals the tournament's grand prize, the rainbow egg. It's so mysterious, even a level 10 ID magic can't crack it. Then she wonders if any of these players can handle all this hype. Cause in just a few minutes, everyone's diving into the quarterfinals. Our MC thinks his new crew's gonna be a bit wild when he bumps into music ahead. He strolls over, curious to see what's up, and gets a bit surprised too, cause he's spotting a massive dragon chilling with someone petting it. He wonders what that girl's up to while watching her. This makes him think of Iso and her bond with Exodia. But right then, a voice tells everyone to gear up for the quarterfinals. On one side, the one who took down a rank 2 in a flash, the dragon summoner Momonokari, against our fave who's still rocking the tournament shop's gear. To the crowd's roar, the battle kicks off. Out of nowhere, the girl says she's jelly cause he's calling for Makoto, but our MC's clueless about what she means. Suddenly, Momono summons her massive fierce dragon. Makoto's all hyped while the narrator's eager to see how the boy handles this and gives the play-by-play. The first move our hero makes is using ID magic, spotting its weak spot, but not its level. But right then, the creature's already on the attack. The hit's super strong and almost nails our hero, while some folks cheer for the fight. Makoto's got one goal in mind. He wants to boot them out of the arena, so he calls up a level 10 flight magic. But then, out of nowhere, he smacks into a see-through magic barrier. Momono says, "Not a fan of this, back off, Diddy." Meanwhile, the dragon's back at it with its wings. The boy leaps like a maniac to dodge the hits. Then he spots a shiny crystal on the creature's head and figures that's its weak spot. He grabs his bow and aims at the monster's Achilles tendon, thinking he needs a critical hit. But then he realizes the dragon and Momono are tight buddies. And also, he really shouldn't be peeking that way. So, back to the epic chase, dodging the monster like a pro. The monster's left scratching its head, totally confused, wondering why our hero just dropped his weapon. Then, boom, decision time. As our hero gears up for battle, the dragon and its master are in perfect sync. The dragon's all fire and fury, but our hero's got those ninja moves. The narrator's hyped, saying the dragon's relentless, like a never-ending TikTok loop. And Makoto's dodging like he's in a game of dodgeball, looking for that perfect moment. Then, flashback. Someone once asked Makoto about the big tournament prize. Meanwhile, the dragon's like, "There's something about this dude that's intriguing." But the girl? She's all, "I'm gonna win this thing, no doubt." The dragon's like, "You'll get it when we're face to face." The crowd's buzzing and the announcer's like, "Our boy's gotta fly, but don't worry, drones got us covered." That dragon's relentless, spitting fire like a mixtape. But surprise, Makoto pulls a teleportation trick, leaving the dragon in the dust. Both dragon and master are like, whoa, didn't see that coming. Meanwhile, the announcers are losing it, cause teleportation magic is rare and costs mad MP. Now, Makoto's charging at his real target. His sword's helping cut MP costs, but he's running low, cause dodging dragons ain't easy. His plan? Trap the opponent, and if there's a barrier, teleport inside. He knows he's got about 3 big spells left, while the opponent's deep in thought. Finally, he reaches the girl, and she's like, I surrender. Our hero's like, wait, what? And it's not just him. The announcers are scratching their heads too. Then they declare Makoto the winner, and he's still like, huh? As he chases after her. But the tournament's rolling on. Next up, Ryudo Tatsuomi. Back to Makoto, who finally catches up to the girl, and she's surprised. Makoto's like, why'd you do it? I won't sleep until I know. But she's like, why didn't you attack my dragon? Makoto pauses, then spills the beans. He was pumped to fight a dragon, but he knew summoned monsters could come back. But he couldn't do it cause he knew they were besties. The girl's shocked, and it takes her back. Finally, she offers a handshake. She explains why she gave up. She shows off a dragon pendant, saying she's a dragon fan, but warns if Makoto doesn't make the finals, she's gonna be disappointed, but he promises to win. Then she walks off, saying it's good to know. Just then, someone calls Makoto. He's stoked to see EAZY and Hiroko, and the little girl gives him a big hug. EAZY's all emotional, saying he's proud Makoto's in the finals. They think he's awesome. EAZY asks if Makoto gets what's happening, but our hero's a bit slow on the uptake. While trying to escape the hug, EAZY calls him out. Makoto's like, I could. Totally beat you in the finals. He's shocked cause he didn't know EAZY was out, and it bugs him he missed the fight, but it wasn't on purpose. Makoto really wanted to see it. EAZY's surprised by this. Meanwhile, everyone's chatting away, all excited. Makoto admits he's not super hyped about everything, but he's curious about Ryudo. And just then, the match wraps up. Bison Yoshimune takes the win. In the arena, his opponent's all crumpled, and Bison's teasing him. Bison's like, what a waste of talent. And then, it's official. Makoto versus Bison in the finals. 2 people are watching the action on TV. Nagato's all jittery and hyped, cause Makoto's not messing up, while Mika's just chillin', watching the championship like it's a Netflix binge. The girl jokes that if Makoto wins and tries to show off for Miki, she'd slap his face on milk cartons, and if he loses and makes her sad, same deal. But then she stands up, grinning, saying she's just kidding, though, honestly, not so sure about that. She mentions that exploring dungeons of rank E or higher is getting tricky, and maybe gamers should handle it instead of scientists. She eyes the rainbow egg, worried if Makoto's gonna carry humanity's fate, while Nagato's all, chill, dude. Makoto's thinking he spent way too long chatting and now he's lost. No clue where the waiting room is. Out of nowhere, while walking, he bumps into some dude, and just walks past him while the guy's all, that dude and this dude. Suddenly, he remembers the guy's got no special skills, and even though it was like that, he then says he got totally owned in that match. Bison took over his summons and he's like, what the heck just happened? He says though, don't slack off and give it your all. A bit later, Makoto grabs his weapon and checks it out. Finally finds the waiting room and spots his opponent chilling there too. They lock eyes for a second. Breaking the ice, the guy's like, nice to have you as my opponent. He sizes up the guy, saying he's got a wild fighting style and is burning too much energy just for kicks. That dude thought he'd face Takanashi or Momono in the finals, and figures since Makoto's his opponent, he's got this in the bag. Our hero just stares at him with his best poker face. Makoto explains he used to think that way too. Just having fun was enough, but looking back, his friends and fans are all there for him. Then he says he needs to wrap things up for everyone, so he's gonna face and beat anyone. His opponent's like, I get it, but you still won't beat me. They stare each other down again, pumped for the fight. The presenter's voice booms through the stadium on this second day of the tournament, which are the finals, and now she's bringing in a guest commentator. It's the famous teen model and event ambassador, Maria Feingold. From the crowd's reaction, people are buzzing that she's got a ton of fans. Then the narrator asks her how she thinks the final's gonna go down. She says she hopes the best for our MC, but thinks it's kinda unfair at this point. Bison focuses and remembers the folks who cheered for him. Then he looks back at our hero with his icy stare. The presenter wraps it up, and now it's Makoto's final showdown with Bison. And now it's kicking off, with a cheeky JoJo reference thrown in there. The finals kick off, and the guy's already attacking while our hero's using flight magic. Makoto's watching and is blown away by his opponent's magic. Then he's caught off guard by a quick move but dodges it just in time. Still, Bison had a sneaky trick, leaving our hero stunned. He's hit squarely by that energy and goes flying, only has time to shield himself with his arms and use magic resistance. Bison says our MC shouldn't sweat about his MP, cause he used a magic circle that slashes MP cost to 1/5 and works for anyone nearby. Makoto realizes that's why he's feeling so light. Pumped by this, he whips out a level 10 fire magic. He focuses it in his hand and blasts it at Bison. Right after, he uses teleportation magic to pop up behind his opponent, but his adversary's like, "Thanks, dude," leaving Makoto scratching his head. Bison wasn't gonna leave him hanging and says he was waiting for this. The guy smacks our hero with serious force. That epic hit sends him flying, but he bounces back quick and starts charging his magic again. Bison pops up behind him with crazy speed, but he spots him and fires his fire magic that way. His opponent uses magic resistance and keeps on attacking. This attack forces our boy to back off as fast as he can to dodge trouble. He's impressed the guy used magic with his feet, but now he's got the scoop. He figures out the guy always uses magic after he does, and remembers the guy took over a summoning magic, so he realizes it's a copy magic. He thinks the catch is the guy's gotta see the magic first. Plus, there seems to be some limit since he's not using fire or lightning magic directly. Bison uses his level 10 copy magic. With it, he can spot all the cool powers our heroes got. He's thinking, man, I couldn't see this stuff in the waiting room, and figures there must be loads of hidden skills. He's curious about one ability he can't see, but shrugs it off since there are plenty he can use. When he battles tough opponents, that's when his copy magic really flexes. Feeling a bit cocky, he thinks Makoto's skills are no big deal against him. Our hero notices the dude's got mad skills with the magic he copies, and he's super hyped, wondering how he's gonna take this guy down. In his memories, the boy's doing an interview, all nervous and struggling to answer. His parents want him to get a stable job, which is the usual dream for someone without special powers. He thought life would be chill, no drama, just hearing about dungeons popping up and stuff. In the chat, he asks if those folks are from Tokyo, catching everyone off guard. Then, he straight up invites them to hit up a dungeon. Back to the present fight. Bison's gearing up to cast a spell while our hero's trying to keep up. A massive energy ball shows up, zooming towards him, and just when he's almost out of time, Makoto realizes there's more than one. While he's dealing with all those spheres, his opponent's already on him again. Bison wraps up the attack with a level 4 fire spell. Our MC figures out the guy's got a 10-level magic limit, and when he uses multiple spells, he's gotta split those levels. But still, that's got him scratching his head. He's wondering how Bison can fire off 3 spells in a row. In the chaos, suddenly our guy takes a hit right in the face, but he stands his ground, unfazed by the attack, and he fires back with his magic right away. Now it's a fire magic showdown against lightning magic. Makoto gets launched into the air while his opponent powers up. Bison's super focused and pumped for this fight. The commentators say the boy's owning the fight, but they're struggling to keep up with everything going down. In the stands, one friend's covering his face nervously, and another's saying he should watch while his buddy's risking it all. All his pals are super worried and tense, seeing Makoto on the back foot. Just then, Momonokari shows up with wide eyes. She's caught off guard while Exodia says it was a bold move. She asks if he's really doing that, and the creature wonders if she means Makoto. But nope, she's talking about the four-eyed kid. Elsewhere, a dude's chilling. Someone calls him Kamashiro, asking if he's watching the fight. The guy wonders if it's Bison. Kamashiro's surprised he knows him, and the man explains the boy helped him with a couple of dungeons. He says he's a mercenary who teams up online for dungeons with a 100% success rate. The guy explains his magic is a copy, and he's got crazy high recovery. Kamashiro's intrigued by this info. Considering this, Bison knows more about abilities than anyone. He's like an abilities expert, but it's a bummer he's up against Makoto. He's facing him again now. Bison attacks from above with magic, feeling a bit let down. Our player calls out from below that he gets it, while Makoto, dubbed a curious monster, says he's gonna try something new. In all that smoke, Bison thinks he should keep his edge. He feels he'll regret not finishing the boy now. Meanwhile, our hero starts plotting, firing, teleporting, firing again, and so on. With this, he can attack from all angles, and fire magic's perfect since it wipes out magic circles. The young dude charges forward, thinking if his magic level was as high as before, he'd never have thought of this. Then, he teleports and uses fire magic, wiping out the magic circle, and zips to a new spot. With that tiny fireball in his hands, the boy quickly sticks to his plan, and keeps making loads of them, surrounding his opponent with a swarm of fireballs. Then, he unleashes level 10 boosted fire magic. That duo's watching the fight, totally hyped. The commentators are totally losing it, saying Makoto just went full magic mode on his opponent. That old dude's grinning, super pleased with how the attack went down. In the smoky chaos, Bison's trying to get it together, and that's why Makoto's the OG. Our fave player charges through the shadows, leveling up with zero fear. Meanwhile, the kid's already above Bison, and everyone's saying Makoto's got that natural seeker vibe. Right then, our hero lands a perfect hit on his opponent. The young dude goes flying, and suddenly, fireballs are everywhere. When he gets his bearings, he sees they're homing in on him, like heat-seeking missiles. The kid with glasses gets smacked again by a bunch of attacks. Now he's looking pretty rough. He stares ahead while our hero's all surprised. He's wondering how he messed up so bad, like a total noob. Checking out his hand, covered in his own life juice, he thinks he botched his MP game. He gets a flashback of someone special telling him to run, and he realizes he's feeling some unexpected feels. Somewhere in his brain, someone tells him to run from a giant monster. On the ground, someone's already in a bad way. That person looks like they're about to kick the bucket, and the kid's watching, not doing great either. Bizen tells Nayuha to look after Takumi and charges at the monster. As Bizen charges, Nayuha's like, "Have you lost it?" But the kid's all in, ready to face the beast. The boy's hyped that the healing magic's so lit, he doesn't feel pain, but he's worried he can't clap anymore. While the girl cries, the kid's like, "Don't sweat it. I wouldn't be here without you guys." Jokingly, he says he won't be able to game like before. Bizen, feeling bad, says sorry, blaming himself for the whole mess, cause he was the one who suggested this dungeon adventure. But his buddy's like, "Nah, that's nonsense. I picked this dungeon. Why you apologizing?" Nayuha can't hold back and starts crying. The kid says even though he's just a regular dude, he wants to be special like his buddy Yo someday. Bizen's shocked, thinking he can't do anything on his own. He can't shake those words, and soon after his crew splits, cause this ain't a video game, and they've had enough fun. An announcement talks about dungeon exploring from rank S to L. While Bizen's getting ready, two kids roll up saying they want to tag along. But the kid's all serious, saying he's going to work, not play. The little ones get a bit bummed, and he coldly says he'll catch them later. But everyone's like, "Dude, that's not cool." Already with the squad, someone mentions the kid doesn't seem as happy as before. Now we're back to the present and the fight, but he's still on the ground. Makoto's chatting about running out of MP and admits it was a close call for him too. Then he asks the kid to just give up. Again, Bizen starts seeing visions, where they're talking about a chill life, no more risks, and that. This tournament's pointless, telling him to ditch his dreams. That vision of him all suited up says it's a great chance to quit and just be a regular office guy. But Bizen's like, if he could bail, he would. He adds he'll never forget him. Then, that vision starts fading away. Makoto looks kinda confused, not getting it while the kid stands up. He's pumped, thinking about these feels. At that moment, Makoto gets hyped again and jumps at Bizen. The opponents start trading punches, going at it. Both land almost identical hits. They keep swinging and dodging. Bizen pulls a move and nails our hero, while his siblings cheer him on, and his old crew's celebrating and rooting for him too. Right then, the stadium's going wild, but those two probably can't even hear it. Bizen mentions the kid used his style in that last attack. The arena's lit up again with level 10 fire magic. That kid's stunned it happened at the same time, can't even believe it, when suddenly something grabs him from below. The ground snags his foot with some icy or crystal stuff. Our player had cast his magic through his feet and wraps it up with, "Real recognizes real." In the next moment, a bunch of fireballs just go boom all over the arena. The presenters are totally shook like, did that just happen? Fans are on edge, hoping their fave players are okay as smoke fills the place. The smoke starts to clear up, bit by bit, and there's Bizen, just chilling on the ground, saying he's wiped out. Our hero offers a hand, saying he's feeling the same vibes. The boy's grateful, saying it was epic competing with him. Makoto had a blast too. Then, in that battle-wrecked scene, Bizen admits he had fun too. The stadium goes wild as our hero gets his prize and the presenters shout out the winner. On the podium, our hero's just soaking it all in, kinda amazed. The presenter says the top 3 get medals and cash, sweet deal. But for our champ, there's an even cooler prize. The so-called rainbow egg. Makoto thinks his vocab needs a glow-up. Momono says he snagged 3rd place when Ryudo bailed. And he tells our boy, with a bit of sass, that he did awesome. Then the presenter says they were going to have a closing ceremony, but they're not into boring stuff. So instead, they're bringing out the ambassador, who's also a new singer. With some over-the-top effects, she introduces Maria Feingold. The crowd goes nuts for the young singer. The girl keeps rocking her musical show. Seems our hero had no clue she was this famous. While Bizen just watches her bounce around as the stands shake, Maria asks if everyone's sticking around after, and our guy's like, yup. He explains Kaido and Yumasaki had school, but the girl wanted to say bye before jetting from Japan. Suddenly someone calls Makoto's name, and when he turns, surprise, it's Bizen. The girl's all excited, says she'll go first, and Makoto jokes not to get kidnapped again. Bizen thinks she's Makoto's girl. leaving him all flustered, but she plays along, saying she is. Checking the card he got, he sees it's an invite for dungeon raids. Our hero calls the boy a communication beast, and since he's been called a beast too, they can be buds. Makoto's surprised by his kindness, saying he can call anytime for help. Bison says thanks to him, he sees being a player as cool again, and he hasn't felt that way in ages, so he's grateful. Our boy's pretty happy about that. But someone rolls up calling for Yo. It's those pals from Bison's memories showing up. The player thanks our hero tons and congrats him on the win, which he kindly returns. That trio then heads off, catching up. When suddenly, an angry girl confronts our hero about teaming up with Iso. Everyone's buzzing and happy, but our hero tries to chill things out and asks what's up. The girl's torn because she's into Makoto but also another dude, but she wants him to promise nothing weird happens when they're alone, and Makoto's like, promise. Our hero says they won't be alone, Exodia's got their back, and even Gargantua's in on it. There's a ruckus in the back, seems Kamashiro's here. The boy just strolls by, leaving everyone curious, heading to our hero. Makoto's super stoked to see him. Kamashiro mentions a big V dungeon, and our hero's like, let's go. Everyone's impressed with their youthful energy. And then the top player of the battle tournament wrapped up the day with a sparring match against Kamashiro. 2 days later, our hero apologizes, says Iso hit him up. They reached Morioka City in Iwate Prefecture, and the girl's shocked by the boy swooping in like a pigeon. She's way too hyped for their first dungeon adventure. She couldn't even sleep right. Too excited. But Makoto says he slept like a log to prep for the trip. He asks if it's the dungeon her brother suggested. Seems there are some super strong monsters inside, even though it's a rank G dungeon. The duo's pumped and ready to dive in. They finally hit the first floor and are already wowed. Makoto thinks it's kinda chilly, and Iso notices the sand feels more like snow. This makes him realize even though Exodia calls itself the spirit of fire, its temp is pretty normal, but it gets super annoyed with that comment. Where Iso lives, it's super hot, but she's chillin' there, using it as her summer hideout. Boom, 2 massive creatures crash the party. Meet the frost behemoths, and you better be level 130 to tango with them. He's all, whoa, those things are huge, while Exodia's practically bouncing to join the brawl. As they move forward, something's flying overhead. They're shocked to see another beast, but Exodia's jaw's on the floor. Our hero's scratching his head about that dragon that seems kinda familiar. Momono Kaori rolls up with her dragon like it's just another Tuesday. She's all, sorry for the wait, but Makoto and the squad are like, huh? In a flash, those giant beasts are just monster confetti. Momono's dragon wiped them out faster than you can say game over. Makoto's all confused, asking why she's here and what's up with the waiting thing. She spills that they were supposed to hang until the egg hatched, but our hero's like, we didn't shake on that. Momono teases him about dodging responsibility. Iso's all, Makoto, keep your promises, making him blush like a tomato. Out of nowhere, Momono spots her. She steps up, a bit tense, and says, top of the player charts. She introduces herself, wondering if there's something on her face, but Momono's like, hold up. Makoto jumps in, asking if she means that egg over there. And that's like catnip for her. Super hyped, she checks it out while our hero's all, yep, dragon egg. She's mind blown that Makoto knew that. But the real kicker is Momono's clueless why the egg's been calling our MVP. But for sure, he's the chosen one. She's buzzing to see what this baby dragon's gonna be like. The friends share a look. Iso's all, Momono, join our dungeon squad. And that's cool, cause our hero's curious about the egg, while she's just speechless. With that sorted, Momono finds out Iso's a dragon fan too. Momono's like, welcome aboard. And Iso's all, nice to meet ya. But Makoto's skeptical. The monster's dropped. Loot, but it's kinda meh, or he just doesn't need it. There's an ice fang. Makoto's got a stash of stuff he can't sell, and Dragon Girl's worried cause this dungeon's gonna be tough. But she's all, no worries, my dragon's got this. The dungeon brawl rages on. Battle after battle, the boy's stoked his level shot up by 410. Momono's shocked he's stronger than he let on at the tourney. But shh, it's a secret. Exodia, the chatterbox, spills rumors that Makoto's not capped by max level, earning a scolding. Suddenly, a massive creature sneaks up on Iso while someone tries to warn her. Looks like she got hit, but nah, she's fine. Actually, she dodged. And the monster's the one in pieces. She's totally okay, wielding her big axe. Exodia's all, Iso's scarier than Makoto and invincible, but Momono's like, stay back. The fight rages on, and our hero's leveling up like crazy. Then more monsters crash the scene, so the dragon steps up. Makoto sees the dragon was holding back at the tourney, then it torches those monsters, and our hero fires off some fireballs he used against Bison. One creature's still standing, but the dragon's on it ready to rumble. Makoto jumps in using magic to hit the beast. The creature feels it, but it's not down yet. The dragon sees this and doesn't waste a second. Suddenly, a giant monster tries to chomp our hero, but the dragon's on it. Before our player knows it, the creature's toast. The boy just watches the dragon do its thing, and he's wondering if it's finally game over. Momono notices how close he is to Iso and feels a bit jelly, while our hero thanks the dragon and calls for the girl. Makoto's curious if his dragon's got a name. So, the girl can't make up her mind on a name. She's got a list longer than a TikTok comment section, so for now, it's just gonna be Dragon. Momono's all jelly again, cause of his infinite levels, and she's totally lost on the whole egg thing. Maybe she needs a therapist or something. Our dude thinks Exodia's a snitch, but it's chill cause it was that girl. She tells our hero he was super cool back then. Makoto's blushing and says thanks, but Exodia's just there, deep in thought. While they're chatting about the fight and someone leveling up, Exodia's all, if he'd been there, he would have handled it in no time. Looks like Makoto's got this new magic making skill, but no one's got the deets on it. Momono's heard whispers about dark magic, like resurrection, so she's all, why not try it on some materials? He's down with that and starts using it on this ice fang he snagged earlier. The magic slowly takes over the fang. And boom, suddenly he's holding this epic ice sword. They're all shook that he just whipped up an ice sword like that. Makoto's surprised the magic ate the material and popped out a sword in his other hand. Then he uses some ID magic on it. He made a sword from ice fangs, super strong and packed with special powers. Seems the rumors were true. This magic makes better gear than dungeon drops. He's thinking, what if he mixes different materials? So he plops down, grabs his backpack, leaving his dragon-loving buddy a bit puzzled. Makoto's hyped, saying he's got loads of stuff to make all sorts of things. He's buzzing, and Iso's stoked to see her buddy so pumped. But the dragon girl's like, hold up. Momono remembers a dragon tale about an item you can't find in any dungeon. It's something that can hatch an egg, and she wonders if Makoto could magic it up. The boy tells the dragon he gets it. Meanwhile, Momono's telling the dragon she knows about the item, but she's not sure if magic can make it. Our dude thanks them for the intel. Makoto's curious if that dragon hatched from an egg, and finds out the girl actually found it in a dungeon. She's all smiles remembering it. Iso catches Exodia sneaking a peek at her, and says it was just like them, but the creature's all shy, saying don't get too close. She's a bit lost, but our hero's like, it's just puberty stuff. Then he decides to train more with his creation magic. He's on a roll, making stuff non-stop while Iso tests his creations. She's curious about something, and our fave player says it's super cool. Turns out, it's like a camera that shows creature stats. Iso's like, did you really bring a modern camera to a dungeon? And finds it hilarious. The boy explains he just needs a few more pics to finish his sister's request. But then, the dragon's all dramatic. Momono asks if they needed the rabbit and the crew's like, nah, we're good. Nothing else to do anyway, right? The girl says XP is gold, which gets Makoto's attention since she's capped at level 99. Then she whips out something that looks like a magic wand and points it at the dragon, and something starts happening. Makoto realizes she can transfer her extra XP to the summoned dragon. He's a bit embarrassed because she thought everyone knew that. Iso admits it's news to her too. Momono asks if he knows summon monsters can be revived, but our hero's already clued in. It's a big XP drain, so summoners use special items to store XP. She explains after rank 10, he can power up the dragon, kinda like video game skills and talents. Makoto finds this common info weird, but it seems Momono, besides being awesome, is the only level 10 summoner. In a totally needy move, she jumps on Iso, wanting to confirm she and her dragon are truly awesome. Then the girl turns all red looking at our MC, while Exodia's like, what's up with this? They stare at each other for a bit until the girl calls Makoto, asking if he doesn't think it's a bit chilly around here. Finally, the young dude notices and gets a little spooked. His protective instinct kicks in, and he steps in front of the girl, telling her to stay behind. Out of nowhere, a fully decked out staff just pops up, and in the background, someone starts strolling over. That weird creature zooms in on our hero, catching him totally off guard. It attacks by slapping its hand on his chest, leaving the dude frozen. The creature powers up its hand and yeets our MC far with the force of the attack. His squad screams for him while the monster shifts its focus to them. Iso immediately clocks the strange vibes. Just in time, Momono leaps on her, saving her from the attack. The two tumble to the ground a bit further away. Iso apologizes and thanks her new buddy for the clutch save, but then, bam, the girl gets hit too. Far away, our hero starts shaking off the epic attack and worries about his crew. He realizes he's pretty banged up from the hit, but there's some bad juju affecting him. But there's something else that leaves the boy even more confused. It's not supposed to be like this, but there's a boss here, and that's super sus. The creature slams its staff on the ground with a bang, It seems something wild is about to go down. Around them, claws pop up from the ground surrounding them. A massive hole also appears. Our MC carefully slides into it. These tunnels might have brought the boss here, and now our boy's lost, not knowing which floor he's on, as the place looks way different. Something right below is grumbling a lot. Surprised, he realizes he's squishing Exodia, who complains that someone sat on him like a beanbag. Makoto's shocked that he can move away from his summoner, but Exodia sarcastically asks if he croaks if he leaves his room. He worries about Iso, as she must have caught the bad vibes too, and Exodia agrees with that. However, he protests, saying it might not be smart to zoom as fast as he's going. The creature seems super stressed and says it needs to get back to her ASAP, but stumbles over the reason. In his memory, he talks about Makoto being a cool dude and suggests heading to the dungeon center then. Iso said she figured out why she felt weird lately, and it was because of our MC. Then she admits she wanted to team up with him, and Exodia gets a bit nervous, asking her to hold up. She's a bit puzzled, and the spirit taps her phone saying she should call him. This makes the girl freak out a bit. The girl turns tomato red while explaining that it's the kind of thing to say face to face. While Exodia comments that it's a problem on the other end of the line, Makoto answers to her horror. During the recent tournament, the narrator said Sato got wrecked, and now they were among the 4 finalists. She spotted something from afar. It seems Makoto was surrounded by kids celebrating. Then Exodia says he got ditched and they should attack, but the girl was in another world. Iso says it might be a hassle because he's in the middle of the tournament, and Exodia can't believe how chill she is about being friends with him. Then he says the boy will soon be in another dungeon and she needs to put herself first sometimes. Then he asks what the girl thinks if he hangs out there waiting, and finally, Iso says it makes sense. She gets super shy but asks him to wish her luck. Exodia says she was super hyped for this day and that the girl wouldn't stop talking about it. Desperate, he says she was too stoked with this squad, and our hero says he gets it because they're pretty similar. The creature seems really desperate, and that's why Makoto says they can't just zoom around like that. So Exodia asks what they should do. The boy wonders if there's a way to track down his summoner to get back to her. That spirit comments that the boy's pretty sharp and now knows what to do. Then he focuses, but it's a bit tricky. When he finally zooms off in a direction that by chance is the same one they came from. The duo keeps moving fast, and up ahead it's possible to see 3 of those creatures just like the ones from before. The girl runs, calling for Iso, saying they're okay. It seems she's boiling, and Momono hasn't seen anything like this before. The dragon girl gets a bit spooked by something. The boss is now not alone, and is already on them. She gets super nervous, realizing the creature has multiplied. Nearby, our hero keeps sprinting and sees the monsters closing in. In this, Exodia freaks out and realizes there's not much time. Then he arrives like a bullet, already stomping on one of the creatures, and with another quick move, he smacks the other 2, no sweat. The boy bursts in, all hyped, tossing fireballs like it's a party. Exodia's jaw drops, totally stunned, until our MC gives him a shout. Then he says they gotta keep moving, no time to chill. He's super impressed, wondering what just went down. But while zooming away, he suddenly feels a weird vibe. A second later, he faceplants because he forgot touching the creature messes him up, so he asks Exodia for a piggyback. On the other side of the dungeon, the creatures are on the move. Those monsters try to reach the girls, but a barrier's got their backs. Momono glances at Iso, thinking she's the coolest, but her barrier's looking shaky like a Wi-Fi signal in a basement. The next moment, it shatters and the girls make a run for it. A smoky energy fills the air, all mysterious-like. And boom, a massive dragon shows up to take on the monsters. Momono warns the dragon to watch out and not touch those baddies, but tells him to go all out and wreck those creatures. The dragon doesn't hesitate, blasting fire like a boss. However, the creatures keep coming, and the girls get hit again. They tumble away while Momono shields her friend, saying sorry. Meanwhile, the dragon's still in the zone, defending his crew. At that moment, one creature leaps, trying to tag him, but he's on it, flipping the script with a slick move. The next moment, he's gearing up to breathe fire again. While Momono tends to Iso, a creature charges at them. That monster's closing in fast, no chill. Despite the chaos, she tries to calm her new buddy, saying she snagged second place, not too shabby. And even if it's just a bronze, she promises Iso can count on her. Then she focuses on her magic, knowing more mana means more power. And she decides to go all out, using every bit of her MP. Then she unleashes a level 10 sacred magic, like a giant cannon. Feeling a bit smug, she says if she hadn't bailed, they'd be champs together. But suddenly Iso drops, leaving her friend super worried. Panicking, she asks to borrow her bag, ASAP. Meanwhile, the dragon's still going hard, no mercy. And that creature's seen better days for sure. Then the dragon charges while the monster crawls, grabbing its staff. Stone claws pop up, pinning it down, and the dragon's like, "Tough luck, master." He's a bit bummed, saying he let one slip away. But Momono's chill, saying it's all good. With the worst behind them, they can focus on those remedy containers scattered around. The girl was all messed up with 5 negative statuses, and Momono's amazed she has cures for all of them. But Iso, as usual, feels bad for causing her friend so much hassle. The girl says that's nonsense, but Iso still feels grateful and wants to thank her. But the main thing now is figuring out how to meet up with Makoto and Exodia. Iso's searching for something, and her friend spots the big axe over there. Until now, the girl thought Exodia could track her with an item, but she realizes he can't because she's missing that lighter. A bit later, the duo reaches where Iso's lighter was, but they don't find the 2 girls there. Somewhere in that dungeon, a massive door creaks open, and what's left of that monster is dragging itself towards it. In the next moment, the creature gets nailed by a huge stone stake, and the final form of that epic boss is revealed. Looks like another epic showdown's on the horizon. All pumped, she says to meet on the lower floor. They're a bit lost, debating whether to push forward or wait for Makoto. Then Iso stands up and heads to the soft ground. The girl mentions there are tons of intersections and floors, and they have no clue where he is. But it seems there's only one way to the lower floor. Momono admits she's unsure if those 2 are safe. However, Iso's all confident, saying she's sure they're fine. This comment catches the other girl off guard. Then they brainstorm on how to share this plan with the others. Nearby, Exodia's looking a bit spaced out, wondering what to do. Since the girl's without the lighter, the creature can't track her. Suddenly, someone calls his name from the backpack. Turns out the camera he got from Iso is working. Then the boy grabs it and is totally surprised by something. In the pic, there's a note saying to meet on the lower floors. Feeling chill, Exodia says the girl's all good, and now they've got a one-way chat line. Suddenly another pic pops out, and in this one, Iso's grinning all cute. A squabble kicks off over the girl's pic. Both boys want it cause she looks so adorable. Iso's puzzled why she sent a pic like that, but Momono says she'll thank her later. The boy thanks Gargantua for the heads up and hands the lighter back to Exodia. Then, all hyped, he says to keep moving. Meanwhile, nearby, Iso's also stoked with how things are going. The boy keeps going on the 6th floor, while the girls are totally lost. No clue which floor they're on. That boy bumps into a massive creature on his path, and somewhere else in the dungeon, the girls also face a big monster. The boy falls inside the creature, diving into the fight, while the girls gear up for battle, already calling their dragon to handle it. On the 7th floor, same story. Makoto's still battling creatures. The same thing goes on as they hit the 8th floor and climb to the 10th. Meanwhile, Iso swings her big axe at that weird monster. On the 11th floor, finally, the boy's looking worn out. When Exodia grabs his attention for something, he shows he dropped an item there. Our player thanks him and goes to check it out. Exodia wonders why they gotta beat all the monsters they meet, but gets it if it's for leveling up. Truth is, grabbing loot's just wasting time. Makoto gets this, but he's gotta think about what happens when everyone meets up. Grinning, he asks if they're not here to conquer this dungeon. Nearby, that duo reaches a massive door and realizes they've come pretty far. They're wowed by the door's ginormous size. Plus, they notice even the steps are huge. The girls chat about whether it's risky to go on, but they want to peek further. As Momono moves forward, her friend spots something off. Then she dashes to her, trying to stop her in time, and luckily, she yanks the girl back just in time to save her. Only her foot touched the ground and it's icy. They see it froze up to half her leg with just a step, and it looks like the whole floor can freeze people. Iso freaks out and asks for a sec while she digs in her backpack. Calmer now, she finds what she was after. Momono wonders why the girl grabbed all those items along the way. She says they might need them for monsters and wants to use creation magic to make armor. And that's why she's collecting all this, thinking Makoto's doing the same. But she knows she might just be overthinking it. Soon after, Momono's all better, thanking Iso for the help, and now she's good to go. They chill in the corner thinking, recovering. But it seems Iso's catching a bit of a cold. Momono feels lost, wondering how long it's been, and her buddy says maybe 10 hours. She asks if Iso's known Makoto for long, but the girl says, nah, only a few months. Momono's amazed the girl trusts him so much. Smiling, she says they're friends. The dragon summoner admits she's jelly cause it's cool, and she doesn't know what real friends are like. Momono admits she's not great with people and unsure about keeping distance, but she doesn't dig the idea that friends always gotta do stuff together. Maybe dragons and dungeons are enough. However, the girl felt super happy and loved chatting while with them. The girl wants to believe they're friends, but might be reading it wrong. Iso gets up and goes to hug the girl, and she hugs her tight, surprising the summoner. Momono finds it weird and kinda scary, but she realizes it's not so scary, actually warm, making her feel comfy. Then Iso says she feels the same way, She tells the girl they've been friends forever. The girl hugs her back now while Iso says the same for Makoto, but the girl doubts it. At that moment, Makoto finds them. The squad's back together and super pumped about it. Then he's all, I was holding Momono's stuff, and Iso's photo idea? Total genius move. The girl's like, whoa, what? All surprised. Meanwhile, the boy's like, why the short clothes though? They chat about the pics and how Makoto thought they were stuck somewhere. Momono's watching with this super cute face. She's all, so, happy you met me too? But our hero's getting all shy, as usual. The girl's waiting for his answer while Makoto's just standing there, all embarrassed. Finally, he's like, no way, out, and admits he's relieved. And the summoner's grinning, totally satisfied with that answer. Meanwhile, Iso's going for a big hug, but the squad's not really feeling it. Now they're all about being hungry and making Makoto cook, plus Momono's asking for Iso's pick, which she's not giving up. The crew's gathering for a legit dinner. They're vibing and giving each other those friendly looks. Then, boom, our hero breaks the silence. And, as expected, he's like, time to face that boss. Iso's buzzing, flying around with these epic magical items. She's soaring thanks to the stuff our MC made, while drooling Exodia's thinking she's an angel. Finally, Momono shows up, feeling bad for making them wait, and she's all decked out, rocking gear made by our guy. Iso's hyped, saying she looks super cool with all that. Our dude's like, did a bunch of experiments to nail this. He's explaining his item creation discoveries, and the girls are in another world. But after all the chit-chat, he gets to the juicy part about negative statuses. Turns out this potion's super rare, and drinking it shields you from all bad vibes. Makoto's curious, and it seems Exodia and the dragon are naturally resistant. Momono's like, how long does it last? But they've got so few, no testing allowed. This is a big deal because every floor's freezing, and if the potion fails, they're toast. So the boy whips up a hairpin to stop the freezing, and Momono's stoked, feeling like a real team. Iso's all thankful, saying they trust him loads, making our hero blush. Fired up, he's like, we're a team now, we got this. Momono's pumped, wanting to pick a team name, instantly thinking of something with a dragon. The new squad heads into the icy zone, the items working great, keeping them toasty, and the plans to chug the potion right after the door. They roll up to this massive entrance. As the door swings open, they down the potion, realizing it tastes awful. Through the door, they trek through this underground forest. Our hero's scoping out the place. But Momono spots something, and even though it's super dark, she points up. The crew looks and sees this massive creature. Then, a bunch of creatures start popping out of the shadows. Next thing, they're surrounded by a horde of freaky monsters. And, oh joy, there's a giant boss chilling in the back. The monsters start going after the squad. Momono busts out some sacred magic to zap the creatures, but down there, Iso's in serious trouble. Just as something's about to grab her, it gets a face full of punch. In the most epic way, our MC swoops in, saving his buddy. Worried, he's like, you good? And she's all, yeah, I'm fine. Like a little angel, she spreads her new wings and flies away from the baddies, while Exodia's totally impressed. Makoto's using his fireball skills to blast all the monsters. He's thinking he's leveling up way too slow, while Momono's wondering if these monsters give barely any XP. Our hero's determined to finish this before the potion wears off, and all he's got to do is nail the big one. The girl notices there's no movement, while her dragon's about to unleash its breath with max power, but she spots something sketchy forming behind the creatures. It's looking bad, and she tries to warn the dragon to dodge, but time's ticking, and it's already charging at the big creature. Spikes start shooting out from everywhere. They're even popping up where the evil army is. Then, the monster reaches for the dragon, and it's clear this won't end well. Momono catches the move, but she's too late. Then the creature zooms in and smashes everyone to the ground. Our hero spots the monster about to snatch the dragon and the girl. He rushes in, trying to save his buddy. The monster slams the dragon down hard, but Makoto's speed saves his friend just in time. The boy's mind is blown that the monster took down the dragon with one hit. Meanwhile, Momono's fuming, wondering how it dared to do that. As she calls her partner back, she's all about taking that thing down. She hops onto her revived dragon. She teases the dragon about being the loser this time. With her pep talk, she tells them to go kick some monster butt. But then, Makoto steps up. He suggests handling the big guy, but the girl, super annoyed, says no way. Momono insists she doesn't want to keep losing and wants to fight, putting our hero in a tricky spot. Just then, the dragon pulls a slick move, and as our hero watches, he hears the girl calling him back. Our hero tells Iso he trusts them, making the girl blush. Exodia jumps in, telling them to quit the mushy trust talk and focus. As the battle rages on, she realizes she has to trust her friend again and thanks him for everything. Seems like there's some chemistry there, the girl's grinning all goofy, and Exodia, playing the big bro, shouts at her to stay focused. He reminds her she's the spirit of fire and can control them, so Iso asks if she needs to do something first. Looks like he wants her to gather everyone to boost the effect. The boy channels his power and tells her to spread the flames however she wants. He'll gather and unleash everything at her cue. He starts chanting some epic spell words. As he does, a massive fireball forms in his hand, and when he lets the magic fly, Iso realizes she forgot what the signal was. A barrage of fire projectiles rains down on the monsters, followed by a massive fire column he calls the incineration of hellfire. In a flash, none of them are left standing. Iso admits it was pretty intense, but Exodia reminds her she's immune to it. Pumped, she says he's super cool. Momono flies around, watching her friends handle the ground monsters. The girl wonders why she had to follow Makoto's orders, but the dragon says they just dragged the boy down there. She asks if her partner's thinking the same as him, and the dragon agrees, saying the boy keeps surprising them. Makoto tries to focus and not overthink his team, as it might mess with his instincts. And sometimes he has to fight solo. The monster doesn't care and attacks with a bunch of spikes, but our hero dodges everything, zipping around like a tiny fly. Then he smacks the giant monster with a massive hit. The creature feels the power of his attack, despite its size. Makoto thinks it's like battling Ijuin, so he doesn't need to use all his levels at once. He powers up with some buffs and attacks the monster again. He mixes level consumption with lightning magic for extra damage. He lands that attack right in the creature's center. Then he uses fire magic, teleportation, and flight, sending a bunch of homing projectiles at his opponent. He zaps the monster with his level 10 electricity magic twice. Makoto checks out the result of his attack, but the monster's tough and still standing. Seems smart to find weak spots since the creature's so tough. But out of nowhere, a level 10 holy magic interrupts his ID magic and blasts 2 holes in it. The creature gets flung far away as Momono shows up, telling it to eat that, because this is the Dragonheart team's teamwork. Our hero chuckles, wondering if that's really their team name. But he refocuses on the massive monster and charges like a meteor, hitting it again. Looks like the boss is toast. Our hero's at level 15,000, and he figures he needs to practice the level consumption skill. He finds it weird to use so many levels to beat this thing. Up above, the girl and her dragon argue over who really took down the big creature. Exodia wants to show off his work too, claiming he wiped out all the creatures. But the girl fires back it was her firepower. Momono argues he should be the MVP of the fight since he did more with the boss. A friendly debate kicks off about who's the ultimate MVP. Then they both toss the decision to Iso like, hey, you decide. Our dude Makoto's already backing off, telling the girl, don't even think about it. He's kinda speechless, but when he calls her, she beams back with a huge grin. Honestly, it's all good vibes. High fives all around for the epic teamwork. Exodia and Momono get all jelly, acting like little kids, wanting in on the action too. The whole squad's now celebrating together. It's a total party. The fire spirit's got a memory like an elephant, asking our MC if he snagged that drop he was after. But that boss is massive, and there's still loads of loot to find, so the crew splits up to cover more ground. Iso rolls up to the other girl, noticing she's empty-handed too. She jokes that they only used one tiny potion in the end. Turns out it lasted 10 minutes, and they wrapped things up just in time. Momono wonders if it'd taste better with sugar, so they plan to test it next time. Suddenly things go sideways, and her dragon gets yeeted. Out of nowhere, another beast shows up, smacking Iso head-on. She's pretty tough, but the hit sends her flying through the air. Makoto's on high alert while Exodia zooms in to help his buddy. The monster turns on Momono, who pops a level 10 barrier for protection, but the attack's too strong, shattering her shield and hitting her hard. No time to breathe, it charges at her again. But right then, Makoto swoops in like a hero, blocking the attack. He's super ticked off at this point, and he unloads on the monster with a fiery combo of fireballs. Those blazing orbs zoom towards the beast. As explosions rock the scene, the boy rushes to his crew. Exodia is convinced he wiped them all out, wondering what this thing even is. Plus, his speed's off the charts compared to the rest. Makoto recalls past dungeon battles, and it hits him. That was the creature from the second floor. It's the mastermind behind those giant things. Everything's coming from that monster, the floor boss. Makoto tells Exodia to get the girls to the stairs, cause they're hit with bad vibes. He trusts him, and the fire spirit's like, leave it to me. Now it's just the two of them, squaring off on the battlefield. Then he figures if that's the floor boss, something's fishy. Suddenly, something massive bursts from the ground, nearly clobbering our hero. Makoto dodges with ninja reflexes, closing in on his foe with a serious look. Then, our MC leaps in for an attack. He nails the monster dead on. But he's puzzled why this thing's trying to split them up. Then he grabs the monster like it's nothing and yeets it far away, wondering why it didn't attack sooner if it could floor hop. his gut's telling him something's off. This time, the monster blocks his attack like a pro, but Makoto's got moves, landing another hit. Sadly, it doesn't pack the punch he hoped for, and he realizes something's off. Could this monster have been toying with them all along? The battle's raging on, but it looks like our hero's got the upper hand, going all out. Those fiery balls of doom are relentless, homing in on their target. Then the young dude jumps on it, dragging it down. Makoto figures if he doesn't use level consumption, he can't even scratch it. While thinking his stats are tanking, the monster lands a solid hit. Now it's grabbing something, aiming at him, but our guy's on high alert. He dodges, spotting the creature's thrown its staff. Makoto sees a stake pop up and something else catches his eye. The monster's way faster than he thought, attacking from all sides. Makoto's giving it everything, defending like a champ, still hunting for a chance to strike back. He's got a plan to boost his stats with the items he crafted on the way. He calls for Gargantua, grabbing an item, but cuts him off, saying no. From his backpack, he pulls out that ice sword he made earlier, and dodges another attack from the beast. With all the action, the buckle on his backpack snaps, and no matter how much he tries to dodge the monster's attack, he still gets whacked on the shoulder. The creature sees its chance and uses its legs to yeet him far away, but Makoto bounces back, ready to throw down again. The two opponents charge at each other. Nearby, Exodia seems to have totally missed the memo on the recipe for removing bad vibes. Surprised by the girl bouncing back, he realizes it was the formula to zap paralysis. Iso wants to jump in, but her super protective buddy says she shouldn't go all out. The girl cries out because they gotta hustle and help their friend. But Exodia's not vibing with this situation. Nearby, our hero's level is tanking as he tries to keep up with the monster. His attacks are landing, but his level keeps nosediving. Makoto attacks like a beast, and his power is getting dangerously close to maxing out. The monster, all beat up, grabs him by the head, making him realize the potion's wearing off. That thing yeets the boy while he mentally tells himself to bounce back. He knows the monster's low on HP, so he needs to hang in there a bit longer to win. The creature steps on him like it's won, when suddenly Exodia shows up, blasting fire on the monster, shocking our boy. The fire spirit says it won't let him take out the MVP of his MVP. Iso cried buckets when her parents passed, and that was her world ending. Exodia's confused and asks why she's spilling this, wondering if she's lost it, but the girl just says not to vanish like they did, and adds that if he makes her baby cry, she'll make him regret it big time before ending him. Exodia says chill, he won't make that wish come true. Growing over the monster, he then says, that's his own wish. From the ground, our hero watches all that drama unfold. But then with a snap, something wild happens. He really can't wrap his head around how the fire spirit gets hit by a bunch of blades, and the creature, all healed up, keeps attacking him non-stop. The monster leaps at the boy with the weapon stuck in its chest, and tries to hit him again, but Exodia battles the creature with all he's got. Our hero tries to crawl while watching his buddy giving it his all. He pushes himself to the limit to move. And then, it seems his backpack starts glowing with some weird energy. The boy turns and sees the rainbow egg rolling out. Suddenly, out of nowhere, that thing cracks, and a tiny wing pops out. That egg starts hatching fast, and something begins to emerge. Our hero and Exodia are totally shook by this. Then, out of the blue, a cute little dragon pops out. It immediately starts zooming around everywhere. Makoto is super surprised by his little creature's debut. That little thing soon spots our hero, and flies over all happy to see its mom. Makoto wonders why the little creature hatched now. Gargantua explains that the XP he spent went to the egg. It's likely that helped the egg hatch. Something weird happens. It seems the boss is spooked by something. For a sec, it looks like it's the little dragon. The little creature starts doing its thing, and next moment, our hero's totally cured of bad statuses. Without any chill and taking advantage of the distraction, the monster attacks, but Exodia, who's sharp, warns our guy, and he dodges the attack just in time. Makoto keeps defending himself and finds a moment to land a kick on that thing. The boss goes flying from the impact. He finds it odd to touch the boss and not get hit with bad status, but realizes his recovery is super fast. He asks the little creature its name, as he's still figuring it out. That cute little thing responds, Kyun. Then he focuses back on his opponent, who seems to be cooking up something. Again, he uses his magic, summoning those things from the ground to shield himself. He shouts for Kyun to do that again while he uses his magic, and finally, he unleashes that massive fire magic on the monster. Makoto is blown away by the power of that thing, and a giant fireball charges forward. The fiery attack starts breaking down those stone claws, and then it engulfs the boss, leaving only dust behind. Shortly after, only the trail of chaos remains, and it looks like it's finally over. Exodia asks him what kind of power that was. He thinks the dragon's giving some buffs besides clearing his bad statuses. That's a major help, but it seems that little dragon is feeling a bit sleepy now. The poor thing totally overdid it, then just crashes on Makoto and dozes off. Exodia's all, "Hey, check this out." Everyone's shook. That thing's still kicking. But thanks to the new squad member, it's more zombie than alive. Our MC asks Exodia to babysit Kyun while he hands over some potions to the dude. No time wasted, he gears up for battle while the fire spirit plays nanny. The monster's back at it with stalagmites. But our MC's like a ninja, closing the gap in no time. He goes full beast mode on those things, smashing everything while still in the air. The monster's not having a good time anymore. Then out of nowhere, it starts burning up. Exodia's doing his thing, saying it's payback for making ESO sad, so now it's game over for the monster. It tries to escape, but the fire spirit's got it locked down, and Makoto's ready to wrap this up. He lands a punch right in the monster's gut. The creature lets out a massive roar, and then, boom, it's split in two right in front of him. Our MC admits he'd be toast solo. That monster's no joke. The fight's over, and our hero levels up by 44,000. Makoto uses magic to patch up his backpack, while the other dude's like, "Let's make sure it's really done." But our MC's like, "Don't jinx it." Our guy mentions Momono, who dragged him into this dungeon, whatever that means. Exodia's all, "I don't know much about myself, but I've always known my purpose and dreams. But for some reason, it's still a work in progress." Grinning, our MC's like, "Thank goodness it hasn't happened yet," and gives him props. Suddenly, someone shouts their names. Exodia spills that it was actually the boy who made his wish come true, and he's all hyped, thanking Makoto, who's totally confused. Iso shows up all smiles, and maybe Makoto's starting to get it. Exodia's like, "Dude, say something, I'm dying of embarrassment here," and our MC cracks up saying sorry. Meanwhile, that adorable little creature's getting some love. Momono, who's already a dragon fan, is super hyped about the new little creature, and it seems Kyun's vibing with him too. She's all, "What happens now?" That's Kyun, the white dragon, but our MC is curious why she said it was calling him. About that, she's got no memory. Maybe he thinks Makoto's his owner because he got more XP from him in that egg. And anyway, that's pretty solid. While the little dragon's chilling around Iso, Exodia's like, "Without the dragon's help, we'd be toast," and adds that Iso usually trusts Makoto, but this time she cried a lot, and he's embarrassed for the spirit to spill the tea. Our MC's like, "Sorry for the stress, today's monster was a whole different beast." He mentions noticing in past dungeons, but these high-level ones don't like being snooped on. The squad's all deep in thought about this. Momono's like, "Glad we all made it out safe," but our MC's like, "Weird hearing that from you," and adds that everyone's getting along great. Momono's happy Kyun's here, but it's a bit lonely now. Makoto's like, "You good?" She's playing with the little creature while being asked if she's leaving the team. Then she says yeah, the deal was to stay till he was born. The crew keeps moving, climbing the stairs, and Iso breaks the silence, saying that deal shouldn't be taken too seriously. Then, the two pals take a bath together, while our hero's having a blast with Exodia. They cook as a squad, while she thinks instead of sticking together 24/7, everyone should do their thing, and meet up sometimes to make sure everyone's good. She really wants them to be tight. Finally, they bounce from that place, and it's blazing hot outside. Phones are blowing up with notifications. That's dungeon life for you. Momono's like, "Let's grab some grub after all this." And Iso, all about the food talk, wants to try wanko soba. The dragon girl realizes it's almost movie time with her cousins, as planned. She apologizes, saying she wanted to hit the dungeon center with them, but Iso's like, "No worries, we'll catch up," and the little dragon seems to be on board with that. Then she remembers she has to give something to the boy. He's a bit curious about it, says it looks like any drawstring bag. The boy thinks Momono was just trying to flex, calling it a Pandora's bag. The girl says sorry but has to take a call from her cousins. They chat while she stalls on the phone, saying she's on her way. But she figures everyone will know it's just a story when they see her luggage, and our MC agrees she'll get busted. Finally, the girl says she's heading out, but our hero asks her to hang on a sec, cause they haven't swapped phone numbers yet. The girl gets all hyped and surprised by this. She says it's her first time adding someone who's not family, and she's super pumped, just like Iso. On the phone, they're on the Friends tab. She gets all teary-eyed and asks him to invite her. Feeling all the feels, she wants an invite when they hit the dungeons, and the duo happily watches her leave, promising they got her back. Later, she gets a ping on her phone. Stopping to check it out, she sees a group called Dragonheart with the three friends. Elsewhere, the duo's still chilling. Makoto checks out the little bag in his hand, asks if the cool name Momono mentioned was Pandora's box. Exodia nods and tells him to open it, but even though it's just a name, they shouldn't push their luck. ISO grabs everyone's attention, and our MC says sorry for being so loud. Then asks if he's busy now, and our MC invites her to hit the dungeon center and grab some grub. But blushing and to everyone's shock, the girl says she wants him to come over to her place. This leaves Makoto totally shook, and Exodia a bit jittery. Looks like the invite was a go, and soon they're there. Our hero says sorry for barging in while Iso announces she's home. Someone's there and gives them a warm welcome. Turns out it's the girl's sister, and she asks everyone to take a seat. The two sit down, Iso buzzing with excitement and our hero a bit on edge. The woman checks them out seriously. Iso asks about the sunglasses, but the woman tells her to make tea, and the girl does. She says it's their first chat, so she introduces herself as Mika, Iso's sister. Our MC introduces himself, but the woman says she's already heard about him. Says she heard he teamed up with her precious girl without her okay, and Iso says her sister's acting weird. Smiling, she serves the tea and our boy thanks her, but Mika yells they're too close. The woman stands up, all protective, and hugs the girl jealously, but notices something odd. That little dragon pops up while our MC explains that Kyun hatched from the arc egg, asking her not to freak out. The woman almost loses it over how adorable he is, and Kyun is spooked by this. She snatches the little guy who tries to escape her over-the-top cuddles. Iso says her sister's back to normal, and our hero's a bit worried cause that's her normal. A mini-battle starts over where the girl will sit, as she wants to be near Makoto. Exodia can't take it anymore and yells to cut to the chase. They sit at the table in silence. Kyun messes with Mika's sunglasses. While asking if they finished the dungeon, she keeps eyeing the cute creature, and our hero finds her kinda scary. He explains that in the dungeon there were super tough enemies and a special freezing effect. They don't get it, as the enemies shouldn't be that strong. Mika wonders if she should spill the beans. While they explore the dungeon, other research was done, and somehow the floor boss wasn't defeated. So, in unbeaten dungeons, the monster levels go up. The reason was level 99 players who couldn't gain more XP, so that XP had nowhere to go and piled up there. That XP from level 99 players beating monsters is used to revive those monsters. So these experience points go to other dungeons, stacking up and making the monsters tougher. Iso is shook by this idea, cause this means the more dungeons are conquered, the stronger others will get. The woman confirms the boy's theory. Except for this last dungeon, in the others, the changes were so tiny they weren't noticed. Makoto asks when the changes in that dungeon were reported. He gets tense hearing it was about a week before the tournament. Then he remembers the fight he had at the event. Finally, he says he has something to confess, leaving the two girls stunned. In other words, the XP he released using the level-consuming ability must have messed with that dungeon. Mika's totally blown away that he can level up to infinity and beyond, and the dudes all, "Pinky swear you won't spill the beans." She thinks this guy might just be humanity's secret weapon against those crazy strong monsters in the future. Then she gives her sis a big congrats, leaving the girl all kinds of confused. She's pinching her cheeks like she's trying to yank them off, saying they gotta chat about the plan that's in motion. Makoto's curious if the girl wants him in on the action, and Mika's like, "Yep, that's the whole idea. So, if he jumps in and helps out, he can squad up with his sis." Iso's a bit nervous, but the dude's like, "Nah, not joining the SST crew," leaving Mika scratching her head. But then he's all, "I want to team up with the girl later on." Her big sis is like, "No way, really." He knows he's being a bit extra, but even without the SST, he can still back her up. Like, there's gotta be some dungeons only they can tackle together. Mika spills that when she saw his skills, she thought he wasn't the team player type. Still, she's dying to know why he wants to team up with Iso. Then he drops some deep stuff about facing himself. She's a bit puzzled by that, and honestly, same here. Mika's all, "My little sis is awesome as always." The lady invites him for dinner, but our MC's wondering if she's trying to bribe him with food. But first, Mika's gotta hit the supermarket, and the rest are off to the dungeon center. The duo bounces out, all hyped. Meanwhile, the SS grills Exodia, who's like, "My job's to keep Kyun safe." Our MC's stressing if Mika's mad at him, but Iso's like, "Nah, she's chill." The lady's stoked that Makoto and her sis are tight now, but that's a bit of a stretch. Out of nowhere, the girl stops, and the dude turns to see her face palming. Super embarrassed, Iso's like, "Oops, called you what my sis does." Our hero's not getting the fuss, but he's like, "No worries, I called you by your first name too." They keep moving while Mika's sneaking peeks at them. Exodia's all, "Looks like your plans got wrecked," and throws in that he's still better than her. Then, boom, 2 weeks fly by. The dude's wondering how those two got so tight and mentions the dungeon crew's still MIA, but there's a report from the lone escapee and he's got a bad vibe about it. Mika warns if anything happens to her sis, he's toast. She mentions there's someone to help out. The duo shares a look and she's like, "It's someone you know." Fast forward to Fukuoka. Bizen gets a text from Makoto saying he's on his way. Then he heads to the dungeon, grumbling about the dude being late. At a restaurant, the server greets the duo. Then our hero calls for Bizen as they roll up. He's all, sorry for being late, but the dude's like, no biggie. Still, our MC's feeling the guilt. Bizen's heard he's in a group and was shook, but now it clicks. He jokes it's his girlfriend, making everyone blush and Exodia literally steaming. She introduces herself to the young dude, and the server jumps in, thinking he's heard her name before. The counter guy's like, isn't she rank 1? He wants her autograph cause his kid's a fan. She's a bit wary, and the guy also spots the other two from the tournament. The girl munches away, happy as ever. This time the squad's off to a rank J dungeon, famous for groups vanishing. The story goes 10 SST members went in and never came back. Makoto's like, wasn't there one who bailed and reported? But turns out he's still stuck there. The report came from cameras, and Bizen's like, I'll snag a copy for you. Our MC's wondering if ISO's got a camera too, and that the mission now is to find and save people, but Kyun's mission is just to slurp some noodles. Bizen's all, glad to have you two on board. While Exodia's beefing with Kyun over food, Makoto's like, we're even. The glasses dude remembers his pals cheering him on, while Kyun keeps munching and drooling everywhere. He looks at that little critter and thinks it's kinda cute in a weird way. Then he asks if it's some kind of summoning magic, but our MC's all tangled up in his words, trying to explain it's from his past fight. The squad keeps cruising through the first floor, and it's like they're in a weird mysterious place checking out some photos. They start thinking they might have split up and maybe it's the Taoist demon causing trouble. Out of nowhere, the demon pops out from a tree, saying it's right on time. He grabs this gnarly sphere full of thorns, but then, poof, he's just disintegrated. Our dude looks over and sees Bizen flexing his magic skills before he even got a chance. Iso's hyped cause it's vacuum magic, and Exodia's feeling sorry for any monster that dares to step up. Bizen's staring at the spirit until he blurts out, what's up with that? He wants to know if Exodia's a monster, but that hits a nerve, so Exodia's like, nah, I'm in a whole different league, I'm the spirit of fire. Kyun's feeling a bit salty while Exodia's trying to make peace with the little dude. Bizen jokes it feels like a game hack, but our MC's like, nah, I can only grant Iso's wish, nothing else. He goes on about the last time. Exodia's freaking out cause he promised to keep it on the down low, and now he's spilling the beans. Makoto's like, my bad. But Iso, who's no fool, asks what they're hiding, leaving our MC all flustered. She says she can't stand lies when suddenly a girl comes sprinting in. Bizen spots her too. Then she runs up and throws herself at the young guy. Everyone's jaws drop. The girl, looking super scared, begs for help. Iso, all worried, rushes over to check if she's okay. Bizen's questioning her, thinking she's in on it. Panicked, the girl says something's coming. Our hero's already on high alert, ready to throw down. And from a distance, this ugly monster with a sword shows up. The creature's closing in fast and swings at our MC, who dodges just in time. Makoto's like, what's happening? The thing attacks again, and he realizes he needs to dial back his strength, cause it's actually a human. But Bizen steps up right then. In a flash, he grabs the guy's arm, pulling the weapon towards himself with some slick moves. Then he lands a martial blow, flooring the poor guy, and pins him down instantly. Next thing, he's over him, casting his magic. Iso's asking if they've got anything to tie him up with, and the girl who showed up looks relieved. Soon after, the man's all tied up. The crew thinks he's one of the missing people. Plus, they wonder if it was the girl who sent those messages. She explains they went to the dungeon a few days ago but got split up. They figure out the guy's got a mind-controlling parasite that makes people lose it. Magic's no good, and if you try to yank it out, the human ends up toast. The girl says purification magic's the only way to beat it. She asks them to take down a giant from the lower floors, and if they don't go solo, they won't get parasitized. Bizen asks if anyone in her crew can use that magic. She says there was one, but he's parasitized now too. The plan is to find the player with the magic for Bizen to copy, then beat the boss and save everyone, which is gonna be a massive mission. The girl wants to tag along, but Iso's worried and tells her not to push herself too hard. That's cause she's feeling guilty. Finally, the girl introduces herself as Bianchi. She drops her name, catching everyone off guard. A bit later, the squad's facing this huge dude with a parasite. Iso's replaying Bizen's lessons on the immobilizing strike in his head. The guy attacks the girl, roaring like a beast, and she's all tangled up, thinking she can't handle it. Exodia swoops in like a hero, landing a martial arts strike and telling the guy to bite the dust. Then he keeps pounding him and Iso rushes to save the poor dude. The boys say the spirit's gone a bit overboard. Bizen checks out the guy's skills and tells our MC to stay alert. The boy's watching from a distance with the girl. She's impressed and says her team's super strong. Suddenly, Iso comes sprinting over, calling the two. She looks really freaked out and says it's an emergency. A few moments later, someone asks if he can't copy that. Bison explains he can copy up to 3 spells, swapping them out for more, but he needs to see the magic firsthand. He adds that passive abilities are always on. Alright, check this out. So, he can totally copy moves just by eyeballing the players. But spells? Nah, he can't copy those just by watching. Makoto's all, no way to make someone use purification magic when you find them, and wonders why the dude didn't think of this sooner. The girl's like, hey, let's try using the dragon's power. Makoto's skeptical, asking if they can trust it, but the little creature's all fired up. Iso's like, what's that? And Exodia's like, first time seeing it? That tiny thing flexes its power, calling it the Kyun boost. Bison's scratching his head. Did anything even change? And our MC's like, let's hit that copy magic again. Suddenly he's seeing all the spells he missed before, and now he can copy them. Exodia's explaining how the dragon boosts all abilities, and the girl's like, that's awesome. Looks like they've cracked the copying code, so they thank Kyun. But then he's all, how do you know about the dragon's power? The girl's playing it cool, saying she just felt it. She keeps an eye on the tied up dude. Bison's explaining there's some recovery and hypnosis magic still messing with the host. Out of nowhere, our hero's attacking a dude who looks just like him. And he's super hyped, loving it. Now he's in a room with a bunch of bodies. He laughs, and the creature from another dungeon laughs too, wondering if it's 'cause of the XP he used earlier. Says it's a blast. The monster's like, this is the justice you wanted, and you made all this happen. Asks if he didn't mention that before, that they're kinda alike. Our hero wakes up, sweating from that nightmare. Everyone's chilling, camping out. Bison's like, morning dude. Mentions he dozed off while on guard, and Makoto's all, sorry, everyone's wiped out. Then checks if the dude's okay, 'cause he was sweating buckets. He says he had nightmares, and the other dude's like, dreams are all about your mental state. Says not to stress it. Advice from someone haunted by nightmares. Explains the level thing and how monsters got a boost from his XP, so Bison figures the monster enjoyed his despair. Asks if the dude's scared of turning into the monster, but reassures him he'll be alright. Says if he was that kind of guy, he wouldn't be gunning for the level 99 tournament, he'd just take it easy. This infinite level up. Power is wild, but the dude doesn't have that vibe. In the fight, the dude saved him, and they had a solid match. And about Ijuin, our MC faced him head on, so something must have changed him. Says his powers got heart, and thinking the guy with infinite power is a goofball who loves dungeons is kinda comforting. But then he's like, oops, shouldn't have called you an idiot. But Makoto's chill, saying he's relieved, 'cause he gets it now. As someone with infinite level, he's gotta figure out what he wants and what he should do. So he decides he's gonna conquer all the dungeons. Bison's pumped, saying that's his goal too. Exodia's all hyped, saying they all share this goal 'cause they're a squad. And our MC's like, got it, my bad. The young dude's like, I won't lose next time. And Makoto's all fired up about it. Suddenly, something wakes Iso. She heads over to our hero, leaving him puzzled until the young dude's like, what's up? The girl's like, happy to see you so pumped. And Exodia's like, Bison just got roasted. Bianchi points out the next path. The crew moves on, all excited and a bit worried. Our hero calls out to the girl, asking what's up. Then he drops a bomb, asking if she's not human. Iso's all confused. What are you talking about? He spills that he's uneasy, and used some ID magic that doesn't work on humans. Finds out she's Tsukumo, a level 99 monster. With a bit of hesitation, the girl confirms it, but asks them to call her Bianchi. But right then, Bison's already casting a spell on her, and our MC stops him. The young dude's confused, asking if she's not a monster. Makoto's like, no doubt she is, but there's something different about her. The dude's like, this isn't what I meant when I said his power was the heart. Adds that this is a dungeon, and he knows Makoto's chill 'cause he's strong enough. But if he drops his guard for even a second, this might be a memory that sticks forever. She rolls up to Iso, saying loads of folks vanished there, and she knows it's a big deal when a monster's pretending to be human. The two girls are all, why are you two even beefing? And that makes them pause and think it over. She says thanks to the girl, they cruised through the floor safely. She helped heal the player, and didn't fib about the parasite. Makoto asks if, before he called her a monster, she really thought she was human. Bison's not buying it and says it's just another thing to stress about. Finally, he says it's cool since he was the one who hired him, while Iso and Kyun back her up as much as they can. But if she does anything sketchy, he's ready to step in, 'cause he doesn't want his squad in danger. And for now, he wants to hear the girl out. Iso waits, but the girl stays silent. He asks what her deal is, why she's helping the players, and why she wants to take down the floor boss. Iso says this grilling is intense, while Bianchi jokes it's happening again. Makoto says sorry to the girl for all this, and tells her when she's comfy, she can spill her story. Then the girl grins and calls for our MC. She says she digs Makoto for his kindness, but sorry, she's not great with words. Our MC says she's doing just fine, and she adds she likes Kyun too. She leaps and hugs Iso cause she's a big fan of hers as well. But Bison? She thinks he's a bit spooky. They chill there, soaking up the moment. When the needy Exodia yells, "What about me?" The adventure rolls on as the crew tries to help the dude with the parasite. The squad keeps battling foes, and Bianca hasn't done anything shady yet. In a split second, a monster pops up, ready to pounce on Bison. But before he knows it, the monster's already down. Surprise, surprise. It was the girl who saved him, and her actions made them forget for a sec that she was a monster. Bison watches her while everyone else chats, seeing her smile and thinking she seems superhuman. Everyone's buzzing with happiness, until they finally find what they've been hunting for. The person with level 5 purification magic. The whole crew's hyped, and the girl calls for Bison, and suggests he give it a shot now, and of course, he's down. Then he casts the purification magic, and the parasite starts fading away, leaving him pumped. It worked, but the victim passed out, so they'll untie him and let Bianca handle it. The dude finally wakes up laughing, asking if it was them who brought his good looks back. Fixing his hair, he says he's super thankful. The boy says his faves are Bison and Makoto, but the boys have no clue who this guy is. He goes on about being a prince, says his name's Sido, and that they met at the tournament. But still, the guys are drawing blanks. Then the charming dude turns to Iso. He kneels, calling her a princess, and starts spitting poetry. Exodia loses it on the guy for hitting on Iso, and our MC plays the hero in the background. The boy spots Bianca and is stoked she's safe. He says he's glad the girl called for backup, but all the others got parasitized. The girl explains everyone got caught and knocked out. Makoto wants to ask the guy something, who suddenly calls him love and says he'll do anything for his savior. He wants the boy to go up and rescue his tied-up buddies, but Bison cuts in and warns him about getting the parasite again. Truth is, someone needs to roll with Sido, and it can't be Bianca, so the guy says sorry to his two pals. Finally, he says he's going, and this grabs Exodia's attention. In his over-the-top way, he wants to tag along and asks Iso to keep her lighter handy so he can find her. The spirit's all pleased while the girl rushes over. Iso's worried her friend will get lost and be alone, but he reminds her he's not a kid. The moment arrives, Exodia calls the boy to go and throws a light jab because the boy says going with him isn't fabulous. Meanwhile, the crew's already on the 10th floor, and Iso's still stressing about her faraway buddy. Our MC imagines a convo between them full of compliments and thinks they'll be alright together. Moving forward, Bianca announces they've made it. And there it is, a massive door right in front of them. The girls all, go on. But Bison's still side-eyeing her a bit. They've just hit the dungeon's hive and it's like way down low. Monster girls all, it's huge in there, like it's a big deal. Bison's not thrilled about crawling in, but our hero's like, no choice, boss is in there. Out of nowhere, something's throwing webs at Iso, trapping her like a fly. Our MC's all, wait what, when Iso's getting dragged back. Now, they're facing a gazillion spider-like creatures. And up top, more flying bugs join the chaos party. No chill, the bug swarm's on the move. And Bianca's got something to say, apparently. Bison's gearing up, stressing cause it's a lot to handle. The girl's curious, asking why he's got her back. She's like, don't you hate me for being a monster? But he's like, nah, just don't trust you, leaving her all puzzled. Then he's like, if it's weird, just help. Out, Bianca. The girl's all, say what? One more time. Bison's like, wanna trust you, fight with me. She's surprised but then grins. Alright, let's do this. In the swarm, our hero's going all out. Determined, he's chasing after his captured buddy. He's realizing the crystal's OP. No one sees him while he's on the hunt. Suddenly he hears her, but then, bam, web on his arm. Now the spiders are all, new target, Makoto. He's yelling for Iso, and the spiders are like, get him. His friend's like, use your magic. It's cool if you hit me. The girl's all, I'm invincible, remember? Still, Makoto's a bit iffy about it, but Kyun's got his back, and he's finally like, alright, let's go. A massive spider mob covers them, but then, energy's leaking from below. Boom, huge explosion right there. Iso's flying, and our hero's catching her like a pro. She's stoked it worked out, and our MC's like, Exodia's plan, nailed it. Even though it was solid, they're not keen on a repeat. The duo reaches Bison, jumping in to help. Makoto's all, I'll clear a path through these critters. Then Bison's jumping in too. Our MC's hyped, and even Bianca's in the mix. The young dude's moving with Iso, he's throwing fireballs, and the monster girl's watching, all curious. The squad's pushing through and she's finding it all awesome. A certain cocoon's got everyone's attention now. It breaks, and they're stepping back, all cautious. From a safe spot, Makoto's like, "It's Parasnova, the boss." That giant bug's closing in on them. Bison's not wasting time, hitting it with purification magic. Nails it, no chance for the bug. The monster's disintegrating, and everyone's just watching. He's joking. "This one's not getting up again. Thanks to Kayun, we nailed it." Monster Girl's coming over, calling everyone. She's all, "That was epic, you guys are strong." Smiling, she's thanking them, but she's got more to say. She's like, "Now we can all bounce." A group's calling her a monster, questioning if it's a disguise, telling her to back off. Another's saying she's cute, like, "If level 5's cool, we're good." But later she's caught by the parasite, attacking her friend. The guy's yelling, waving his weapon, blaming her. Then, hands start disintegrating, and someone's stuttering. "Good." That other group's asking if she's a player, saying good afternoon. Then they're chatting, figuring out where everyone's from. They're thinking she's an outsider cause she's from beyond the bridge. The girl's showing pics of places outside, but she's clueless about them. Then she's explaining patiently, "It's the outside world." Bianca's like, "Don't know the outside, but wanna go." Then she's worried, asking if she can go outside after they beat the boss. Those two are suggesting teaming up, and she's a bit confused. She never knew this place was a dungeon. She had no clue the outside world was a thing, or that there were other people out there too. But after spotting that cell phone, she thinks she's cracked the code. And now, she's not feeling so empty anymore. Suddenly, chaos erupts because a boy's got a parasite and another armed dude's gotta hold him down. The girl's yelling, trying to stop them from doing it. Time skips, and the girl's gone, leaning against a tree. Bianca rolls up and checks out her friend, not really getting it. Finally, she figures out they're different because no matter how hard she tries, she can't bring her friend back like she could herself. She's super bummed when she gets this and begs her friend to wake up. Right then, she wonders why she's not human like them. Bianca starts freaking out, just wanting to bounce from that awful place. She remembers throwing herself at Bison, begging for someone to save her. Fast forward, Iso's like, "Whoa, that was unexpected." Makoto's all, "Right after taking down the boss, she said something like that." But then Bianca's like, "My bad." He's curious about what's happening because monsters aren't supposed to leave the dungeon. While Bianca's calling him, she's thinking she's never heard of a monster leaving a dungeon after the boss is toast. The girl notices they don't have pics of the outside and wonders if they're not fans. Our MC's like, "Yeah, it's kinda cramped and annoying." And with a chill smile, he's like, "Outside's pretty sweet." Bianca gets all hyped about the idea again. Then she tells Iso she wants to see it for herself, but Bison's looking a bit confused. Makoto rolls up and calls his buddy over. Curious, he's like, "Do you trust Bianca yet?" This dude's checking out Iso's phone, and it's all food pics. They're like, "She's already in the loop." Bison drops some wisdom, saying once you know something, you can't unknow it, and if that's just how the girl rolls. Then the boy grins and says, "In that case, she's just like us." The two new pals are having a blast. Finally, the squad hits the first floor, and from there, there's a dungeon barrier monsters can't cross, and Bianca's super pumped. She eagerly reaches out to cross it and smacks into a magical barrier. Looks like the barrier didn't vanish with the boss's defeat, and she's stuck. Reality hits, and she slowly realizes she's still trapped. In a panic, she's like, "They said beating the boss meant freedom." The girl begs Iso and Makoto to let her out. Then she tells Bison she's desperate to go outside, trying to cross the barrier again. She starts crying because she doesn't want to feel alone like always. Iso pleads with our hero, asking if there's another way. He's deep in thought about how to get a monster outside. And Bison jumps in with a bright idea, suggesting summoning magic. Then he's like, "We'll all leave together. They'll see tons of stuff, not just the bridge." He plans to copy the summoning magic and make a contract with her so she can leave. He asks her to trust him and hang tight, promising never to leave her alone again, and they can be together forever. Everyone's shocked by Bison's move. Turns out, he's not so icy after all, and everyone's feeling super hopeful and stoked about this plan. Then Bianca's eyes well up with happy tears, hopeful for what's to come. A bit later, someone's sprinting to the dungeon door. Bison's racing down the stairs to meet Bianca. He's surprised she's been waiting, but she's thrilled he's there. Now she's buzzing with excitement, saying he's finally arrived. Then she reaches out and says she promised. So it's go time, starting her summoning magic. Happy with this, she extends her hand to him too. A few days back, the rescued folks were all grateful, and then they were saying goodbye, while Exodia looked pleased. Makoto's wondering what's up, seeing how close those two are now. Our Iso's pumped as the people head out. Bison's like, "All that's left is the summoning magic." Our MC explains that with summoning magic, he can control the summoned creature. He says lots of folks use a special item to keep the creature in check, but there's this other way where two people make a trust contract, using a blank summoning. Then Iso spills that she saw this second type in a tournament. She's feeling kinda nervous now but musters up her courage and crosses that barrier. Super relieved, she realizes she crossed without a hitch, and she's totally hyped. Bianche can't hold back her joy and says it's awesome. But the boy reminds her they're not out in the real world yet, and leads her to the exit. Finally, they keep going until they hit the outside. Bianche just stands there, speechless, looking all amazed. When she snaps out of it, she calls for the boy. Then she asks where the bridge is cause she wants to see it, remembering her buddy showing a pic of the bridge. The boy gets it and takes her to a high spot to show her the whole city. Then she calls for the boy again, and unable to hold it in, starts crying while thanking him. She then blurts out a bunch of nice stuff to the boy, like being happy now and really liking him. Bison pets her like she's a little puppy. It's kinda cute. Right after, he decides to take the girl to munch on some good stuff like soba and ramen. Elsewhere, our Makoto's checking out the rank, thinking it's been a while since he was solo like this. He's gonna meet Momono cause he needs to see about copying the summoning magic, and she brought her friend Iso too. Our MC shows Kyun the two girls on his phone, wondering how he can roam around so freely. But then, out of nowhere, someone rolls up and mentions there's a celeb in the area. The girl pretends she's got a mic and asks how pro player Makoto's been doing. Then the boy greets Yumasaki, but the girl gets a bit salty and says hello is his face, but her mood does a 180 when she spots the little creature. Our hero dodged a bullet there. Remembering what went down with Iso's sis, he hides with a bit of fear. Makoto says he's Kyun and isn't a fan of too much attention, and the girl says the dragon acts like a cat. But soon enough, the little dragon's already clinging to the girl. He's got guts. Looks like the girl's heading back to school. She's stoked to know him now, thought she'd get the cold shoulder and asks if he finished any dungeon. Yumasaki says she wrapped up the final exam today and tells them to go, leaving the boy puzzled. Then she adds it's obvious where they're headed. Next thing, they're toasting together in a diner or something like that. The girl says this post-event celebration is totally needed, and it's the first time our MC's doing this. Then that girl says it's just a regular spot, but our hero jumps in saying, actually, it's awesome. He explains that once they call it a celebration party, a normal place like that turns special. She seems a bit smitten and thinks his smile's a killer, then comments he's way different from last time. Yumasaki brings up her friend and wonders if she's bugging Iso, thinking something went down. Our hero sips his drink nervously, sweating, almost like he got busted. But now it's interrogation time and the girl wants the scoop on the last dungeon, but our MC thinks she wants to read his mind. The girl keeps it cute and says she wants to hear Makoto's story. And of course, if the boy fibs, she'll know, so the guy, a bit cautious, asks if she's really trying to read his mind. The girl gets all hyped, saying what Bison did was like a marriage proposal, but Makoto warns she's being too loud. Sizing up the situation, he realizes he'll always have a magic slot taken up maintaining the contract, leaving just two others. He finds it all super romantic in his view, but our MC's sure Bison didn't catch on. He explains the boy's a bit slow with this stuff, and Yumasaki's sure it's not just him who's slow. Then the girl stands up with her glass after checking herself in the mirror, then slides next to our MC. She asks if he's planning to conquer more dungeons, and if he's hitting up higher level ones next time. Continuing the chat, she explains her power's low. Plus she's scared of these dungeons, and since then, she's been back more. But what's she gonna do now that she wants to stick by his side, and she thinks Makoto's hers? Our slowpoke hero just watches and suggests hitting up the next dungeon, making the girl wonder if he's even paying attention. But then he drops some wisdom, saying it's not about where you go, but who you go with. He adds that EAZY mentioned something similar before. Makoto chimes in, saying he's been feeling that vibe lately. Yumasaki asks if she's one of those special people, and our hero gives a thumbs up. She gets a bit shy, but they agree to tackle a dungeon together and party it up afterward. The girl notices our MC has changed a lot, while he offers a snack to the adorable Kyun. She points out he's become kinder and more empathetic, but maybe a bit more distant and popular too, as Kamashiro's calling right now. Iso comes sprinting over, calling for our hero, who gives her a warm smile. He jokes it's been ages since they last met, even though it's only been 2 days. Seems like little Kyun really missed her. Meanwhile, Momono's got everything on tape from their karaoke hangout, and they joke about it being a sauna in there. Kamashiro pops up and says to hurry up, he's seen enough of their antics. He asks if they're a team, and the duo confirms it. He mentions Makoto once turned down his invite, leaving Iso pretty shocked. Everyone's buzzing about the Blazing Thunder Guild joining SST, and the boy says he skipped the tournament because he joined too. As they move forward, Kamashiro gives our MC a warm welcome. At the SST HQ, the boys blown away by the massive size of the place. Makoto warns they're not joining SST, just teaming up. Then some dudes roll up and Kamashiro's on intro duty. They're the founder of SST, Takahara Juzu, and the engineer player, Haida Rine. Our MC and Iso introduce themselves, but they're already kind of famous and the guys heard of them. Turns out the guy's a big fan and our hero's a bit embarrassed but still grateful. Then comes a flood of questions about completing an F-rank dungeon and what loot he scored. Without a break, he turns to Iso, but the founder steps in and says, "That's enough." The man gives a rundown, saying this place is like the dungeon hub, where they can snag items and even join dungeon teams. Sounding like a broken record, the guy goes on, "Cover your weaknesses, show off your strengths, and form a squad." He keeps explaining that by joining now, they can snag a limited time bonus. The guy's always hustling for more recruits. Finally, the guy opens a spot and shows it off. It's a training room made with dungeon materials, able to soak up any magical attack. The founder says this is someone Kamashiro looks up to, so he'd love to train with him. That guy's super persistent because he's bored, making our hero think the dude's got way too much free time. Then, he asks Haida to show something. It's a special item that can take a hit for the user and then break, but with upgrades, it recharges and can be used again. The training plan is simple. Whoever lands the first hit wins, and he wants the boy to go all out. Our MC questions why the ring's on the toe, while Kamashiro notes he's rocking a suit again. Without further ado, and with over-the-top excitement, the man says to kick things off. He starts using his power and morphs in a super weird way. The founder busts out level 10 size-boosting magic, turning into a giant muscle mountain. The whole crew's shocked, including our hero, who had no clue this magic was a thing. Makoto dodges the attack like a pro, and then lands a hit effortlessly, wondering if it's a bit unfair by the rules. The guy bounces around the huge hall while Makoto jokes that it must have stung a bit. Takahara thinks that was epic while wondering, what on earth was that? Our MC doubts the man's skills and asks if he's ever won with these rules. But the founder says kids just don't get it. He explains that if he keeps losing, it means his eye's still sharp. Kamashiro asks why he doesn't strut around half naked since he breaks the rules, but he's scared of his wife. Kamashiro says he's actually super talented, but the founder jokes, saying he's just messing with him. Suddenly someone yells out, saying they totally knew Shinichi would show up. This girl coming over wants to know how long she's gotta wait and whines that the reception feels like a freezer thanks to the AC. Kamashiro suggests she just turn off the air, but nah. She's not looking for solutions, just wants to vent. Iso thinks she's kinda scary while our hero's curious about who this girl is. Finally, she spills the beans, introducing herself as Watakashi Tsugusa. Someone mentions she's the same age as Iso, and the girl flips out. Still ticked off, she asks if the girl's already 19 and wants to know her name too. Then she's all, "Let's be friends, you're cute," and our MC realizes the place is buzzing. Then the founder says it's Q&A time, but the girl tells him to put some clothes on first. The guy just shrugs it off and explains that the dungeons have leveled up, and since the max level is 99, they're stuck. He says to fix this, they gotta conquer an E-rank dungeon. He adds they might score rare items, but the big deal is finding clues to unlock higher levels. Today he gathered the 5 Kamashiro recommended, and these 5 will squad up. They'll be the team to tackle a dungeon that's never been beaten before. He says this dungeon's called the Dark Forest and it's super dense and dark. Everyone's curious about how they got those picks, but seems someone used clone magic. Our MC thought he didn't need a team to beat this dungeon, but turns out it's trickier than it looked. On the 5th underground floor, there are 3 doors and no more path. Going through them, they find another door that won't budge, so he sent his clones through the 3 doors at once. Then, the entrance door wouldn't open anymore, but the exit door started to open. Makoto realizes they need 3 people for the dungeon to kick off, and Haida asks if he saw that. The young dude says yeah, but there's another problem. He explains that right after opening the door, he got hit by an attack and his clone got dragged away. The masked guy says if they're gonna split up, they need some way to chat, while the girl's pumped about it. While Kamashiro keeps chatting, Iso thinks magical clones are super cool. That young dude says there's one more person he invited to the party, but he's late cause of another dungeon. And he tells our hero he hopes they can explore a dungeon together again. Then, he jokes about not slowing them down, and Makoto throws it right back at him. Iso's in a tight spot facing the monster, while Exodia asks if she's good. Right then, the creature grabs our MC like it's no big deal, while the girl's giving it her all. Then, out of nowhere, Watakashi pops up and tells Iso to open wide, holding out some food. She munches it, finding it pretty tasty, while our MC thinks this girl's feeding Iso. That girl notices him staring and asks if he wants some too. A few hours earlier, the group's following the path while our hero, all shy, dodges the food. Then she goes to offer it to Kamashiro. They're rocking clothes made from training room material that soak up some of the damage. Looks like they ran out of material, and Kamashiro ended up with a tiny one, while Haida's is oddly huge. These were the world's first artificial gear, and still no gear cost. He explains all dungeon items have a maintenance cost, and if you go over it, you can't use the items anymore. Considering Makoto's bag has a certain maintenance cost, it can only carry about 2 at a time. Using artificial gear, you can fix this and carry more. While wrapping up the explanation for Makoto and Iso, the spirit Exodia says it's not his problem and doesn't care. Finally, the group decides to kick off the incursion. They dive into the dark forest dungeon together and immediately run into some monsters. Right then, Kamashiro busts out some epic ice and force field magic. Those ice shards hit all the monsters in range. Then Haida gets hyped about the numbers, and Watakashi tells Iso and Makoto not to use fire magic now, and asks Exodia to chill too for obvious reasons, right? So he apologizes to Iso, but she's cool with it. It's also super dark there, and the girl easily fixes it with some light magic. But doing that shows the place is crawling with monsters. Watakashi's staring down this wild bunch of creatures, and thanks to the light, he can finally see them clearly. Next thing you know, the girl's got this slightly crazy grin and charges at them, going full beast mode. She's taking down all the monsters, and Iso's just standing there, totally mind-blown. Then she yells, saying it's super annoying and tells everyone to duck. And boom, she unleashes level 10 darkness magic. The girl's unstoppable, and Iso's getting all hyped, while Haida's like, this is kinda risky. But she's not even phased. Out of nowhere, a bunch of monsters sneak up behind the boy, but he's quick and traps them with his magic. Then he pulls a move, and someone's like, nice job. Meanwhile, Haida tosses something in the air, catches it, and watches all the monsters get wrecked. While he's wondering where Makoto is, a bunch of massive monsters start showing up. These giant skeletons are just looming over the squad. Then Haida's like, is this for real? And right then, our MC shows up, just as the other girl's already taking down the monsters. Kamashiro spots Makoto from afar and says 62, and our hero's like 102. That's how many he's taken out. Knowing he lost, he's like, I'll beat you next time. But the girl's kinda salty about his score. Haida's thinking this is too easy for an E-rank dungeon and notices Iso's having a blast. After all this chaos, the crew hits the 5th floor, and boom, they find those 3 doors they'd only seen in pics. Everyone's blown away by the sight. It's just like the photos. Kamashiro starts giving orders, saying they'll split into 3 groups. With the groups set, he wraps up by saying he'll see everyone on the other side of the door. And right in the toughest dungeon yet, Iso's heading to a different door than Makoto. The squad splits between those up front and those hanging back. Kamashiro, through clone memories, recalls they got attacked together when they opened the doors. But the middle door got hit a bit later, so he tells Haida and Iso to stay sharp. Another girl's like, Kamashiro really trusts our MC. And he's like, I've got Kyun to help. Haida's down to back up Iso, while Makoto's wondering if Watakashi's got cats at home, since she vibes with Kyun. But Iso's bummed about not being with Makoto. So the squad says bye, wishing everyone good luck. But just as they're about to open the door, our MC calls out to Iso. He raises his hand, catching her attention. Grinning, he's like, never done this before, but let's give it our all. Iso and Haida are stoked. Smiling, she high-fives him, saying she'll do her best too. Then the groups head in, each through their own door. At door 3, the girl notices it won't open, but Kamashiro's like, the black door will open soon. He adds that when it does, they'll get attacked, but she's just like, call me Tsugusa. She's got some wild idea. Then she uses level 10 shadow magic, sticks her arm through the wall, and peeks through. She's like, we can start any time. Kamashiro makes an ice barrier and heads to the door while she tells him to be careful. Suddenly, a massive energy floods the room, and he realizes it's fire. That's a total counter to his skills, so he starts neutralizing it. Just then, Watakashi shows up, reaching out to save him. She stretches to reach, and in a flash, the room's empty. Meanwhile, at door 1, our hero's dodging attacks. It's like a deadly trap. So he gears up and calls for Kyun's help. At door 2, the duo's checking things out. They touch the energy, and Iso's like, you good? And he's like, it's a teleport gate. Suddenly, he spots something and pushes her, saying it's dangerous. Then something pops out of the portal and grabs Haida. Iso, worried, yells her friend's name. Then she charges with her axe and slices the huge thing in half. Haida's amazed she's so strong and still cares about him. Jokingly, he's like, I can walk, no need to drag me. And they head in. Inside, a super weird creature shows up. In the other room, Kamashiro's duo is also facing a strange fire creature, and our MC's up against a monster that's basically a lightning storm with legs. The boy spots random lightning bolts and a bunch of traps everywhere, Plus there's this magic blocking seal over the whole area. Not cool, but he's not letting that mess with his vibe. He tells his tiny dragon to hang on tight and dodges the monster's massive hands. Then he zooms in on its face, ready to throw down. He smashes it good, but something feels off. The monster's back, but the squad's like, no way it resurrected that fast. He smashes it again, breaking it into bits. He's thinking, no flying or teleporting? Lame. But he spots the real body inside the beast. Gargantua hollers at our MC, giving him a mini heart attack. He says the main body's hiding somewhere sneaky. Even when it shows up, it's slippery and hard to catch. He wants to hit all three parts at once, but no magic makes it tricky, and Kyun's cheering him on. Makoto wonders if that's why Gargantua's chatty, but the creature's like, nah. Then Gargantua tells Kyun to grab the left arm, he'll take the right, and our MC's on board. They hype each other up to attack all three parts together. Makoto's calling the shots, waiting for the perfect moment. Suddenly, the little dragon zooms off, ignoring our hero's protests. He's worried the dragon can't hold the arm, but Gargantua's chill about it. They gotta sync up their attack. He's wondering if there's a status effect, but it's not working on him. The monster tries to shake off Kyun, and that's their cue. Gargantua charges the other hand while our MC heads for the head. All three get ready to strike, and they totally smash the creature's parts. Makoto yells the real body's hiding somewhere. As it starts to show, Kyun darts towards it. The dragon speeds up and latches onto the monster. Then, bam, tentacles wrap around the little dragon, and it's go time. He blasts the monster with a breath attack. Finally, the creature's toast. Gargantua confirms it, the lightning stops, and the dragon's wiped out. Makoto says sorry, but Gargantua's confused. He wanted to fix his arm, but it's a no-go right now. He's cool with it, and Gargantua says Kyun was stoked to help. But when they reach the door, something's off. It won't budge. Nearby, in another room, Kamashiro and Watakashi are tag-teaming the monster. The fight's intense, and it's no walk in the park. They hit it together, trying to take it down, but the boy realizes they're not strong enough when it suddenly grows an extra limb. They leap away just in time. It's scorching in. There, and he can't use his ice powers. The girl's like, everyone ends up roasted here. Kamashiro asks if she can use her first floor attack, but she needs Iso's help for that. Her shadow attacks depend on her shadow's size. She says if Crimson Lotus Flash could use his light magic, it'd be clutch, but the boy's lost. The creature's done waiting and attacks. They dodge, and Watakashi's like, she'll sync with him no matter what. The boy's giving it his all and asks if she's serious. Then the monster uses its extra limb with a giant mouth. Watakashi jumps in while Kamashiro thinks she never sticks to the plan and always surprises him. With precision and force, the girl rips off that extra mouth. She signals him, and he's on it. Kamashiro uses his magic, determined to outdo her. They're pumped, and the boy asks her to sync with him. Then he casts a force field magic, finishing with a powerful ice magic. Watakashi's thrilled with the outcome, staying inside with the monster. It's her time to shine. Kamashiro says everything inside is her shadow. Next thing, the girl's already striking her victory pose. Then she checks out the results while they chat about whether Kamashiro actually used her first name or not. Watakashi wonders if the dude always manages to use his force field from outside his range, but the guy says he's been training loads, and the girl playfully calls him a freak. She makes sure he knows it's not an insult, so he thanks her as they head to the door. Turns out the door's not budging either, and they're totally clueless why. In another room nearby, our MC figures it'll only open when everyone beats their challenges, and right then, he thinks of Iso and gets a bad vibe. In the other room, the duo faces their monster, and Iso wonders if that's water. Apparently, staying in the water too long brings a curse, and Exodia says it's another negative status. Haida floats, checking out the monster up close, and realizes its weakness is physical attacks, while Exodia thinks its mask is super cool. The boy points his arm and fires a bunch of projectiles, nailing the creature. Exodia's like, what the heck was that? And Haida explains he's lowering its defenses for now. Iso's already above it with her big axe, but the monster spots her, and quickly counterattacks, launching her far away. She splashes into the water and sinks. Exodia's worried, but his friend's okay, though she needs to get out of the water fast. Her clothes totally fall apart. Iso's horrified by this. Haida suggests it's corrosion. It's an attack that wrecks items and can break them like that. She's super upset and says, no way. She remembers Makoto making it from the materials of a black lynx they defeated, but the monster's not waiting for all the drama and goes to attack her again. Exodia realizes things are going south and tries to save his friend. The girl knows if she stays, she'll get hit by the curse. Haida commands the fire spirit to get her out of the water fast. The monster spots the boy and attacks him. Even with a shield, he flies far from the impact. He crashes to the ground, freaked out for breaking the whole shield. The boy's clearly shaken, and the monster grabs him. His mask flies off as he faces the creature. Exodia watches the whole scene while Haida screams, trapped. He sees his buddy in the water and believes he can make it in time. Then he rushes to her, heroically managing to get the girl out of the water. The spirit asks if Iso can stand while she thanks him. Then she starts getting up with effort, facing the monster. She thinks she's falling behind everyone else again, and it's always like this, always leaning on others. Even Makoto, even if it's just her selfish wish, she can't help it all. But she remembers him saying he still wants to team up with her in the future, and also him saying goodbye and wishing her to do her best. Exodia curses the water that's draining her energy. The girl decides the strong person there isn't her, so she should leave the support to her. Truth is, everyone knows how strong this girl is. The battle rages on in that cursed water. Exodia keeps dodging, but can't get closer. He realizes he needs to step it up, but then something happens. The creature gets hit by a level 10 light magic. A little further back, Iso's standing, giving it her all. Exodia curses and says he hates this thing, while Iso laments losing her wings. The girl thinks she'll apologize later while her buddy shouts for her. Then she leaps with everything towards the monster. She runs while delivering her attacks, and Haida notices she's running in the air. The girl calls for her fire buddy. Iso says she'll distract the monster and leaves the boy to him. Though it's a bit annoying, Exodia thinks it's all he can do right now. Using her magic on her feet, Iso keeps dodging that corrosive water. She wonders if this is what Makoto meant. She remembers them chatting some time ago. Thinks she doesn't dig this kind of strategy either, and even got a pat on the forehead while Momono showed his dragon. She says this is invincible, and our MC agrees. Iso looks a bit shy at our hero, and adds that today she won't lose. But Makoto responds that's not quite what he said. Using the ability to be invincible is a waste. You gotta find cooler ways to use it. Back in the now, the girl's going full ninja mode, slicing up that monster. Exodia's all, dude, you good? You just went boom. But the boy's like, nah, that's my escape plan. The boy's curious if Exodia knows what the girl's up to. Turns out, she's using her barrier-busting magic to step up her game. Not what he expected, but hey, she's leveling up her skills. That girl's got mad gaming skills. It's wild she's underwater's bad vibes but still moving like a pro. Exodia's like, while she's got the monster's attention, let's sneak up on it. To get closer, they gotta make a move. Haida's all, I'll fight fire with fire, or negative with negative. Then, more of her gear goes kaput. The monster's like, aha, weak spot, and Exodia's onto it. Haida reaches the monster, hits it with paralysis and defense down. Exodia saves the boy, telling her to hustle while Iso's all, thanks fam. The girl's down with the plan and charges at the monster. He's wondering how she's still going, and there's only one thing driving her. Her vision's fuzzy, breathing's tough, but she's chill with it. And she dives, smashing the creature from top to bottom. The monster's down for the count, split in two. In the chaos, Iso's there, wiping her face with her busted weapon. Haida's like, you're awesome, and she's all smiles. Meanwhile, Kamashiro and Watakashi are chilling in their room. It's like a sauna in there, and they're not loving it. But then, the door swings open. They meet Makoto, and she's all, y'all crushed it. Our MC's like, Iso's team didn't open the door. Try the main one. Inside, they see the doors stuck and think the others aren't done yet. Exodia's like, that monster was the toughest. We're the last ones. So they're basically stuck. Time to regroup and figure things out. After clearing 3 rooms, the door finally opened. Thanks to the clone's camera, they could chat, but the rooms got some trap vibes. Rooms 1 and 2 were a breeze, but room 3's a stubborn one. Watakashi's like, beat the boss. Door opens. Easy peasy. She jokes with our MC, teasing him about missing Iso. Kamashiro's like, let's keep moving. Our hero's asking about backup, and the guy's like, reported it, but there's a snag. If they don't beat the boss, the room monsters will respawn. Their edge is speed, and backup won't help much now. From inside, Haida spots Makoto holding a message. The boy's fangirling, while Exodia's like, do I need to show up? And he's like, duh. They realize they're stuck until the floor boss is toast, and Exodia's itching to jump in. He's asking how long till the monsters respawn, but it's a dungeon mystery. They might have to fight the monster again. It's a bummer cause she's out of gear, but Haida's got a plan. He's like, if we got nothing, we'll make something. Meanwhile, on the 8th floor, our hero finds a white door. The squad's moving as Watakashi clears the way. Makoto kicks the door, but it's tougher than expected. The girl's like, it's not budging, and Kamashiro thinks they gotta beat all the monsters first. Later, on the 11th floor, they take a snack break, already fed up with the dungeon. They think they're doing great, but our hero's a bit stressed. Makoto just noticed Kamashiro's got speed, almost as fast as him. The guy's got ice hidden in his cape, like a secret weapon. The girl's curious about his skills, and the guys awkwardly play it cool. Someone's wondering if it's a free level and almost 5,000, while Haida's crafting an axe. He's like, it's a new thing called mana, from mana stones, for crafting. And he shows off something else that uses mana too. He's all, thanks to the dark material we found, every day's been a blast. Iso's all curious, asking if she can join in, and Haida's like, sure, if it's easy, I'll show you the ropes. Meanwhile, up on the 15th floor, the squad runs into this massive beast. While they're battling it out, they're all, wait, what floor are we even on? Then, boom, they hit 2 more doors. Looks like the setup's just like the 5th floor. Makoto's all, let's just assume one room's gonna stay locked. Kamashiro's like, I'll chill here, one person stuck is enough. The girl's not thrilled, leaving our hero and Kyun like, whoa, drama alert. The little dragon's hyped, and our hero's buzzing too, zooming over to Kamashiro. And Kamashiro's all smug. Our MC's like, I'm in, let's do this. And he's all, Kamashiro, you're totally underestimating us. Makoto's like, no holding back. This is our challenge to conquer. They part ways, hyping each other up. In one room, there's this massive crystal golem, and in the other, a giant elemental golem. Kamashiro's super grateful to Kyun, but ends up stuck there. Now it's all on our hero and Watakashi. Iso's all jittery. Her buddy's like, can you chill? But she's in training mode. Haida's thinking she looks like she's having a blast, and he's like, made an axe, and she's over the moon. Meanwhile, the other crew's dragging by the time they hit the 25th floor. She yells, how many more of these door puzzles? And our hero's thinking she needs a breather. But nope, she powers through. Makoto's teasing, some dungeons have hot springs, and she almost buys it. He adds, you sure talk a lot for being tired. Watakashi's like, she gets antsy if she doesn't chat. Suddenly they stumble on something and she's all, thanks dude. They actually found the hot spring. Our MC's like, let's chill here, and his buddy's down, not wanting to faceplant in front of the boss. So she kicks off her shoes, fixes her hair, and dips her feet in. Watakashi's loving it, getting all her HP and MP back. But our hero's checking their stash of potions and snacks. Looks like they got some pics from the rest of the crew, and they're all good. They get everything but can't send anything back. He's like, everyone's counting on us, let's wrap this up. Out of nowhere she drops, I like Kamashiro. She says she was scared of meeting people and accidentally freaked them out. She ditched school, started dungeon diving solo, and bam, top in Kansai. Then she met the semi-naked dude and got recruited. Later he introduced her to the Blazing Thunder Guild, and she fell head over heels. Our MC's like, that's a lot to unpack. She says he listens to her, which makes her super happy. Plus, his stories are epic, and she can't help it. Our hero gives her a warm look. Watakashi's like, love stories are dope. Always wanted friends like that. But now it's his turn. Straight up, she asks if he likes Iso. He's caught off guard, hides his face, but there's something in the water. Watakashi ghosts out of there. She's like, no escape, it's just us. And it'd be worse if they didn't chat, plus the dude's looking a bit edgy. Makoto's like, honestly, not sure what it's like to crush on someone, but he really respects Iso. Watakashi's satisfied, finding it kinda sweet, and suddenly wants to speed things up. They're all recharged and don't need more breaks. Plus, everyone's eager to reunite. Back in one of the rooms, Haida's showing the girl the ropes. Exodia's watching the boy, saying he wants to help her cause it's tricky. The boy's like, how's it going? And the girl's loving it, but he spots the gears for Makoto. Suddenly the fire spirit's like, they're here, get ready. Monsters respawn, so Haida's like, stick to the plan. Kamashiro's gotta face his monster again too. But now, unlike last time, they're prepped and have the perfect counter. Further down, the duo hits the 30th floor. Finally, they've reached the bottom and it's kinda chilly. Makoto's charging ahead, all, I'm rank E, and the girl's like, let's finish this together. They swing open the door and finally face Phantom, the floor boss. They walk in and realize the place is massive, but the boss is tiny. Makoto senses something's off though. Suddenly, all the monsters they fought before show up again. Now the room's packed with monsters everywhere, and Phantom's just chilling, watching. But the duo's not scared. They're ready to take on the challenge. All those monsters start attacking at once, like a chaotic monster mosh pit. The duo's a bit worried, but they're not backing down. Makoto charges at this stone monster, ready to smash it, while Watakashi's dealing with a different beast. She remembers those mini-bosses are loaded with rare loot. Our MC notices the monster's ignoring him, so he goes full beast mode on it. With ease, he smashes that creature to bits. The girl keeps battling the other monster, trading blows like it's a video game. She hits it a bunch but thinks it's weird how weak it is. Then, the creature flips over, and she realizes her weapon's getting wrecked. Makoto's already squaring off with another big monster. Our hero yells at his partner to duck, and uses that monster like a wrecking ball, spinning it around, smashes the other creature, leaving Watakashi totally shocked. Another creature shows up and our MC just wrecks it too. She's annoyed because she wanted a heads up and asks about the boss, but Makoto's like, "We'll handle it soon." Watakashi's like, "Free levels are wild," and wonders what level they're at now. Makoto's like, "The level's not budging." Everyone's a bit puzzled by this. The girl thinks they're stubborn, but our hero realizes the boss is MIA. Plus, her weapon got dragged away. They know they can't just chill, so the girl hands Makoto what's left of her weapon, but then he stabs it into her leg, out of nowhere. The girl's shocked, hits the ground with a wound. She screams, "What did you do?" But then sees 3 girls whispering. She's confused, realizing it's not the boy. She tries to get up while the girls throw shade. Turns out it's a boss attack, and it stings. Now Kamashiro shows up, dissing her eyes, but it just makes her mad, ready to smash that thing. Meanwhile, Makoto's still battling monsters until he notices something. He looks around and can't see his new friend anymore. It's not just that, the whole place has changed around him. He's wondering what's going on. Then someone else pops up and Makoto's confused but ready to throw down. Out of nowhere, his hand gets ripped off, and a door opens behind him. His hand falls through. He only has time to see it before he's tossed into the darkness. Nearby, Watakashi's facing herself. She realizes it's a monster that can shapeshift, so she plans her counterattack. But the girl wonders since when. But that doesn't matter, she's gotta handle this. While fighting herself, she admits she always thought her eyes were weird. Then she suddenly dives into the shadows, and comes out, delivering a kick to her doppelganger, shouting that Kamashiro said he digs her eyes. She pulls off a slick move, calling her copy a dummy. Throws the copy hard, causing a smoke explosion, revealing the boss. Watakashi grabs her weapon and charges. But then the creature turns into Kamashiro, catching her off guard. That tiny pause is enough for her to get hit by a bunch of stakes. She looks at that creepy version of her friend and curses it, saying she likes him. Elsewhere, our hero's in total darkness. Someone calls out to him from the shadows. Our MC sees Iso coming closer, smiling. Later, both our hero and Watakashi are trapped by the monster. Makoto seems out cold at the moment. Back to now, Iso calls for our MC, but he knows it's a trick. He starts piecing things together, about his level not rising and his partner acting weird. Then, Iso charges at him, accusing him of leaving her behind. He realizes he got caught in the illusion when he entered this floor, and none of this is real. He blocks the axe and cuts it, hitting the ground, falls through the hole he made, and now Kamashiro's in front of him. He wonders what's happening in the real world, and if Watakashi's okay. While the copy gears up to attack, he knows he needs to escape. Makoto zooms towards a door, opens it, thinking this dungeon's endless. Sees a bunch of his copies all at once. He's shocked when his copies give him a dark stare. He almost misses something sneaking up behind him, ready to attack. He spins just in time to block, but his buddy still nails him on the arm. He keeps thinking it's just his brain playing tricks, not real at all. He figures he's got to take them all down fast as more of those fakes start popping up. Suddenly, they all rush him, trying to pin him down, but the kid's focused, knowing he can't mess up now. 'Cause all his pals are counting on him. He gets mad, cursing that boss. The Iso clone strolls up grinning, and our hero, fueled by rage, orders it to vanish. That boss just smirks, calls him a fool, leaving our hero totally shook. Everything melts into mist, taking over the whole room. In front of him, someone else shows up, making him tense. Suddenly, he hears someone telling him to wake up, and he opens his eyes, drenched in sweat. That dude punches him right in the gut, sending him flying with the impact. That clone's already gearing up for another attack. Our hero feels the pain. He wonders if he's back in the real world, but how did that even happen? That person says even with infinite levels, he's still kinda weak. Then the kid pulls the cloth off his face. His level and skills, that guy says the confused one is him while our hero wonders, Ijuin. Makoto mentions Kamashiro said there was one more person to join. He's curious if the kid joined the SST guild, but he says, nah. But he points out it's the vines. The vines keep them knocked out, and the boss was using the girl as a shield, but he woke up when he got hit. Makoto says he doesn't know when they got caught, as reality and illusion are all mixed up. Seems getting snagged by the vines makes escaping super tough. Finally, our hero says he needs a bit of help from the kid. Ijuin was gonna argue, but ends up agreeing. He remembers Baizen saying good things about this kid. Then he thinks he's definitely changed. Ijuin's always annoyed and tells our poor hero not to laugh. Then he asks the kid to hang on and shows some tracks. At that moment, our hero gears up for the fight, and Ijuin does the same. The two are super tense. They finally reach the spot where the boss is keeping Watakashi locked up. Our hero uses his magic to see his buddies at level 10,000 and says the boss can dodge physical hits. The creature glares at them while the kid says he gets it. Seems the creature's using the girl as a shield, plus there are tons of vines around. Makoto thinks they might get caught again, and they can't use fire magic. Now they gotta focus on hitting the boss, and with that, he starts casting his magic to strike. The boss throws a bunch of tentacles into the air. Our hero dodges with his teleportation magic, and Ijuin uses magic to tangle up all the tentacles. This way, he dodges that attack too. He's ready to strike, but Makoto tries to warn him of the danger. Suddenly, the kid gets caught by the boss, and without realizing it, he's already in the illusion world with a clone coming at him. Ijuin realizes this must be the illusion world Makoto talked about. His clone jumps on him, and a fight kicks off. While getting smacked around, he can't believe how it works. The kid sees our hero telling him if he keeps being so lame, he'll get smacked again. He sits in a cave, just letting time tick by. While staring at his wrists, a girl calls for her brother. She wants to know why he's being so reckless. His sister's surprised and worried, cause it's rare to see him like this, but Ijuin says he's fine, that it was just a fight, but she says that's even rarer. The kid stays quiet while the girl calls him, and she notices he's crying. He wonders why he leveled up, didn't want to be looked down on, so he hid his family's issues. He became a player to get power, but then realized it was all hollow. Go and swap some cash. He's got priority in the tournament for being high-ranked, but there was something more. He gets a card from SST and finds it kinda sketchy. While checking it out, someone comes up and apologizes for the interruption. He introduces himself as Kamashiro and asks if that's Ijuin, the top-ranked player. So, he explains he noticed him, cause he reminds him of someone. Then he invites him to join SST, but the kid quickly says no. Kamashiro's all, man, what a bummer, while Ijuin's like, dude, you always bail instead of facing stuff, and the only one really bringing himself down? Yep, it's him. He's thinking, gotta switch things up. So he asks for a little time out to think. Then, all hyped up, he's like, I gotta say sorry. Next thing, he's taking a punch, and guess who's throwing it? Our main dude. He checks on Ijuin, apologizing for going full Hulk mode. The young dude's like, let's handle these vines first, and asks Makoto to bust out some ice magic. Ijuin's all about that water magic, flooding the whole room. He swings his arm, smacking all the vines, and boom, the place is drenched. Makoto's cracking up, thinking it's epic, then goes all Elsa with solid ice magic. Everything turns into massive ice crystals. The monster's just watching like, what? It lets Watakashi go, and she starts falling. But she quickly whips up some magic, making a bunch of her copies. The duo's totally shocked, realizing even without vines, they can pull off mini illusions. The boss is snatching players with vines and now has Watakashi as a hostage. Then, casting a spell, he yells for Ijuin to team up with him. He zaps the boss with his lightning magic, trying to nail a specific spot. He's doing this, trusting Ijuin's skills. He aims like a pro and zaps the creature and his buddy. The lightning bolts through the area, while Ijuin's gearing up to unleash one of his spells too. That lightning zips between the girls and nails the monster's hand. Right then, Ijuin knows it's go time and uses his reversal magic. A bunch of blasts slam the boss, and the real Watakashi starts to pass out. Ijuin leaps in, saving her, while prepping a new spell. A massive blast hits where the boss was, and the powerful duo's stoked. At that moment, they totally nailed it, fighting as one. From the smoke, the boss pops out, while Makoto's wondering what if they never split. The boy's like, why the grin? While our MC fires up his fire magic, blowing up the creature for good, leveling up by 18,000. Then he checks if the girl's okay. Ijuin's like, she's just snoozing. He's pumped he caught her. Makoto's all, I'm wiped out. No more running, and hey, the door's open. The boy's sorry, but Makoto's like, nah, it's 'cause I was late. But the boy cuts in, apologizing for letting pride hurt his pals. He thanks him for the save, catching our MC off guard. He admits he was super happy. Then he asks what Ijuin means to him. But honestly, even now, he's clueless. A friend or just an acquaintance, even saying that feels off. He's really happy they teamed up to beat that monster. Grinning, he admits he's still unsure, and they shake hands. As they shake, Watakashi wakes up from her nap. She gets up, recalling her close call. She checks herself when our hero's like, morning, snapping her back to reality. While munching, she jokes about the monster being super gross. She teases Makoto for being harsh, but he's like, wasn't me. She says in the illusion, Kamashiro took her out. The boys exchange looks, wondering if she's feeling off, and she says it's just waking up grogginess. She explains her body's heavy, and she's moving slow. A bit worried, Makoto asks her to open her status window. They check it out and can't believe it, seeing her levels now just 5. Kamashiro and Kyun zoom through the area, and the girl's like, finally here? The squad's back together on the 25th floor. Iso and Haida are waiting upstairs. No more monster drama. Kamashiro's all thanks, and everyone high fives, but he spots something off with Watakashi. She jokes if the boy's the real deal, and she and our MC crack up, leaving him puzzled. Now the crew's moving on, filling Kamashiro in on the deets. They try to cheer up Watakashi, saying Iso had to start from level 1, but she's a bit grumpy. He says levels can bounce back. What matters is everyone's okay. They say Ajuin rolled up to help out and everyone's cool with it. He mentions they went to tackle another dungeon. Kamashiro spills that Makoto was there, and even though it was late, they wanted to drop by, but Ijuin's like, nah, never said that. Then he jokes that by the look on his face he already said sorry, but the dude's still all serious. Gargantua's like, as for me, nada yet. Ijuin apologizes, and now it's all chill vibes. Our hero grins and says Haida should totally fix his arm. Meanwhile, let's hit up the 5th floor. There, Iso's busy leveling up her skills, until she spots something coming her way. She sees the squad arriving and zooms towards them. With a ninja leap, she hugs our MC super tight. The others watch, all smiles, while our hero's like, whoa, what's up with her? The boys all, what's going on? While everyone gathers around. Iso's like, check this out, leaving him all puzzled. She says it's been ages since they last hung out. The whole squad's pretty stoked about the reunion, and Iso, all hyped, grabs everyone's attention, while our hero's still catching up. He remembers Watakashi asking if he's into her, and she gives him a wink, making it obvious. Exodia's like, make a wish, I'll grant one, just one. Ijuin watches the fire spirit having a blast with our MC. Watakashi shows off the item that can level up to 199. Kamashiro's like, seen it, and Haida, super pumped, says his reaction was kinda meh. Now chilling, the boy's like, whoa, an item can do that, that's wild. And this makes the dungeon super valuable, and it's only gonna get pricier. Haida's like, we should totally research this. Watakashi's counting on him for that. They chat about nailing their main goal, and it was epic, but Iso's a bit uneasy. It's getting hot, and Watakashi's like, can I get some water? She asks if Haida's not roasting in that mask, but turns out it's got a cooling system. The squad debates whether to head home now or wait till tomorrow. Our hero's quiet, and everyone's waiting for his call. Then he suggests they throw a party. The squad's all in for the idea. Makoto's like, Ijuin, you're invited too, and he's down. The girls suggest hitting up a hot spring together first. Ijuin's like, thought Makoto was like me, but he was wrong and adds he didn't expect Kamashiro to be such a people magnet. Ijuin says he's learning to trust people's kindness and taking better care of it. Our MC's stoked to be seen as a lovable nuisance. Exodia's like, leave it to me to find a dope spot to eat. Iso watches our hero and playfully bumps into him. Then she calls him over with a smile. She says it was a major win, and Makoto's all, why's she whispering? While the squad moves ahead. They roll out, happy they crushed that dungeon. A bit later, in Shizuoka, our MC's like, is this the spot? And his buddy's like, yup. A while back, Iso's all smiles, saying they're hitting the dungeon tomorrow. He nods, and she mentions, a dungeon she wants to check out. He realizes it's a rank W dungeon that's already been cleared. Some conquered dungeons turn into tourist traps, and it's chill for relaxing. His sister's snooping while Makoto says he's taking Gargantua to see Haida in the morning. Our MC's like, is this a tourist spot? And the girl's like, picked a less crowded one. She suggests camping, but since she's thinking about food, Makoto's like, let's eat soon. Then she shows off the grub she brought. The squad sits and digs into a tasty meal together. Iso's like, our MC was like Jiraiya at the party. Then our guy turns to Exodia and goes, speaking of which, he wants to know if Exodia gave Ijuin the infinite level power. The spirit's like, I think so, but our MC's like, not too sure, huh? Exodia explains they're like other people's memories, so they don't matter, while saying sorry to Iso. He says he's the spirit of transformation, and greetings or goodbyes can't tie him down. But Makoto cuts in, telling him to finish the thought. The spirit's like, doesn't matter, it's about him now. Then he says Iso's got something to tell the guy, and she gets all shy, stammering. She finally manages to ask if he's not dealing with everything solo again, since he looks kinda off. The dude's caught off guard and wonders if it's that obvious. But Exodia's worried too. Makoto wants to chat about where his team is headed next. During the last dungeon, he thought about Iso trusting him, but he was just pretending to be tough in front of her. He says that from now on, when it's just them in high-rank dungeons, they should set some limits. He thinks maybe joining SST isn't a bad idea, and the girl jumps in, saying she thinks it's awesome. The girl gets all flustered, and says what she really means is that if she's with him, no matter where, it's gonna be super fun. The girl apologizes for putting pressure on him, but our MC says he's chill, and that he should tell her anything, because she has doubts too. She says she's always gotten stuff from him, so she wants to give him something too. Our hero is blown away by the gift she made herself and about the team's direction. The girl trusts him, so she wants him to trust her too. And he shouldn't run away from it. Makoto thinks he often gets swayed by what others say or think, and when that happens, he feels so mixed up he doesn't even know who he is anymore. Finally, he says that in the end, ISO is amazing. The girl is a bit bummed because she only managed to add a plus 50 HP effect, but Makoto says she's really amazing. Suddenly they start debating about who always gets stuff from the other. The duo moves forward while ISO shows him something, until they reach the edge of a massive cliff with the bridge all busted. Our MC flies ahead, but then the girl uses her ability, and she jumps through the air with her buddy. That place seems kinda too dark. The internet said there'd be loads of dancing blue lights lighting up the whole area. Our MC is a bit puzzled by these lights, and also by an empty place with no one around. And he says the girl put in effort for all this, so leave it to him. It'll be fun. He wants her to smile even more, even if it costs him his levels. ISO is super surprised when the lights start to pop up. The whole place fills with bright lights. And in the middle of it all, flying is our MC. She smiles and is super impressed, just like Kyun. She thanks the boy a ton when he mentions it costs 200 levels. But our hero thinks it doesn't matter and is stoked about it. And he shares that happy moment with ISO. Exodia says that even if someone who knows his past shows up, that someone won't be him. And that there couldn't have been a happier moment in his past than this. Everyone seems super happy, so she suggests they go further in because it's even more epic there. Meanwhile, Haida's working excitedly in his corner. He's trying to crack that magical item, and it seems he's making some progress. Next week is summer vacay and someone talks about their plans. Someone asks if Himera's got a problem, but the girl notices and apologizes. They wonder if she's hiding that someone invited her to see the fireworks, and the girl says it's not exactly that. Seems there's someone waiting at the school gate. They wonder who he might be waiting for, but Himera says it's her. The girls get all hyped, teasing, but she defends herself saying it's her cousin. Ijuin's a bit tense waiting. She mentions she heard about Makoto, but didn't think he'd show up, and Ijuin says it's all good. He bows and apologizes. He says he knows that apologizing isn't enough, and she interrupts him with a punch to the chest. She says his heart's racing like hers, and that she was really scared back then, and suggests they let it go. Her friends stay behind gossiping. Yumasaki says he's not a bad guy and forgives him, but he needs to chill out. And now they can just walk normally. The guy's a bit surprised. Her friends say everything went well, but she defends herself again saying it's not what they think. And about the fireworks, they can all go together. The girls ask if they should console her, but she says she wasn't rejected. The guy watches while checking some messages on his phone. 2 weeks earlier, a massive ship was cruising the sea. Our MC and his partner are on it, and it seems it's her first time on a boat. The girl is really loving it a lot. Exodia says that today the girl is more hyped than usual, but Makoto says that's just how she is. Suddenly Bianchi and Bison pop up out of nowhere. The girl bolts over and gives Iso a big old bear hug. They're hugging like it's the cutest thing ever. The dude's all, "Finally found ya," and he's all warm and fuzzy about it. Makoto's like, "Whoa, Bison's being all buddy-buddy," and the kid's like, "Yeah, my fam calls me that, so I just roll with it." The boys are hyped to team up again, but our hero's still in the dark about the deets. Then, boom, 2 more show up. But Ijuin and the gang? Nowhere in sight. He's all, "They're super into this game, but we got bored and bailed." Our MC's all, "What's that about?" and hits up Mizukawa for the scoop. Turns out, Haida whipped up this gadget for buffs, heals, and gear. He spots a jellyfish and realizes Haida nailed the girl's faves. Makoto's like, "Aw, that's sweet." Kamashiro spills that Takahara and Haida have been chillin' for a week, but he's already got the 411. While cruising the boat, he spotted 2 more SST peeps. He saw Ryudu Tatsuomi, and the other one, Harima Yuiga. Kamashiro's like, "These 2 are top-tier players." The squad's vibing, munching, and soaking up the night. Not enough rooms for vacay, so they gotta bunk up. The crew crashes peacefully. Next day, everyone's gathered to chat about why they're all here. On Jima Island, no dungeon's supposed to be there. Haida gets cut off and the founder's like, "Sorry for dragging you here with 0 context." He's all, "Chill out," but Watakashi's already ticked and gives him a smack. Haida's like, "Alright, back to biz." A pic pops up and the dude's like, "Black Forest Dungeon? Conquered." He goes on about how 2 maps popped up during research. They dove right in to check it out. Underwater, they found a mystery dungeon. Actually 2. The squad's mind blown. Limit Break made this happen, and inside, there's another key to unlock it. Our MC spots a helicopter swooping in. Suddenly, a girl bursts through the door, calling out to our hero. She leaps right into his arms, and he catches her like a pro. She's all, "You hitting up the dungeon too?" But Maria's like, "Nah, just support." She points out her friend, the real diver. Then another girl shows up, all, sorry for the wait. She dusts off her dress and greets everyone like a boss. Seems like everyone's meeting her for the first time, and last month, she hit the scene as Maria's idol. And finally, she's like, hey, I'm Sophia. Our video ends here. If you liked it, leave your like. See you next time. Bye bye.